Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Wednesday, January 22nd, 2025. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. Great to be back on a lovely Wednesday. I'm so excited about today's program, and I'll tell you why. It's a bit of an old school show. Why is it an old school show? It's an old school show, my friends, because I have been riddled with guilt. I have felt as though we haven't given the proper TLC to everyone's favorite segment of the week, On the Nose. Last week we rushed it. I only got through like 10 questions. We haven't really done it old school, proper on the nose, 30 to 40 questions answered, etc., etc. And so on today's program, we are devoting a supreme amount of time to On the Nose, your questions, and you have all stepped up. There's over 100 on the Substack page. ArielHelwani.substack.com is the place to go. Obviously, we'll also answer any super chatters out there as well, but I want to answer some proper questions in this post-UFC 311 world that we are living in. I want to get some good ones, some fun ones, some juicy ones. Anything goes. No holds barred. And we're nice and toasty inside. Thanks for asking. It is frigid out there. It is absolutely frigid. I can't even imagine what it's like in my hometown of Montreal right now because it is so cold outside. And so I am delighted to be here indoors talking to all of you about the great sport of mixed martial arts, boxing, pro wrestling. You want to talk a little NFL? You want to talk a little AFC championship game? I'm down. You want to talk a little Nottingham Forest locking up Murillo? I'm down. You want to talk a little, I don't know, breaking news, Frank? You want some breaking news? I just found out this morning that via the new Twitter, which is now known as X, you can make phone calls via DM.
How were you doing it before?
You can make calls. It's crazy. Video and or audio. Just broke. It went through the wire. I just saw it on Yahoo Finance. You can make phone calls via DM.
Ariel, didn't we cover this the other day?
No, we've never talked about this. This is for Mo Pattern in the YouTube chat, who set the line at 0.5 mentions of Twitter calls on today's program.
Oh, I get it now. All right, thank you.
I was doing that for him. Look, he wins. If he took the over, he wins. There's a lot to be excited about. I actually do have a bit of breaking news, which I'll get to in a moment. Actually, you know what? Before I get to anything. Oh, by the way, thanks for asking, guys. I survived my 24-hour fast, and as my nutritionist told me, I would hit a wall in the evening, and I would wake up feeling like $1,000,000. And guess what? He was 1,000% correct. I didn't think I was going to make it last night. I was so hungry. We did 2 shows. We did the regular show and then the Ade show on DAZN. The thought of not eating anything was just so daunting. I felt like I was breaking. I felt like I hit a wall, and then I dug down deep. I went home. I watched our Knickerbockers beat the Nets in a probably a little too close for comfort game. I was searching for On-Air Jordan in the crowd. He was nowhere to be found. I thought he'd be right next to Sidney Sweeney, who was sitting courtside, but alas, it was not to be. Knicks got the dub. I go to bed. My Whoop says, good sleep. Wake up, not hungry. Did a little Averon bike. Came to work, still not hungry. So thanks for asking, everyone. I appreciate it. We're doing well.
That's what we're here for.
No, it's very kind of you. Demetrius Johnson hit me up recently and said, I know you love toys, and I heard you talking about your round 5 toys. You know, the figurines here, all these guys back here. See some of them? A lot of them are covered, but you get the point. They're all over the place. Anyway, he said that he found like 11 or 12 of the limited edition Demetrius Johnson round 5 figurines. I do believe, if my memory serves me correct, that he is claiming that these were the last round 5s ever created, which is by far, I mean, you talk about goated figurines. These are goated figurines. These are the best by far. MMA. Wrestling is LJN. He bought them all off eBay. Who'd have thought? And said, I want to send you one. And this morning, I got it. And in fact, I was trying to open it, and then I was looking for scissors, and the boys in the back told me that I should not be opening this, that I should leave it as is. Look how young he looks. It's UFC 152 Demetrius Johnson limited edition, Ultimate Collector limited edition, age 15 plus. How beautiful is this? Xbox shorts. It says Xbox on his shorts. He was sponsored by Xbox. Isn't this incredible? What do you guys think? Open it or not?
No. Do not open
You'd be closed,
it.
man.
Don't even question that.
It's just so tempting. I want to touch it. I want to smell it.
If DJ's watching right now
Smell
and he
it.
heard you
What's
even
the
question
smell?
The
that,
smell takes you
Oh,
back
no,
to
it's a-
1991.
It's a limited edition.
I was dead then.
DJ is saying that there's very few left, and I would trust him to know that. Don't open it. That's a collector's item.
Oh my god.
I mean, I'm looking on eBay right now. Also, I love how you say, who knew? Like, eBay would be the place to find these.
Did nobody in your family like collect stuff, and then you wanted to open it, and they tell you, no, don't open it. It's a collector's
I never
item?
believed in that. I believe you only live one life. Open it, touch it, smell it, play with it. What is this?
No,
Keeping
that's-
things in
that's-
boxes. My brother was like that. David, he was like that. Everything was in a box. Everything was neat. Everything was perfect. Comics mint condition. Nah, I'm reading the comics. I'm
David
throwing them
knows
away.
ball. David
Nah,
knows
I don't
ball.
do that. No.
did David ever spill things in the control room?
No, absolutely not. Are you kidding me?
Easy.
We're a very neat. Look at Frank. Look at Frank
I'm just
just
asking.
throwing me under the bus
Thought I might
here.
run in
Nobody
the
said
family or
anything about
something.
anybody.
Like
Thought I
it's
might run in the family.
it's one thing to like throw me under the bus like amongst the actual inner circle. You're talking about this on the air while there's very clearly other people listening to this. So I mean, I'll remember this, Frank. I'll remember this.
No
I'm at your
names
back.
were mentioned.
I feel like we should. You know what we should have, Helwani, is a running casket list
Oh my
of
god.
who can let you down one more time, and you just start adding names.
No.
And then there's a power ranking. Like Frank is like number 2 right now, obviously. I feel like we could just.
This is a shoot. This is a shoot. No joke. I actually just did my will and everything. My last will and testament.
Tell me.
Legit.
Tell me.
Fuck.
Is this
Doing
breaking
the
news?
will, we're
On-
doing the colonoscopy next week.
On my life. On my life. Page, I think it's 36. It's a massive document. Please make sure Frank Lenz is in attendance. Please ensure that he is one of the pallbearers. And please, in order to recreate our relationship, have him put me into the ground, lift me back up, put me down again, lift me back up. It has to be at least 10 times because it's a continuous letting me down situation. That's
Hey,
the relationship.
You can't spell Frank.
And you
without
need it one
consistency.
last time. And you
Yeah.
need it one last time.
Constant. Pull me back up. He's in there.
I love that.
Actually, we had a great moment as we were filling this out. I took the liberty to fill this out on my own. And then my wife was like, so wait, who's taking our kids if something happens? I was like, oh, my brother. She's like, really?
She's like, oh, this is not a conversation?
So we're like kind of arguing about this in front of the people.
Yeah.
I'm like, of course it was him. And she's like, well, did you ask him? I was like, well, nah. Like, what's he gonna say? No, like, what's he gonna say? I'm not available. So I took a picture of the thing, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna ask him right now. So I took a picture. I said, I just want to let you know, God forbid, if anything happens to us, they're all going to you. And then his response back wasn't like, wow, you'd think what an honor. I hope it doesn't come to this. He goes, I draw the line at matcha. And I was like, oh, okay, well,
so he's
now.
taking the kids, but not the dog.
Matcha's going to the pound.
I said, and my response was, you get the whole kid and caboodle. That's it. I'm sorry.
I get it.
What's he have against matcha?
He's not a big dog guy. None of us were. We're Middle Eastern. We're not
Hard to
big.
organize. I get it.
My parents were always very.
Yeah, but he could be converted like you. You're a big dog guy.
He could be converted, and I suspect that's what will happen. Obviously, we hope that this doesn't come to fruition.
Yeah, it goes without saying. Let's not have this happen.
Amazingly, though, when I mentioned Frank being one of the pallbearers, my wife was totally okay with it. She's like, "Oh yes, he does let you down all the time. He should be in that role."
She expected it. She said, "Oh, I assumed Frank was in." The kids thing was a conversation. This one was like everybody was on the same page.
Yeah,
Frank
no,
is
she's
there.
like,
Who
oh.
else is it? Frank?
The pallbearers,
Yeah.
Darren Till.
Darren Till. Frank, Darren Till.
This is good. By the way, this is going to be a fantastic funeral. By the way,
Yes.
I hope
The New York Knicks.
The New York Knicks, not the Buffalo Bills. We're about to rectify that in
Correct.
a
Not
little
the
less
Bills.
than a month.
I will say
We need 6. We're only halfway there.
this sounds the most confident you've ever you.
On my death?
No,
Oh, okay.
no. When it comes to the Bills, right, or when it comes to your teams,
Yeah.
you're always very cautious, especially as the stakes are ramping up, right? Like we're now getting into divisional rounds in the conference. You're always reserved. It's like, I'm not thinking about it. I'm not talking about it. Now you're like, we're going to win it. This is very forward of you.
I'm trying
I
to
support
put it out there. I'm trying to be positive.
I support it.
Trying to put it out there. all day long. All I'm watching are Bill's clips, reels, TikToks, anything I could get my hands on, especially the ones with like the real emotional music attached to it and all the heartbreak.
Yeah. I can
The one I sent to the group chat, I got chills for.
No, I sent it. I showed it to my kids right away, and I'm like, while they're eating breakfast this morning, I'm like, look at this right here. Do you see what it means? Do you see the heartbreak?
What do they
do
say?
You see the pain? They're like, are you going to start crying again? And then, and I was like, you understand? And then I start tearing up, and my wife says, you're an overgrown child. Okay?
No, it means something.
It means something.
When you haven't gotten a chip in your whole life, it really means something.
They're like,
you should, speaking of the will, you should record a video. God forbid we never have to play it, but it's just like, hey guys, something horrible's happened. I just want to thank all the pallbearers and everything. So you can squeeze the last juice out of this bit.
Okay, we're at 2. I still need to. There's definitely been 4.
We're at 3. We're at 3.
French coffee.
You got to get the last 3.
Wait, who's the 3? Isn't it 6 people?
Frank,
Yeah.
Till, the Knicks.
Oh, what, am I getting the whole team
yeah.
to go?
I mean, at least
James Dolan?
Yeah, at
Yeah,
least
get
James
Dolan.
Dolan.
All
get
right,
Dolan.
James Dolan, fine. All right, fine. So James Dolan, Frank Lenz, Darren Till.
Frank is like wildly offended that you're saying his last name as if we've never said it before.
Oh my God, the horror! This guy freaking is one step away from doxing me and putting on all my social security number.
Still trying to figure out the last
through
digit.
the franklens.com.
There's got to be others.
What a start to the show. By the way, somebody DM'd me, all caps. Oh my God! Don't let him open that DJ figure. So
serious?
don't.
Let
do
me see how much that's worth. What is it? Demetrius
Look at
won.
this. I
You know
tried.
what it's worth, Connor? It's priceless.
Look at this. I tried right here.
Don't try. Did you already
Don't
cut it
open
open?
it.
Before I tried, I was like,
valued it.
Don't open it.
Did
Now
he
it's
buy
lost
all of
its
them?
He said he bought all the ones that were like left that he found.
Yeah, he said he bought like 12. He said he found 12 on eBay and bought them all. By the way, what I was referring to earlier about like who'd have thought wasn't that they would be available. It's like, imagine you're some guy selling your Demetrius Johnson limited edition figurine, and it's DJ himself
It
that
says
buys
to
it.
Demetrius
Yes.
Johnson.
Yeah, you're shipping it to DJ. That's absolutely hilarious.
You're like, what? No.
I can't
okay.
find any of them on eBay. Yeah, they really
Etiquette.
are priceless.
Etiquette. At that point, do you just send them free? Like, would it feel weird charging Demetrius Johnson $5 for his own figure? I feel like I'd just send him.
I think it's an unbelievable.
Okay, I just found one. Yeah, they're not
$10.
cheap, man. They're not cheap.
What is it?
135.
Yeah,
Wait a
keep
second.
that.
Okay, by the way, that's not bad. I think they used to go for like $35 or something like that. But the question is, I thought he bought them all. I guess not.
I found one.
On eBay?
Yeah,
Send it to DJ.
no yellowing or anything on
Just
it.
to snatch it up.
Is it a sold listing, Connor?
No. You can buy it right now. Sold listing. I'm an eBay vet over here, Frank. Come on.
When you said
It should
no
be Yahoo
yellowing,
Auctions.
what does yellowing mean?
I guess
Like
like the thing
package.
is older.
The
There's some
polymers
sweet
turn
looking
yellow.
ones, man.
You know how the
Silva.
package on stuff sometimes starts to turn that like brownish
Oh,
yellow.
got it. And by the way, are there other round 5s in boxes over there?
Oh yeah, all in the same box. I'm looking at an Overeem, an Anderson Silva, a Nate Diaz. This Nate Diaz one is sweet.
Nate Diaz. Right over
Limited edition though.
Oh.
This one he's wearing a shirt that says Metre Militia.
Metal Militia.
Real question
Metal Militia.
for you, Ariel.
Yes.
Have you ever ordered anything from eBay?
Of course. You know what I used to buy off of eBay? And this will show just how much of an OG I am. I used to buy pro wrestling compilation tapes on VHS. Old WCW Nitros, old like Mid-South wrestling. Someone would make a compilation, I would buy the
Oh,
tapes.
so these weren't official releases. These
No,
are
it was just
people
like
who
some
comped them
jamoke doing
themselves.
it.
Did you
Yeah.
ever get a dud? Did they ever send you like
No, it was fantastic. It was
VHS?
an
What was the
amazing.
video quality like? Because they tried to cram them all on one tape.
Yeah, it was a reused VHS. You'd see the lines a little bit, but I was all in.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Man, there's a GSP UFC 83
Ooh, Montreal.
special edition, one where he's wearing the red karate outfit.
Yo, this.
$5.
No, he's got the gi.
No, he's got the
Correct.
gi.
Oh wow, sick.
How much?
Only
$5.
$5. I might buy it right now.
Ah, get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep it in the box. Don't open it.
It is
Keep
in
it
the
in the
box.
box. Keep it in the box.
No, I'm
Don't
saying
open
when
the
you
box.
get it, don't open it from the box. That's what
Or
we
don't
do.
let Ariel touch it. He'll try to open it.
Okay. And by the way, someone's asking out the thing. Why does Ariel have a nutritionist? Rich boy, free. Okay, it's free. Don't worry about it. Handless one.
As if having a nutritionist, rich boy, is an insult.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Thank you. Thank you for having my back. You know what I do have? I have an Averon, and on Wednesdays, it's Averon Wednesdays around these parts. They are one of our great sponsors. We love them. They're a part of our family. And the great thing about them is they make workouts fun. AveronActive.com/uncrown. That's the place to be. Workouts should not feel like a grind. That's why I've made Averon a part of my fitness routine. I used it this morning. And let me tell you, it's changed the game. Averon takes exercise to a whole new level using gamification. Yes, you can actually play video games while you work out. Powered by their award-winning Averon World software and paired with industry-leading hardware, Averon's rower, bike, and treadmill deliver the best workouts I have personally done in a very long time. I've been using the Strong Rower for a while. I now have the bike as well, and I am hooked. We have the bike in the studio here. In fact, it shall be making an appearance later in the program. We've been using the Averon Fit bike here in the studio, and I won't lie, it's a little addictive. I get so into the games that I completely forget I'm working out. Once you start, you're locked in, competing head-to-head like GC and Rick have been, racing against the clock, or chasing your personal best. They've got multiplayer games, races, on-demand classes, scenic rides, and the most streaming options I have ever seen. I'm sweating it out, getting competitive, and actually looking forward to my cardio days, which makes it way easier to stick to my routine. And you know I'm on this health kick right now. And the Averon Victory Treadmill just launched. Breaking news, Frank. It's the world's first gamified treadmill. You get back into fitness for the new year with an introductory price. Yes, please, right now, head over to AveronActive.com/uncrowned. That's AveronActive.com/uncrowned. Get an extra $50 off. Go to Averon, AVIRON, active.com/uncrowned to end boring workouts. Thank you so much to our good friends over at Averon. Great people, husband and wife, salt of the earth mensches. We love them, and we're so proud that they are a part of our team. Later in the program, we shall have round 3, GC, Rick on the bike. Cannot wait for that.
Ready, baby.
So we talked about a little breaking news. I received a text message this morning from Andy Foster of the California State Athletic Commission, the executive director of the CSAC, and obviously a story that has been playing out all week, which emanated on this program, was Merab Dvalishvili saying that he sort of tricked the commission into looking at the same leg twice. He had the massive gash on his leg. They asked him to look at his shin, lift his pants up. He did that. Then they kept talking. They said, let's see the other one. And he showed them the other one. And it's an incredible story. It's a veteran savvy move on his part. Look, it's like the late great Eddie Guerrero once said, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. And this isn't cheating per se, but it's just, this is a guy who's trying to make it to the fight. And look, it all worked out. In any event, I received this statement from Andy Foster regarding Merab Dvalishvili's version of the story. The promoter, the UFC, this is the statement, made the California State Athletic Commission aware of licensee Merab Dvalishvili's leg in December. Mr. Dvalishvili was granted prior approval by the commission to allow him the option to tape the injury and wear a neoprene sleeve. Upon medical review of the wound, it was determined that the wound was healed and was not contagious and was not staph infection. Mr. Dvalishvili was medically cleared by the commission and its ringside physicians leading up to the fight. If he had not been medically cleared, then he would not have been able to compete. After Mr. Dvalishvili was cleared to compete, he proceeded to fight in a 5-round mixed martial arts championship bout that he won by decision. I then said, thank you. I then asked his version of events. Did that not happen? And the response was, I am not certain if he was aware we knew or not. Of course we knew. Our docs checked him. Our inspectors checked him. In fact, fight day, I was told he wasn't wearing it. He had healed. So there you have it. Much ado about nothing. No harm, no foul. Let's take both their words for it and be at peace with it all. I've often said that the California State Athletic Commission is the gold standard. They are the gold standard. There's no doubt about that. In regards to boxing or MMA, commissions, sanctioning, they are the best. And I think Andy Foster is the best at what he does. And so I'll take his word for it, and I'll take Merab's word for it. We're neutral, down the middle, no problem. Let's get to some questions, shall we? Oh, by the way, I didn't even get to today's lineup. I'm so fired up. Back into the program. How about this? I think this might be the earliest that anyone has ever woken up to do this program. Jack Della Maddalena, who is going to be headlining an event on March 22nd, which I just found out, by the way. I don't know if you know this, Mr. Pizzi, but the March 22nd event at the O2 Arena is the 30th UK event in the history of the UFC. Did you know it was their 30th?
Did not know that, no.
How about that? It's JDM versus Leon Edwards. His first time fighting in a year. He's been through a lot. He's waking up at 5:30 a.m. Perth time to join us.
Now he knows how Leon feels when he was fighting Bilal that time.
Wow. That might be my first question. Jack, how tired are you? You see, this is why Leon lost.
Can you imagine?
Yes. Could you imagine fighting a guy at this hour? He'll join us at 5:30 at 5:30 his time, 4:30 our time. At 4 o'clock, we're going to be joined by another man who's waking up very early, albeit not as early as Mr. Jack, the great Robert Whittaker, Bobby Knuckles, who's been in the news as of late. This friendship that has blossomed with former foe / rival Israel Adesanya. Look at them. They're loving life. They're hanging out. Did you guys see this moment? They did an interview on the Freestyle Bender YouTube channel. Incredible channel. Shout out to David. They do a great job. Robert and Izzy are sitting, shooting the breeze, chopping it up, previewing UFC 311, and there's an amazing moment where Robert is given a cup of matcha tea, and this is his reaction.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you very much.
You did good, boy. I had to check that in there.
This coffee's green.
Oh, yes, matcha.
Just a heads up. It's like, I don't know. I don't know if you guys have lured me here to finally
I like how he looked at it first, like.
to finally get rid of me.
How great is that? Just phenomenal. It really warmed my heart seeing those two together. Two of the best guys, great personalities, great sportsmen, ambassadors of this great sport coming together. Love that. So can't wait to talk to him. And at 2:30, want to let you know that little heathen himself, Jeremy Stevens, who will be headlining the Knucklemania 5 event on Saturday night in the Philadelphia, a.k.a. Philadelphia, against Eddie Alvarez. He'll be joining us at 2:30 to talk about that. He's looking to go 3-0 in BKFC. So a fun show with a lot to get to on today's program, a lot to be excited about. Saturday is going to be a fantastic day. There's 2 Matchroom events on DAZN, one in Nottingham, the other in Las Vegas. I would say the one in Las Vegas has a tasty main event, Diego Pacheco against Steven Nelson. That's a big-time main event. Steven Nelson, in case you don't know, is a longtime stablemate and friend of one Terrence Crawford, protege, if you will. He'll be fighting in that main event. And also at the same time, Saturday night, they also have Knucklemania 5. At the same time, actually a little bit earlier because it's in Dubai, we've got the PFL Dubai Champion Series event. Did you guys see this face-off between Paul Hughes and Usman Nurmagomedov yesterday? This is amazing. This clip is amazing. It needs to be passed around. It needs to be showed to everyone. And it's a shame. It's a crime, if I'm being honest, PT. This event is flying under the radar. This main event is so damn good and so damn intriguing. I loved everything about this clip. Take a look.
Time. Let's go.
We can do it here.
Few days.
If you want, we can do it here.
How good is this? I love these face-offs.
Peace. Front lads.
Oh, this is great.
Yup, Derry.
Time. Let's go. Few days.
We can do it here.
Few days.
If you want, we can do it here.
Do what?
Whatever you want.
Bro, we're fighting in 4 days. You focus on that day.
I'm focused all day, every day.
You're looking past
Doesn't
me.
matter.
You're looking past me.
Who are you?
Exactly.
Oh,
That's
good
what
one,
it's
Paul.
We'll see what?
Future entire
Doing it for
That's your
Derry.
mistake.
Hello.
BT, how great is that shit? Paul Hughes
Man,
standing
so
on business there, huh?
Man, he's so good. Like, I feel like this guy has the potential to be the new face of Irish MMA. He was one of those guys for a very long time we've been looking at. Him and Ian Gary in particular, you know this, Ariel, when they were both in Cage Warriors, there was always this kind of thing going on. They'd have a bit of fun with it, like who was the best guy fighting out of Ireland. But that question has remained true right the way through their careers. And obviously Ian jumped out ahead of him for quite a bit with his UFC run. But Paul with a win here, and obviously on the back of his win against AJ McKee, he's making a great case for himself. You mentioned it flying under the radar. I think, and it's unfortunate because we've talked about the difference of opinion. Well, the different reactions from the likes of Ireland and the US in terms of the Conor news. I think it was just very ill timed. The PFL put out the kind of Dagestan v Ireland 2 thing in the lead up to this because the case was ongoing at that time. I think, as I said at the start, I think this is a chance for us to move the story on. And the way it is like circumstances obviously with Conor have gotten a lot worse and the opinion of him has dropped in Ireland. But really, we've been doing this since 2014. Every Irish word that comes along, it's like, oh, this guy, he's the next, Conor McGregor. There's never going to be another one. Like, there could be a new face, though. And I think Paul Hughes is that guy, absolutely. And the way he's behaving all week, he's carrying himself like a champion. The word in the street is that over in Dubai, Usman, not the friendliest of chaps throughout the week. So I don't know if that means he's struggling with a weight cut or something like that. But obviously, his brother lost against Merab there at the weekend. And against a team like Khabib's, you're looking for anything, right? Like, these guys are so good. You're looking for any possible weakness. Could this get them kind of mentally drifting ahead of this? Like, could Usman have been watching that going, oh, no, he's beaten my brother. That means I, too, could be defeated. So very, very interesting fight. I can't wait for it. There's 4 Irish fighters in total on the card. Big opportunities for a lot of them. Nate Kelly, Kenny Makoana is on the card as well, and then John Mitchell. So big night for Irish MMA. But I do think they could have made it a bigger deal by going with a different promotional line given the circumstances over here.
I don't necessarily blame them because on a global scale, I understand where you're coming from a Irish perspective. On a global scale, it's the easiest route to take. The timing, as you said, off, unfortunate. But I'm not surprised, and I don't necessarily blame them because it's just the easiest thing to do. Because remember, this all started with him kind of saying like, I'm going to have Conor in my corner and this and that. Obviously, we didn't know how things would play out, but that was sort of the jumping off point. So I don't blame them from a promotional standpoint. Look, they're trying to do anything right now. The PFL is in desperate need of A, new stars, and B, to just get things rolling. The only thing I don't like about this fight, the card is all right. It could have been better. There were all kinds of issues with it. But to me, the main event is worth the price of admission alone, if you want to call it that way, worth the price of your Max subscription or your DAZN subscription. We found out it's going to air on DAZN in the UK and Ireland. So in case you're wondering, that's how you'll be able to watch it this weekend as well. So a massive weekend for our friends at DAZN. Only thing I don't like is that it's not for the PFL lightweight title. This would be the perfect fight to usher in that new era. You're having 2 of your best guys, to a degree, homegrown talent. Usman is very much a homegrown Bellator guy. Paul, yes, had success in Cage Warriors, but never in the quote-unquote, major leagues. And that's not me knocking Cage Warriors at all. But he's taken the step up. Massive deal. Much buzz surrounding his signing. Make this the start of the new era. Make this the beginning of a new chapter. Make it for the inaugural PFL lightweight title. Bury Bellator once and for all. And who better than these 2 guys, who most would say can hang with the very best in the UFC in this particular weight class? It's the perfect entry into this world. And again, it boggles my mind that they're literally having these 2 guys fight for the belt of a dead promotion. How does that make any sense? It's dead. It does not exist. I'm trying to think of a equal scenario. It would almost be like if you get it, like when the NFL and the AFL merged, or the NBA and the ABA merged, if they would then hold an ABA championship game or an AFL championship game. No, they merged them as one, and they then played for the NFL Super Bowl or the NBA Finals. They don't keep the old thing just because it has some sort of nostalgia attached to it, some sort of cachet. It's asinine. It's stupid. It's idiotic. Make it for the PFL title. And guess what? You got 3 days to make this right. You can easily make this right. Everyone will rejoice.
That's a good point.
Make it right. You literally have 3 days. Do it today. Bring in that belt. Fly it over, FedEx it. You can make it happen. So anyway, there's probably going to be more questions about this. So let's get into everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time for On the Nose, presented by our good friends over at Averon. Let's get into it. Gents, Dominic. Hey, Ariel and crew. I would love to hear all of your guys' thoughts on if you think a super fight between Pantoja and Merab could possibly be made in the near future. And also, how you think a fight like that would play out. Both very talented grapplers with good conditioning that have already fought most of the top competition in their respective divisions. Thanks and much love. I saw John Anik bring this up. I love it. First of all, I don't know, is the juice worth the squeeze?
No.
Right? It's not blockbuster, A. And B, I like to see dominant champions go on long winning streaks in their weight class. And so Pantoja has a few more defenses under his belt. I want to see if Pantoja can go on this long run and try to challenge DJ. I want to see that was Merab's first title defense. I like it. It's fun. We could debate it, but I don't think it's a smart move for Pantoja, and I don't think the demand is worth halting the momentum that they have right now. Look at what happened to Volkanovski when he moved up, and I'm not suggesting the same thing would happen, but it did change his momentum, and so I don't think it's the time to do that.
Rather
Rick,
see Pantoja Figgy.
100%. I'm worried about the weight cut. I mean, you hear Josh Barnett on the show on Monday talking about weight cutting. I just think Figgy's 125-pound days are behind him. Did find
what's
out
the gain for the lads? Like if they do that, like I feel like at this stage, what we're all kind of arguing for being that dominant champion, I think you're better off, right? Like based on history, based on what we've seen, I think that's the best way to go. Pantoja's obviously cleared out his division. Merab's cleared out his division, but they're building real legacies now. Like we're in a situation where we're talking about Pantoja and Merab as are they the greatest in the division? I'd rather see them go out and stake a claim, an even better claim than they already have at being the greatest of all time in the divisions.
Yeah, it's true. There aren't a ton of great options. There's Kai France out there. Love him. Against Pantoja, he deserves another crack. Mokaev, we talked about him. It doesn't look like it's happening anytime soon. And so, yes, this is what we were talking about, I think, on Monday. They've got a contender issue in the UFC right now. And I've probably brought up this story a million times. I remember exactly where I was when he told it to me. MGM Grand, we're at the buffet line before one of the big events. And it was so fun back in those days because you could talk to Sean Shelby and Joe Silva. They would just be eating. Rogan was there eating. Like it was a very sort of smaller, tighter knit community, if you will. And I'll never forget Joe Silva saying, my job is not to build champions. My job is to build contenders. And then they figure it out and they become champions. I need a queue of contenders. I need this guy, champion, to fight X, Y, and Z, A, B, and C. And right now, for whatever reason, they don't seem to have that in each weight class. They don't have A, B, and C, 1, 2, 3 guys lined up. At least not juicy ones. And maybe part of the problem is that some guys have to go through a gauntlet just to get to the title shot these days for whatever reason, and they're blowing through some of those potential contenders before they get to the belt. And then when they get to the belt, there's no interesting matches before. I don't know. You could come up with a million different scenarios, but that seems to be the case right now. All right. Happy Wednesday, gang. This is from Jordan. Not the same Jordan as On Air Jordan. After seeing GC marvel with joy yesterday at finding out Sergeant Slaughter turning on America and joining forces with Saddam Hussein being a legit WWF storyline, and we watched it afterwards as well.
I was going to say, you thought I was marveling on the show. When I was actually watching it, it was a sight to behold. It was ridiculous.
Oh, it was amazing with General Adnan Akbar by his side.
And he's translating.
The best, yes, Akbar speaking in Arabic, and Sergeant Slaughter is translating what he's saying. Incredible. Can he guess? Okay, this is for you, GC. Can you guess which of these three is the fake WWF/E storyline? Okay, so he's going to read 3 scenarios. I'm going to read 3 scenarios.
This is great.
And you have to guess which is fake.
This is actually fantastic because as you were going through those figurines, I knew Chris Hardy and Macho Man, and that was it.
Okay, Chris Hardy does not exist.
Oh, okay.
It's Matt or Jeff?
Jeff Hardy.
Yes,
I knew Jeff Hardy, and I knew Macho Man.
Okay, here we go. 77-year-old Mae Young giving birth to a hand after a relationship with, quote, sexual chocolate, that was his nickname, Mark Henry. That's option one. You have to guess which is the fake one. Big Boss Man interrupting the funeral of the Big Show's father, chaining the casket to the back of his car and dragging it away. Finally, Vince McMahon going against Donald Trump in a hair versus hair match. Loser has their head shaved.
Okay. So I watched the doc, so I know the hair versus hair match is real.
Yeah. Would you have known before?
No. I'd heard the term hair versus hair match. I didn't know what it meant. All right, so that's out.
Once
I'm
again,
gonna go.
77-year-old woman gives birth to a hand, and Big Boss Man interrupts the funeral.
I'm only going to go with the hand one being real because it's so ridiculous. Like, that couldn't have possibly been a storyline. There's no way. So I'm going to go with option B as being the fake one.
Pizza, you seem to agree?
Yeah, well, brilliant. I mean, this lad, if he made up the first few there, that's incredible. But I agree.
So the beauty of this is that they're all real.
Oh boy.
And he writes afterwards. No. He writes afterwards in all caps. Don't read this out loud, Helwani. As you probably know, none of these three are fake. Just want to play with GC a bit.
A 77-year-old gave birth to a hand.
She had a relationship with sexual chocolate Mark Henry, former Olympic gold medalist weightlifter. They're a group. She gets pregnant, and they air the delivery, and it's a hand.
This is all from the mind of Vince McMahon and the writer.
Attitude Era, late 90s WWF television. I'm watching this in high school, eating it up, loving it. No, I didn't really love that one, if I'm being honest.
I mean, that is actually.
I'm surprised you didn't bring up Katie Vick. Katie Vick is the one where it was implied that I do believe Triple H had relations with a dead person in a casket. I believe that's known
on
as
air.
necrophilia.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know how you make those comparisons of wrestling and Magic the Gathering all the time?
Yes.
Just want to say
It was a
none of
weird
that just
time.
happened.
I love
Weird
getting
times for sure. I can't see Cody Rhodes doing any of those things in today's day and age.
Nah, this is more of a PG.
I wouldn't mind if they did. It sounds exciting. You know, they need to punch up these scripts a bit. If you're asking me,
Necrophilia can stay off.
Well
Hand
done.
birth can stay.
I'm actually surprised that necrophilia didn't get into the doc. Shout out to Rick, who in the midst of all of that slacked me. All of these are real, right? So
nice.
I like you, was locked in. I saw all of these, so
Yeah.
I knew that these were all real.
Okay, we're getting into the nitty gritty here. This is from the sushi dude. Listen, I just read the questions, guys, so please. Ariel, I hate even asking this, but yet he is. What do you make of Elon's physical gesture at the inauguration? I'm appalled. People are downplaying it. Am I reading too much into it? Frank's my moral compass in these situations. Do I answer this or not?
You have to answer it.
Okay. What do you think my response is going to be?
I think it's appalling to you as well.
Nah.
All right.
Honestly, I think Elon Musk is a very awkward guy. I think he's supremely weird, and I think he was telling people, your heart is with me, and he did that move, which, you know, people have actually done it with me as well. Now, that's what I think. Do I know? No, but when I saw the clip, I was like, yeah, he's a supremely awkward guy. Have you ever seen him in any sort of social setting? I do not think he was saying Heil Hitler. That's my 2 cents. Anyone disagree, by the way? I'm happy.
I disagree.
I don't know. I'm not hot enough on the.
It would be
topic.
impossible for any of us to go inside the mind of Elon Musk.
No, but I know, but like,
That's the
really
thing, there's
think in that
plausible
moment
deniability.
Elon Musk was up there saying, yeah, let me give a subtle or not so subtle salute to Hitler?
I don't know.
Potentially
He-
not.
He
No.
is a pretty big Twitter troll.
There is an
I think
argument.
it's trolling more than
Yeah, I think if it was anything, he was trolling.
It's like, so he could tell his friends, like, did you see what I was able to do on the stage? And like, now they're eating it up. Was it intentional? Was it not? Like, that's just been his MO. Like, even calling Twitter X is like an inside joke for him.
I didn't find it offensive. I thought it was weird that it was being made out to be such a big deal. I'm not some Elon Musk supporter. I don't love him. I think X is a cesspool. I've said all of this already. I don't own a Tesla, yada, 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 yada. But I didn't think that it was what everyone was making it out to be. So I personally wasn't offended. I'm not downplaying it. I just thought it was a guy being awkward doing this, and everyone then looking for a reason to be upset or offended because it's on this day where this new regime is coming in. They're very controversial. They're very polarizing. Look, they're back. They're back. That's the way I took it. But look, if someone's going to be offended about it, then I'm not going to hate on them. But my read on it was, and by the way, and I hope no one is listening.
No one's listening.
Well,
Well, that's a weird hope.
No, well, I'll tell you why I said that. So my wife's family is very. I might get in a huge amount of trouble for bringing
Oh,
this
mate.
up.
I'm gonna
My
turn you
wife's
up then.
I don't know about this dude. I don't know about this dude.
is very liberal, and our group chat has now just become it is. I wrote to them yesterday. I'm like, when did this group chat become the dark web, Reddit underbelly, like conspiracy theory? It's just all this stuff, and like I don't want to read this. I don't want to partake in any of this, but it's that type of mindset that's like, oh look what's happening. I don't want to partake. I'm peace and love. We are all one. I'm in the middle. Let us all come together. The United States of America and Canada. 51st state. I'm open to it.
Yeah, when we take you, then it'll be.
I'm open to
together.
it.
If we take you. Here, listen, right? Imagine, right? Ariel, your theory, right? That stands, okay? Let's just imagine your theory, awkward moment. How long would you say as he's walking off the stage, he goes, do you reckon that looked like...
Him, probably not at all. Everybody else, probably instantaneous.
No, he's right, because John is just like awkward as shit.
He's so awkward. Have you ever seen him move? Have you ever seen him like at those parties when they're dancing? He's just an awkward
I think he's an
dude.
alien, personally.
He's
That's
an
my
awkward
theory.
dude.
Plausible deniability.
He does have like that barrel chest, belly. It does kind of look alien-like, Pizza.
We're torso twins, me and Elon.
Oh, you have a torso like that?
Same kind of build.
We gotta hit the pool when I come out to plant. When I come out to Blanche. Y'all have pools there?
There's not many pools in
I was gonna
Blanche.
say, there ain't pools there.
It's a shame.
It's actually...
I was going to say
the
it's a
National
shame if
Aquatic
nobody's
Center.
watching this because you could
National
throw this in that group
Aquatic
chat,
Center.
Ariel. Just put this.
This clip? Can you clip it off
I'll
for
clip
me?
it off and you send it to them.
Yeah.
I think every group chat is that now, though.
By the way,
Right? That's just
I
the world.
chimed in. I was like, "Wow, this group chat has gotten real positive and delightful these days." That wasn't received.
It wasn't well received.
No, it wasn't received.
What'd they say?
Well, they basically said, "Oh, here comes Mr. Positivity himself." I got that, and
that's a good clapback. To be fair,
and I was like, "All right, I am going to take my group chats elsewhere."
Did you leave?
Ariel Helwani has left the group.
No, I
When you
didn't.
do leave, it does send
I
a
did.
message that you've left.
Oh yeah. No, I wouldn't do that. I mean, is there, has the mute function been utilized? Perhaps. I can't confirm nor deny, Frank. I can't. Okay, we're getting all the good ones. Everyone's spicy on this Wednesday, January 22nd. This is from White Whale Holy Grail. Hello, Ariel. Let me get to the point and say you are failing us as a reporter. The biggest story in MMA news is not being talked about, so spill the beans or you're not getting number 15. Bad news, chump. 15 has been had. We're on to 16. Anthony Smith has not appeared on the BYM pod while Paul Felder is there for 2 months, although they won't announce him as the co-star. Michael Chiesa's pod with Felder seems to have been thrown to the side while Smith started his own. Is there drama we are not aware of between the voices of the UFC? Who is sleeping with whom? Who is not doing their research? Thanks. I'm just reading the question. As I said, it's no holds barred.
Sleeping with who? What's he trying to...
I don't know what he's implying. But the point is, can I be honest with you guys?
Please.
I was unaware of all of this until Smith was on the show, and then I looked at the comments and people were like, ask about this. And I'm like, nah, I'm not asking. I'm not putting him on the spot like that about his, clearly he's moved on, but maybe he just wanted his own show. I don't know. Does anyone know more intel on all this? Pizzi?
No, like what? Just why would you want a song and dance? Like, just if you left, why would you make a big deal of it? Just that's it. That's what Anthony Smith's doing.
It's funny because everyone accuses me of being some sort of drama queen, and then they all want the drama. Like they're dying for me. And then if I asked it, they would say, "Oh, look at Ariel. All he cares about is the drama." The same people who want me to ask it. Isn't that funny?
It's like the WhatsApp group all over again, isn't it?
Yeah. Mr. Mystery Balls replies to this and says, "This might be too hot to handle. I think recently Ariel's on his best behavior and staying away from feuds." That's right.
Oh, he's just trying to goad you into doing it, and he did it. Congratulations.
It's reverse psychology.
Yeah, that's
It was amazing. Fair play to him.
Bottom line is, though, I don't know. And I would be lying if I said I cared. Jimmy.
We don't care.
That's right. And Darren, you're on the shit list. Okay, let's just leave it at that.
Everyone stop chatting shit.
I mean, we could just, emulate.
You could just
all
ring
these.
Till now and he'd be on the show. You could also just ring him and he'd be on the show right now.
Who, Darren?
Yeah. I think that's. I heard you talking about this, and
You want me to call him right now via Twitter DM?
You could literally
do that?
just call him. Like don't schedule him in future. Just pick up your phone. Don't put it on the billboard, like the post or anything, and just be like, "Oh, we have half an hour. I was going to ring Till now," and he will answer the phone.
This is some great production. Pete.
By the way,
yeah, you're just
who wants to be the first to tell PT that I tried to do this 6 times on yesterday's show?
He knows. He's saying do it again.
Oh,
yesterday you were told it was a family matter.
Yesterday we were given an excuse that we all are,
skeptical of. Because 20
you-
minutes
that's
later,
your
he's
excuse.
calling John Fury not very nice names.
It doesn't take
I saw
much
the
to
names.
tweet.
Do you want me to call him or not, PT?
Do it.
Do it.
All right, here we go again.
I'm still surprised you could do this.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. Video or audio?
X on the way up, baby. Well done,
Yeah,
Elon.
shout out to Elon.
Another win. Another win.
Yeah. Here it is.
I love this song.
I almost think it's better that he doesn't answer at this point. It's just a great bit.
Do you think he's panicking?
Giona's
like,
good
hey,
as
can we
well,
get to
isn't
come
it?
on today?
Anyway, Jimmy's up next. Hey, Ariel, just wondering if you could have Scott Coker on. I would be interested in hearing him without the promoter filter. It's not a bad shout, Jimmy. I've asked him to come on. He doesn't really want to talk right now. But it's a great idea. I would love to talk to him.
I feel like Scott Coker never really wanted to talk, and that was the beauty of him.
Maybe. That's a good point. And now he definitely doesn't want to talk. I'm going to hang up now.
How much would you say Coker stays up to date with MMA since he's parted ways with the company?
Not much. You mean PFL/Bellator or just MMA in general?
In general, I wouldn't say he's checking in that much.
He's good. Listen, he made a nice chunk of cash from the Strikeforce deal. Now that was back in 2011, so I don't know where that's at now, but I think he's pretty set. CE Ariel on Monday's show. At the very start, 6 to 8 minutes on Spotify, thank you. You said Islam, the best lightweight? Quote, maybe. Just want to clarify what you meant by this. Is it 1, best lightweight at the moment, or 2, best lightweight of all time? Just wondering, because if it's 1 and you think only maybe Islam is best at 55 right now, you have some serious explaining to do. Yeah, that's right. He's not the best of all time at the moment. He could be. Is he the best lightweight right now? Like, of the current crop of fighters? Absolutely. Is he the greatest of all time? No, I think in his prime, BJ Penn was number 1. Now, does it end up being Islam? He's well on his way. Well on his way. And I think there's a strong case to be made that he has surpassed Khabib. And I also think there's a strong case to be made that he has become a better fighter than Khabib. Not just surpassed him in accolades, that he has blended it all together to become a supremely high-level MMA fighter. And the beauty of him is, he doesn't, when obviously we know about his grappling, we know about his submissions, we know about all of that, takedowns, everything. The striking isn't anything to go, oh my God, this is the highest level of striking. It's rather basic, but it's so damn effective. He doesn't try to complicate things. He doesn't try to wow you with his striking, but he's just that damn good at what he does. And so he's well on his way. I just have a ton of respect for BJ in his prime. I'm talking UFC 84 BJ, Sean Shirk, UFC 80, Joe Stevenson, UFC 107, Kenny Florian to me was his peak. But well on his way. There's no doubt about it. Absolutely. I feel like that's pretty fair. Hut. Ariel, Dariush getting paid, but what about Wonder Boy? What about what Wonder Boy went through a while back when his opponent pulled out? Dana said something like, you don't not fight and get paid. Well, this is different because they took Dariush's opponent away from him. Totally different.
Didn't they sort it out with Wonder Boy though?
They did sort it out. I don't think he got exactly what he wanted, but they still took his opponent away, as opposed to here with Wonder Boy that this man is bringing up. Wonder Boy, in their opinion, I'm not agreeing with it, but they just said, look, you can fight the guy and take a percentage of his purse. You're choosing not to fight him, so you're not going to get paid your full purse. It's totally different, in my opinion. Did the UFC change their protocol on this, or is Benil just one of their guys? Thanks, go Bills and Commanders. Is Commanders not like one of the worst names in sports?
Oh, they need to really think about this. What was it called?
Washington
Jordan, were you telling me they're
football
called the football? That's awful, man.
Oh, you didn't like that?
The football team.
Washington football.
That's stupid. It's stupid. They need to be called like the.
Wait, you like the Commanders?
I like Commanders better than football team.
I just hate the
it's just new
font. and everything.
That's all it
looks
is. It's
shit.
just new.
I don't like. I
And I
don't.
really
No,
like
no. You know
Jaden
what I don't like?
Daniels.
I don't like how the logo is like right here. Like they have the writing here.
Yeah.
I like classic number. Football jerseys should not have any writing right here, in my opinion, on the chest. I don't like that. It's too.
The Bills have any writing?
No, they have. They have. Well, the classic one
Small
doesn't, but they
Bills.
have. Oh, I don't know if you know this, but I have a Bills jersey here. Courtesy
Yeah,
of
there's
Bills
writing right there.
No, no. This is the NFL logo, and this is little, but this is not on every jersey. Like the white one, I don't think has it.
Jordan's saying
No, I
that
think
it is on every
I
jersey.
think it's on every jersey you guys have.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
it is.
I agree
Go,
with him.
go,
Yeah.
go to 1990 Thurman Thomas.
It's not
Bills jersey.
1990.
No, that's the team
not
I fell in love
it's
with.
not
So I can't
1990.
speak. I can't speak to any
You
of
like
this.
the
all
name
right?
Commanders? Just like the name
I think
Commanders.
it's fine. I think their helmets are
I-
sick.
I hate
I
it,
love the
but-
burgundy.
I don't have a better option, but it does stink.
The burgundy, yeah. I even like the colors, GC. This is where I just think that the font and the name, I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe
Commanders,
it's just
same
the font.
same spot where
Can
actually the Commanders have a black uniform that.
Oh, it looks like
appears-
Frank's.
Yeah,
Josh
no
Allen?
no writing, no writing on the black uniform.
Can we agree that
Probably the nicest
Texans
jersey, so.
is probably the worst name, though?
Oh, I like Texans.
I
Why
guess
didn't
we
they,
can't
why
agree.
didn't they use the Oilers?
Oilers was
Yeah,
great.
the Oilers was a great name.
I
That's
guess
a
because
great
the
name, yeah.
Titans
What
owned
is
it.
that?
Oh, they used to be called the Houston Oilers, and then they moved to Tennessee, and for a season they were known as the Tennessee Oilers, but it made no sense.
And they went to the Super Bowl that year, right?
Yes, what a Super Bowl that was. That was the one against the Rams.
They were the Titans then.
Had they changed? Yeah, they probably did
Yeah,
change.
they were the Titans.
So it was just like one season, I think it was.
I mean, it's the Utah Jazz from New Orleans. That doesn't.
Oh,
make
100%. LA Lakers. We could do
it-
this
Yeah,
all
yeah, Minneapolis.
But the best comparison is the Charlotte Hornets moved to New Orleans, became the New Orleans Hornets. Then the Charlotte Bobcats became an expansion team. Then the New Orleans Hornets changed to the Pelicans, just like the Tennessee Oilers became the Tennessee Titans, and that freed up Hornets. And then the Bobcats became the Hornets. And so once the Tennessee Titans became the Tennessee Titans after becoming the Tennessee Oilers, they should have given Oilers back to Houston and dropped Texans. Texans is like Bobcats.
Jordan just explained to me that the Chiefs used to be Dallas Texans, and I didn't know that. Then I think Houston Texans is actually fine. That's like a homage to the old Dallas team.
Nah, I don't. I mean,
this is
they don't
opinion,
Even, by the way, they don't even play in Dallas. So why would they?
Because they're in the same state.
Yeah, they play in Houston. You're still a Texan if you're from Houston.
Yeah, but it's
so-
like, why would they be paying homage to a rival city?
I mean, in Texas, we're all unified.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, is it a rival city?
Dallas and Houston?
Hey, they're just 4 hours.
I mean, the
hate
Mavericks and the Rockets are rivals.
Different sport.
All right, fine.
I think they should workshop the name anyway.
I think so too. Bring back the Oilers. Kyle, Ariel, I'm having a hard time making sense of Dana's stance that Armin won't get the next title shot at 155. I know that the UFC has punished fighters like this in the past, but in those cases, there were other strong title challenger options. There aren't in this case, especially with the next best contender, Oliveira, having recent losses to both Armin and Islam. Is it possible that the UFC doesn't think that Armin injury was legitimate? Yes, I think Dana kind of made that clear. Is it possible they believe the weight cut wasn't going well and he used the injury as an excuse to avoid the scale? I don't know if that's the case, but you could just tell by his demeanor at the post-fight press conference that he wasn't very happy with how it all panned out, which was interesting because in a previous answer, he was like, look how incredible it is. We went from a $9.5 million gate to a 10.2 after the switch. So if anything, like Armin and Moicano, the switcheroo actually bumped things up. So why is he that mad? Ultimately, it was probably a huge pain in the ass for everyone involved, production, marketing, etc. That was my read. Did you guys feel otherwise? His body language and his response seemed to imply that he wasn't buying it and thus not interested in giving him a title shot.
Yeah, I had the same read. And in fact, when Armin spoke to you, he said the UFC doctors came to him and tried to encourage him to fight. They said, you'll be fine, sleep it off. When you wake up in the morning, you'll be good. So if the UFC doctors are relaying that information to Dana White, I'm sure he is operating under the assumption that like Armin could have fought and should have. And so it's a messy situation. To this person's point, I'm not sure Armin's not getting the next shot. Does it like have we lost sight of the fact that like every time Dana White says something, it's not really like law?
Mm-hmm.
Like
Well,
if they need a title fight and Armin's the one that's available and he's the best option to face Islam and they need him in that moment, I'm fairly confident they will call him. I'm fairly confident they won't just go, you know what? We're not going to have Armin. We're not going to have Islam fight at this moment that we need him because we said we wouldn't give it to Armin. Dana White's 100%. John Jones. Then it's somewhere else in between. Oh, this person gets the title shot. Then it's not this person. Like, I'm not reading anything into what Dana White says that night compared to what will happen if in 3 months they need Armin.
PT seems to disagree.
Well, I just disagree with what he said about Dana.
Okay.
Yeah, we know. Take it to the bank when Dana says something. That's exactly how it's going to play out every time.
But by the way, can I just say,
thank you.
I agree with this man. I do think it should still be Armin, but I can understand. And we also brought up on Monday, Charles was in this situation, albeit a little bit different, and he got passed over and he had to fight Armin and he lost. So them's the breaks. Mr. Clean, Ariel and the boys. It seems to me like there's a fight that makes sense to me, but nobody is talking about it. Moicano stepped up, took the fight on short notice. In the past, the UFC have rewarded that. Armin, who I think should be given the next title shot, pulled out and looks like they want him to climb the ladder. Why not reward Moicano by giving him the fight with Armin? I don't hate that. And I'm going to be honest, I have not heard anyone mention that, including us. I'm sure Moicano would love a fight against such a high-ranked fighter, and Armin would probably view it as easy money. What do you guys think? I love it, but can I just say, can you please just give us Moicano versus Paddy at this point?
Agreed.
Like, is there any reason not to do this fight?
No, that's the fight.
The one.
Come on.
Also,
the one.
It's perfect.
If you're Moicano, I don't want Armin to be my fight right after Islam. That feels like a path to never fighting for a title again.
Yeah.
So Paddy seems like the right opponent for both sides.
Mr. Clean again. Ariel, on a scale of 1 to 10, how scared are you about this Chiefs game in comparison to taking on either of the teams you might meet in the Super Bowl? Ratings for all three teams, please. I was most scared of the Ravens. Scale of 1 to 10, as far as scared, I was probably like a 9.5 on the Ravens. I'm a 9 on the Chiefs just because of history. Commanders, I'm a 6, and Eagles, I'm an 8. I'm scared of everyone, obviously. I'm not trying to, but Commanders are the new kid on the block. They're very much like the Bengals of a couple years ago, young-ish quarterback, great story, never to be heard from again. And then, of course, the Eagles are tough, Saquon, Jalen, et cetera. They've been there before. They had their hearts ripped out. So I'd rather not play them. But honestly, we're not even thinking about any of this. Humble and hungry, one step at a time. You know what I've been listening to all morning? With my kids, too. I was trying to teach them about it. I can't play it, right?
What is it?
One more road to cross, one more
BMX.
bridge to take. That's the theme. One more road to
There's
cross.
2 more roads to cross, though.
Technically, we just need to get to the promised land. We'll worry about that later. And then there'll be another road to cross. But for now...
Remember Rampage came out to that song back in the day?
Yes, I remember. Vividly.
That was so fucking cool.
Yeah. Somehow Mr. Clean got in there again. What's up, guys? Love the show. Been watching since the beginning. Thank you. Personally, when I watch the show, there's a few fighters that are must-watch interviews every time they're on. I know Ariel doesn't like to play favorites and probably won't answer who he likes to interview the most. So for the boys in the back, what are your personal favorite fighters you look forward to seeing on the show? These are my personal favorites. This is his. Yuri, Francis, Dominic Cruz, Israel Adesanya, Dustin Poirier.
And before anyone else, Chael, Patty. Not Patty. Damn it. Sean O'Malley.
Again.
Felt like a shot.
Right.
Felt like a shot.
Wait, who did you mean to say?
Sugar Sean.
Oh, God.
Dustin Poirier is a great one. Darren Till is a great one. Mike Perry is a good one.
Most few.
Chael is great. There's been some good Eddie Hearns in the past.
DJ.
DJ is always great. That's a good one.
I mean, such a great connection, too. The camera, the lighting.
No one for Rick?
Arnold Allen.
Arnold Allen, class.
Oh, happy birthday to Arnold.
Yeah.
Happy birthday,
Arnold.
For me, it's the same ones that it was 10 years ago, to be honest. It's
Rampage.
Like DJ, Rampage.
Rampage,
Like it's the same
show.
guys.
It used to be DC before he turned turncoat. Benedict Cormier.
Is he making the list? Is he lowering you down when the day comes? Or
1,000%. Oh, what a great shout. We're down to 4. Daniel Cormier, 100%. He might be leading the whole charge. Oh, 1,000,000%.
All right, so 2 spots left. Did you pop a couple buttons? Did I not notice that?
He's slowly taking.
Did, yeah.
I was gonna say something, but
I
I realized that he sees himself, so it had to be intentional. So I didn't want to call it out.
Are you warm in there?
It's the new diet. You start burning more.
How much did your stomach hurt last night? At all? Or you were just like
it was
hungry?
like I was a little ornery if I'm not, if I'm being honest.
Just drink a lot of water.
Poor
What you doing?
family.
It was the mental hurdle. I just kept thinking on the ride home, how am I going to get home? I get home and I just scarf. I mean, I eat like a madman. I'm not going to lie. And how am I not going to do that? How am I going to get past this? I thought about just like walking in, throwing my stuff down, taking a shower, going to bed. Not even talking to anyone. Hi, how's your day? Great, guy. Bye. Hello. See you later.
You already scripted it out.
But then I couldn't do that. Wouldn't be very nice. Wouldn't be very fatherly, husbandly.
Dad's in a bad mood.
Also, Knicks were on. Wanted to watch that. And
Yeah, Claire would have been like, Dad's a bit ornery, huh?
yeah. What's up with the
He
old?
needs to eat something.
Yeah. So
Exactly what she'd say.
yeah, and so I said, "Listen, guys, we're fasting," and they said, "Who the f is we?"
Big fans of the show.
Were they like, are you gonna cry again?
They are.
And
Big fan.
and I said, "Look, I'm doing this for you. Okay, I want to be around."
Wow. So did you really say that?
That's a real guilt.
You're like,
trip to put on
they're like, but
you.
Dad,
You're
you
doing
just fill out
fucking
your will.
24-hour water
Do you want me
fast.
to die?
Yes.
No, seriously,
I'm doing
you
this
didn't
for
take
you.
any like important business calls on the way home, right? When you're hangry and everything.
Not that I
All right, good,
remember.
good.
Can
It
be a
has
bit
happened.
waspy when he's hungry, Helwani.
I'm a delight when I'm hungry.
You should put a do not disturb on your phone. Ariel is fasting. right
Wow.
now, so we all
Why?
know.
Why? Did you feel like I was ornery yesterday?
You've mentioned this a couple of times that on the ride home, and now I'm wondering, like, damn, I hope you didn't make any like executive decisions.
I'm just asking you. Did you feel? If
no,
you
honestly,
didn't,
no.
Frank.
You were.
That's a testament to my
You're pleasant
to
to
my
be
character
around all the
and
time,
will.
but I
Thank
could
you.
tell when you haven't eaten. I'm trained at home for that. I could tell when people's metabolism has dipped. I'm like, oh shit, good.
Wow.
Time to grab the snacks.
Wow. I hope Tracy's listening.
No, she is.
The Real Madrid. Hello, Ariel and crew. My question is, what are your thoughts on McGregor and Paul brothers together on the same bus for the inauguration? I don't know. They were, like I said, it looked like they were on a tour bus, touring around like some foreign country. It was kind of comical. Other than that, not much. Did the Paul brothers really gimmick Theo Von's chair at the inauguration? Did you guys see that video?
That's what
coming
he's
out, man.
claiming. That's what
I can't tell if it's a joke or not. Also, do you know how many people were in that room? Like, it was as VIP as possible. Like, I don't think the George St. Pierre's and the John Joneses of the world were even in there.
Oh, as in
Just the Paul brothers? Like,
even John,
Yeah,
who
the Paul
was
brothers made the cut.
around, was not in the room. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
man, it's been a weird thing to watch for me. Like, I'm obviously not American, but just bizarre, the whole thing to me. Maybe I'm by myself here. Very
In
strange.
what
Glad to see-
respect?
all of it, like the clips that are coming out, the amount of people that are there, the people that are there, it's crazy. I've never seen anything like it.
This is a good one. Hey, Ariel, how funny was it watching Conor McGregor post with the Pauls while Dylan Dennis was posting on his stories like a middle schooler who just got broken up with? I missed that, but if it did happen, it sounds pretty funny.
Dylan
Oh,
would
it
be upset
happened.
about that.
Yeah,
no doubt.
Dylan was
No
kind of
doubt.
emotional.
He would be upset. About
Was he
it.
really
he
emotional?
about?
Well,
I don't
Connor's
know if
sitting
he
there with
put
a
it out
guy
there.
who's suing him for,
No,
his
for
wife.
real. What was he posting?
He posted.
I don't
Like, there was one that was just. It was like it was a lot of like.
If you
think you
retweet
know your
this-
friends.
I think the caption was, "When I have
Wow,
my
he did one?
funeral, make sure Conor McGregor's there.
Listen,
Let
there
me
is
down
no.
one last
By the way,
time."
it must be a mistake because there's no way Dylan's doing any like subtweeting of Conor McGregor.
Oh no, he was doing it.
There's no chance in hell.
No, I think Rick actually had his eyes on it. He's confirming that it did happen.
Yeah.
What?
it
Yeah,
happened.
Dylan actually said something negative about Connor.
It
or-
wasn't
the thing.
negative. As I said, it was like you think. Okay, so all black screen. Wow, just wow. Period. That was on
That's
one of the
subtweeting.
stories.
Like a jilted
Then
ex.
the picture of I believe it's Tony Montana. No, Godfather. Godfather, Al Pacino, after like looking surly because he's been double crossed.
I'm not buying this. This is a work. I'm not. There's no chance in hell that he is ever going to.
He's sitting there. He's sitting there with the enemy. He's sitting there with the enemy.
Are they still up, or did he delete them in a panic?
This is story. This is from days ago. It's not a sell up. It's stories.
Former opponent, Logan Paul.
He fought him. He's suing him. I mean,
great boxing match.
It's also if they're selling a fight like this, jovial, all posing together for a picture thing doesn't really help them either. Because they're gonna do the whole like, no, I want to beat the shit out of this guy on fight week. And you're like posing for pictures with his ma.
I wonder if they even are gonna do that. If I'm being honest.
I'm not buying any of it. This is from Jake. Hello, Ariel and crew. I saw that Dakota Cheva posted on our Instagram story the other day that she still hasn't received the money from the $1 million tournament win. Do you know any details on this? And if she should have received this already? And if this is the same for the other fighters? I missed that one too.
Oh, Jesus, man. That's a...
I mean, it's been... What has it been? I guess it's actually... was that Thanksgiving? Yeah, so it's almost been 2 months.
You see, the way my bank account works is there's a... Hopefully PFL is just...
What are you trying to say?
I'm just saying that, you know, like maybe there's some things, you know, on the transactional side that like are mucking it up. Let's not automatically jump to she's not going to be.
Look, to their credit, no one has ever accused them of not.
Nobody said that to this point. So,
Matt Moe always loves to get the dirt, and so here he is again. What's up, Ariel? In the AH show post credits, it has Rick listed as an executive producer and GC as a producer. My question is, what responsibilities does Rick have in the uncrowned era now that he has less of these social media obligations that make him an executive producer rather than a regular producer?
This is a great question.
Yeah. Everyone
This is actually a fantastic question.
Everyone
absolutely nothing. There, honestly,
and everything.
I don't even know what I do back here.
Yeah, we've been meaning to talk to you about that.
Those credits, I think it was Jordan who was making them.
Yeah.
And he was just like, what do you guys want your titles to be? And
Rick said exec producer.
Yeah. Actually, he slammed his fist like really aggressively on the desk. He was like, executive producer.
And don't ask me again.
Grunt.
Jordan put producer, and I slammed my fist and said executive, actually.
You forgot one word there. E-X-E.
Yeah.
We were like, okay, Rick. All right, man. No, Rick is he's the barrier of entry to everything.
The keystone.
We're all just hidden back here. We don't have to deal with anything. Rick deals with all
the linchpin.
All the bullshit. He does a...
The real answer is I don't do a damn thing. And,
no, he really does. He does do so much. He's
great.
like, I'll handle it. I'll handle it. I'm just like, sounds good, man.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's great. Cool.
And then you hit up Pizzi. Pizzi, where you at? Oh, just having lunch at the local pub. Everything okay there, guys?
No, I will say, whenever I hit up Pizzi,
we do different things.
Pizzi snaps to attention. Pizzi's like the best soldier we've got. Because
MVP.
anytime you say something, Pizzi's like, what can I do? What can I do? What can I do? He's ready. Except for that one time, I was like, you don't have to do a thing. And then he tricked us.
Oh, yeah.
Can I break the
He had the
fourth
wool
wall
over all
here?
our eyes.
Go ahead.
The other day, I asked Pizzi in the show something related to what was going on in the show, and he was like, I got to admit to you, mate, like, I'm not really paying attention to the show right now. I have an article I have to write. Like, we've put the fear of God in him with writing these articles.
Frank, did you think for 1 second as that was coming out of your mouth, maybe I shouldn't say this about Pizzi? Like,
it's fine. No, listen.
We could look up at the screen and see he's not even
was there a moment where you thought to yourself, okay, Pizzi works for us.
Nothing's off the record with Frank.
He's
Pizzi,
great.
If you'd like to sign him up for your pallbearer duties as well, please.
Please
Nothing's
call.
off the record for Frank, but then if you say his last name one time, he's like, dude, what are you doing, man?
Dare.
As if we couldn't just look it up.
Yeah.
I think in like 3 months, I'm going to have Jordan update that, maybe throw a senior on and no one will notice. And then I can update my LinkedIn and be like, yeah, I got promoted. I was just flying up the ladder. Back at Uncrowned.
I actually think at the end of the credits we should have Ariel's list of people that are going to be his pallbearers and just keep it up
I'm
there.
down with that too.
At the last slide, Ariel's pallbearer.
We should just start sneaking in random shit to see if people pick up on it.
By the way, I'd like to make an announcement. I'm removing James Dolan from the list. It just occurred to me.
Okay.
I'd love to be a part of that crew that gets like the courtside tickets, like
it's probably a
and
good
there's
move.
no chance that I'm getting it. I mean, I don't get them now, but I would love to be in.
So he'll let you down.
Fraternity.
And then at your funeral, he can
For now, though, he's in my good graces. So I would.
We also need reserves
Looks like
for
you're
people
getting
that
pretty
you're going
sweet
to
tickets, to be
outlive.
honest, Ariel.
I'm buying those, PT. Okay, I don't know if you know this, but like, I know you like to get freebies, but
Are you one of those rich guys with one of them nutritionists?
Yeah. Hey, Evan asks, Ariel, are you surprised to see so many combat sports fighters show out for Trump's inauguration? When did we become this type of show, guys? I don't know. People are acting shocked.
I mean, it's pretty big news. I mean, half the roster is fucking there. Like, I mean, I'm like that. I'm like, why is John Kavanagh here? I mean, why is he over there? What?
Well, this gentleman is asking, people are acting shocked that GSP, a proud Canadian, was there, but I don't see how anyone at this point can be surprised that people who choose a profession where they get brain damage on a regular basis would have terrible ideologies and philosophies.
Wow, this feels like editorializing here.
These are people who suckle at Dana White's multimillionaire TV.
There's a lot of suckling going on during this inauguration, as far as I could see as well.
The best part about this is his follow-up question. I don't even know if there was a question in there.
Yeah, what was the question on the first
Also, where do you think your invitation to the inauguration ended up?
That is a good question.
That is a good question.
There's
Theo Vaughn got
if you got an invitation, would you go? Just for the spectacle of it all?
It takes a lot for me to leave the house these days, if we're being honest.
Nobody's fasting.
I was
Imagine
asked,
dealing with that mood.
Can I tell you, I was asked to attend BKFC this weekend.
Told him no.
Told
us no.
I was asked.
I was willing to pay for your train ticket and everything.
Thank you for that. I was asked to attend Nottingham Forest versus Man City in March.
Said no.
You know, we're still weighing our options regarding February 22nd. I am waiting for the meeting. It's going to be myself, Turkey Al-Sheikh, Donald Trump, and Dana White.
Wow.
That's the big one.
The power players in combat sports in one room.
What's the topic of the meeting going to be?
We are going to mend many fences.
Is Rogan there?
He can moderate.
I feel like Rogan's
Why
got to
weren't
be
you
there.
at inauguration 2024?
5.
What happened to Strike Force?
Yes. Why Strike Force?
There we go. From
Is Scott Coker involved too?
Why not? I think he means Affliction.
Your Donald Trump Strike Force interviews.
Affliction,
Strike Force.
Yeah.
2025 inauguration, not 24.
Yeah.
My brother was supposed to be at the inauguration.
What happened?
He got booted because they moved it inside.
He got bumped for little
inclement
Easy
weather.
X64.
So how could I be upset?
influencer.
How could I be upset if your brother got booted?
What do you mean?
He's saying he was your brother who deserves to be there was booted. How could Ariel be
right?
That I didn't get
upset
invited.
that he didn't get the invite?
Exactly. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
This is an incredible question because I was actually going to make a joke about this. I swear to God.
Okay, but what was the actual question?
I think he was just trying to editorialize. It's fine. Listen, we welcome all opinions here.
Careful.
Why careful? Frank's a raging MAGAist, and Jordan's a left. What do you call it?
Woke lib.
Yes.
Snowflake.
Bleeding heart.
Jordan runs
He's a snowflake.
Libs of TikTok or whatever that page is.
No, that's run by Right Wing.
That's run
You
by
got it
Frank.
wrong. You got
Okay,
it wrong.
Jordan runs the Lincoln Project. Is that what it is?
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know
Jordan's
what it
nodding.
is.
He's saying he's confirming.
Reading the Huffington Post right now.
Yes.
Andy's reading Project 2025 right now.
That's right.
How does Jordan resolve being such a massive Aaron Rodgers fan and being a snowflake?
Great question.
You don't.
Snowflake.
Sometimes you don't.
I tried to stop short of calling him that. but if
Sometimes you
you'd
don't
like to
meet
run
your
with that,
heroes.
please.
You know.
Yeah. By the way, this is a great question. Juan Sanchez, hello, Ariel and crew. May I suggest that if you guys ever start a video series of behind-the-scenes material, you call it breaking the fourth wall? It seems to be a popular phrase.
Oh, God.
It is true. We do overuse that way too much.
We overuse the shit out.
Frank just said it like
Who
2
the
seconds
fuck
ago.
is we?
Yeah. Among the uncrowned team, it would be very fitting. Love all the content every week. P.S. Fingers crossed for a UFC Chicago event this year. Would the team consider traveling? Yeah, we've got like 8 trips lined up. Chances of us going to a single one, very high.
I'm going to one this weekend.
I'm going to UFC London. I'm going to UFC Spain. I'm going to UFC Prague. I'm going to Ben Eubank. We'll be at WrestleMania. Throw on UFC Chicago on the list. Where else?
I'm not throwing out those flimsy like. I really am trying to go to Ben Eubank. That's the one.
The one that I actually am trying to go to is UFC London.
Well, Steven asks, quit the foreplay with the boys. Are you guys coming to London? I've just bought my tickets.
I'm hoping I'm there.
Me too, but not for UFC.
Can I just
you
say
wanna go
I
first?
totally botched that? I said quit the foreplay with the boys.
Yeah.
He actually
Quit the.
he actually wrote quit
off
with
of
the
me.
foreplay, boys. Are you coming to let
Oh, you said.
I thought you said that right.
You
Did
said
not
quit
say
the
that right?
foreplay with the boys.
Yes.
Oh wow.
Stop, boys.
Oh wow.
We are still coworkers.
Who's HR? Is that Rick as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. I actually said I was starting HR yesterday. I've
Oh,
already
okay.
got a meeting.
Connor's
set up.
play.
Connor's
I've
taking
already
that
got
one
a
off
meeting
my
set up
plate.
with Frank.
It's no
Got-
longer
got to
on
talk to you
air
later
Jordan,
on.
by the way. It's woke Jordan.
Oh.
If we had a camera rolling back here at all times, I mean, we would capture some gold. This morning, we would have captured some gold.
What happened?
This
What
is
happened?
what somebody's asking. Break the fourth wall. They want this
The
series.
T.
Is there a fourth wall?
There are no walls.
Like
here.
we're speaking to the
There's
audience.
actually
There's
literally
windows.
Well, there's 1, 2.
No, we're not
3.
speaking to the audience.
Wait, is this one wall? There's actually 4 walls here, but it doesn't close in, so there's nothing to break down in this particular studio. How about this one, guys? Alec is asking, Ariel, do you ever swerve and bend that corner? Whoa.
Do you?
The obvious answer
This is
yes.
important.
I gotta say, it's not a bad shot. I mean, like it's catchy.
What is it?
It's the Leangelo Ball song.
No.
He actually came out during the Lions game.
Oh.
If it was an
Angelo
NFL
Ball is
player,
like he's like a young Woodbridge. Wayne Bridge.
Wayne Bridge.
Pizza.
A very young.
He's like a very young Wayne Bridge.
honestly though, actually, Leangelo for Misfits, Leangelo versus KSI, musicians, fight like athletes.
By the way,
Why
we are,
not?
we are one step away from Leangelo
It
Ball
makes
fighting
sense.
in Misfits. You're
It
100%
makes sense.
right.
Didn't mean to disrespect the legend there.
Why did you just fight Till? Why does KSI just fight Till?
Nah.
They're not gonna,
Leangelo Ball.
Why not?
but I would love to see it.
Woodbridge is a thing.
Mark, hi guys.
Woodbridge.
Before Christmas, Ariel was saying that he was feeling bad after his new schedule, and one day he couldn't stop himself from eating a full tub of ice cream. Hence the fasting.
Yeah. I don't know why I feel so unhealthy.
This reminded me of one of my fondest memories of school when the tubs of Ben & Jerry's would be half price in Tesco, and I would happily eat a full one for my lunch. Other classic lunches were buy a full baguette and a full pack of salami and have that for lunch. My question is, do you have any weird school lunch memories or even any weird things you used to eat as a kid? Also, massive shout out to Josh Barnett and his Primordial t-shirt, Unreal Irish metal band. Pizza, you familiar?
No.
This is the
Don't think
question
they're
I
Irish
asked
either,
him.
though.
Oh.
I don't
He
think they're
was like,
actually
I'm not
Irish.
paying attention.
Another
I
reminder,
don't
PT wasn't paying attention during
It
the
used
show.
to drive
Frank,
me
just-
crazy. I think I mentioned my my first grade. I had a surprise party in the first grade. My parents took me and my friends to the Montreal Forum to watch Bret Hart versus Mr. Perfect. Not in the main event, but it was a match that I'll never forget because it ended in a draw. It was an unbelievable back and forth slobber knocker, and then there's Bret Hart crawling on top of Mr. Perfect. May he rest in peace. 1, 2, and then they said ding, 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 time limit. I was like, oh my God, how could they have done this? Anyway, my mom used to do this thing where she would
I remember this.
she would make hot dogs, but she would wrap them up in pita bread. And for this dinner, she broke out the damn pita bread with the hot dogs, and I was so mad. I was like, why can't we just have normal buns? Why can't we just be normal? Or, she was fresh off the boat. She just, these were the things. I used to get sambusek bejimne for lunch in the 5th grade.
Love it.
I would do anything to have that now. I would do anything. I would walk 1,000 miles in this freezing cold weather to have a sambusek bejimne. She would send me manushe bezatar. You know what these things are, guys? These are incredible
Stuffed eggplant, right?
Middle Eastern delights. No, that's
Zucchini.
mershi. Okay. Anyway, but when you're in 5th grade, 10 years old, and everyone has like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, you just want to be like them. You know? It's one of those things.
In Ireland, they just send us to school with like a bag
Vegemite?
full of boiled spuds. You know what I mean? Just get stuck into
Just
boiled
potatoes.
Yeah.
This is from Fergus. Hey, Ariel and the boys, could we get an update on the Netflix Raw episodes? Have you guys been watching and what's been happening? I don't follow wrestling closely, so I get my updates usually from you guys. You guys make me laugh every week, especially the chuckles of fellow Irishman Pizzi. Have you guys been keeping up?
Haven't checked in again. Nope.
Listen, there's
Don't even
no
think I've
giving
opened my
birth to a
Netflix
hand.
app.
I'll tell you that much. If they start doing a bit of that shit, I'll be all in.
I love that.
Bring back
PT. I'm
that
back
woman.
in if you're back in on the hand birth.
Yeah.
I've been trying to, because Ariel's like, oh, yeah, you got to keep your fingers in all these pies. We cover it all now. And I'm sticking on Tuesday morning. And I tell you what,
fingers in pies?
That's an expression.
Is that the Irish version of like keep the finger on the pulse?
Yeah. Finger. Well, what is the finger and pies thing? That is.
Do you just make
finger
that up?
You're the one that just said it.
I've never heard that.
Use that in your next article.
Don't you put the
BC.
finger in the pie to check if it's ready? And so is it that?
Who does that?
Did you just say that, or did you say fingers
I think
on
I
the pulse?
just made that up.
Yeah, I think you just
No, I said pies.
Rick has never baked in his
pies.
life.
fingers in the pie.
I think I was trying to like say.
Did Rick just say
keep as many plates spinning?
Stick your finger in a hot pie to see if it's ready. This explains why he has Band-Aids on his
dirty ass finger too?
We do have more here.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thomas.
Sorry.
All right, lads. Just to give a UK perspective on the UK reaction to Wayne Bridge and KSI, it has been a stain on KSI rather than Bridge. Bridge has come across as having self-respect and not being dragged into that circus. Bridge is well known over here and is a nice guy, so extremely weird on KSI's part. Peace and love to you all. I love everything you all do. Thank you for that, Thomas. Nobi. Hello, Ariel and crew. Last week I proposed to my girlfriend and she said yes, Mazel Tov.
Woo!
I decided to pop the question outside the place where her father and late mother got married. Would you be willing to share your engagement story? I think I've told it before.
Yeah, you did.
What was it, Frank? If you were listening?
You made a special trip with a friend to show up at her apartment? No, you guys were living together. You went somewhere for work. Then it was a surprise. All right, you know what?
It's not bad. It's actually not bad. And he made... Oh, wow. I told her that I was going to Dallas to cover HGNet Fights 2 in Dallas. This is in 2008. In reality, HGNet Fights 2 was happening the following week. Of course, she didn't know the difference. I flew to Montreal. I went to dinner with her parents. I asked for their permission, her hand in marriage. And then I took the 6 a.m. back the next day, 24 hours, and set up my digital camera. We were living on 94th and 3rd, apartment 2716, and I went up there, set up the digital camera over my jacket. It was December or November or December. I think it was December. And I rang the doorbell, knocked, went down on the knee, presented the ring, and that was it. When I was eating dinner with her parents, having sushi, we talked a lot about politics and group chats and things like that. And I said, look, I want to keep it clean, all right? Like, don't drag me into your mess. But
and here we are.
Yeah, they didn't stick to their word. Chris, are there any updates on Jones and Aspinall? When does that fight look like it's happening? No, unfortunately not. Another one from Chris. Oh, I thought I just got a text from one of the family members. Hey, Ariel, quick question. When is International Fight Week this year, June or July? I think it's late June again. I think. And also, is there a headliner you have heard, possibly Jones Aspinall? I have not heard. I mean, same guy asking back to back. Hey, Ariel and the best crew on YouTube. Thank you. This is from Cape Town Matt. I'm a photographer from Cape Town, South Africa, and I listen to you guys whilst editing. So grateful for the new format, 5 days a week. Gone are the days of me having to find something on the JRE to listen to after I finished the old Monday and Wednesday episodes. Question for GC. Do you ever feel down when Ariel mentions the newer fans? Thanks for all the entertainment and best of luck with the gout, NYRik.
No.
I don't know why you would.
No, yeah. I am a newer fan.
Yeah, it's not a shot.
No, it's just the fact of the matter. I did fall down a rabbit hole. UFC posted like this 2-hour super compilation, and it was called, I think, When Fighters Hated Each Other, and it went back through all these amazing rivalries, and it was like the build up, and then the fight itself, and then the post fight. It was good. It was good stuff. I watched the entire 2 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Tito Ortiz versus Ken Shamrock.
Tito Ortiz.
Oh yeah, that was incredible. They fought 3 times.
Yeah, McGregor was on there. Who else was on there? Ronda and Misha Tate, I believe, was on there. There were some good ones. Though, and UFC did it really well for free on their YouTube channel too.
They've been upping their YouTube game, I noticed.
Yeah, I mean, I love the old stuff. I wish I was an active fan when it was all going down.
This is from A-Dub. Hi, Ariel. Does Joe Rogan attend the Fight Week fighter meetings or just shows up Friday night for ceremonial weigh-in? He doesn't attend the fighter meetings. Why? I don't know. I mean, he's got a great I mean, he just shows up for the pay-per-view. It's
Does what he
incredible.
wants.
Yeah, it's freaking Joe Rogan. Yes.
Must be nice.
Must be nice.
That's a drop. I guess.
Yeah, let's
I
drop
guess-
that drop. Let's
I guess,
get rid of
I
that.
guess
one.
that Frank is.
Oh, that's a drop,
Yeah, I
Frank?
guess
Yeah,
that
we're gonna
Frank-
drop that drop. No more. Done.
The way that made that seem was me and
Yes.
Rick were back
We said
here
it
with
at the
like
same time.
shit-eating grins, like looking at each other and being like, "Okay, on the count of 3, we're gonna say must
Yes,
be nice."
that's
That's what it made
Exactly
it
how
sound.
it came up.
And
That's
then I was
actually what
thinking-
happened.
And then I was thinking, like, is there some sort of like shot here? Is there an implication?
Us saying that about
Yeah,
fucking Joe Rogan.
yeah. No, about me. I don't know.
Yeah.
Wow.
Speaking of shots and implications, I just want to read this. The idiom may have come from the idea of tasting every pie or being involved in making them. The precise origin of this metaphor, which presumably alludes to either tasting every pie or being involved in their concoction, has been lost. So just want to correct the record as everybody was, getting all
Really get your
happy,
finger
go
in the
lucky,
pie,
and
man.
laughing. They would stick the finger in the pie to taste them to check if they were ready.
I think we're gonna drop that one.
Just
But the pie is in the
just-
sense what I was talking about was like boxing is one pie.
Yeah, you. It's a
Wrestling
metaphor.
is
We know you're not talking about literal pies. I'm just saying that's where the phrase.
So I'm
comes from.
correct.
as I suggested, and then everybody just raucously laughed
They don't
about
call you
because they
executive
were
producer
incorrect.
for nothing.
These new fans, they don't understand the
They
pie
don't know.
reference.
I
They
was
don't know.
thinking. I was thinking you were talking about real pies, PT. That was a big call.
Not a big pie guy. I was offered some pie last night and I said, no, thank you.
What kind?
Oh,
It was blueberry.
I thought you were going to say something completely different.
That's a great pie.
I'm happy. Patrick, favorite segment of the week. Ariel, I saw on X that Nina Drama gave you a shout out for the Armin interview. Any chance of getting her on the show? I know it's a long shot, but I'm a fan of her content for the most part, and the fact that she was getting death threats is deeply disturbing. Yes, I agree with that. I would have no problem having her on the show. Let's have everyone on the show. Like I said, 2025, we're all about peace and love, peace and love. I don't know if she would come on. Do you guys want Nina Drama on the program?
She was my pick for Creator of the Year. She won.
What do you mean your pick? Oh, when you...
Yeah. I called that one from the heavens.
Should we do a face-off, a virtual face-off
between
Nina Drama and MMA Guru?
Yeah, sign me up.
Wouldn't that
Oh
be?
yeah, there was beef. It was
Yeah.
beef. I
Big
remember
beef.
that.
Yeah, big beef. Yeah, sign me up. I don't know if you're gonna get the latter or the former.
Are you kidding? He'd come running. He's going to make an hour and a half video just based on me mentioning his name here. A breakdown with a telestrator and all. I would do it. I mean, that'd be big business. I don't know what it would be, but it would be high drama. I'm kidding, of course. Peace and love, peace and love. Please don't send me any things to sign past August the 26th, I think it was, or maybe October. But no, I think she does a great job. And I met her at the MMA Awards, and she was very, very nice. And then I said, does your boss know about these niceties, these compliments that you're paying me? And I didn't say that. She was very nice. We took a picture together. It was great. I was hoping she would post the picture first so then I could post it too, but I didn't want to be the first one to post it. You know, it was kind of a...
Waiting for you to talk shit.
You didn't want a
and post it,
fanboy.
Like, oh, he asked me for a picture when he met me.
Yeah, I didn't want to do that.
Yeah, you didn't want a fanboy. I get it.
You know what I mean?
She comes in studio. You guys take a picture together, and then
Oh, that'd be nice. We could do it. We could do it.
GC, would you get the picture too?
For sure.
We could do it with the Polaroid.
For sure.
No.
Yeah, we can make it happen.
Okay. YFG94. What's up, gang? Would you guys rather take one uppercut from a prime Mike Tyson or 1 minute of wrestling from Khamzat Chimaev?
1 minute wrestling.
What?
What's wrong with you? Of course.
Yeah.
Brain damage. Come on.
Yeah, of course. It's like the
he's gonna get
easiest one ever.
beat the shit out of you for a minute. Like, well, a minute's grand.
Would you guys are taking the Hamza?
Yeah, 100,000%.
Prime Mike Tyson uppercut
Yeah.
is
I'm not
awful.
taking a clean shot
he might
from Mike
kill me.
Tyson.
Like, that could actually
It
kill
could
me.
kill me. Yeah.
Forget Prime. Right now, if Mike Tyson hit me with a clean uppercut, I'm going to outer space. So I'm going to pass on that.
The broken jaw thing though. Like, is Hamza just wrestling you, or is he going for submissions too?
It says wrestling.
Just as
Yeah,
Even
that's
if he's
wrestling.
submitting you, submissions are fine. Go for it.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
ask Robert Whittaker that.
Is he going full force?
Yeah, that
Oh,
could
would
hurt.
prefer that than
Of course he's going. Of course
Pushing.
he's going full.
I'm
force.
tapping out instantaneously. I'm tapping before he even shoots the double. We're
We need
done.
more
Just keep getting
speculations.
to go.
Can you tap?
It's 100% the takedown. As much as the takedown will suck. I mean, an uppercut from
gonna
Mike
suck
Tyson
that
in his
bad.
prime might actually take your head off your neck.
Yeah.
Good killing.
Legit. Greetings, Ariel and crew. Any chance of the Arnold versus Aljo fight being added to the London card? Card's looking flat at the minute and could do with a couple big fights. Haven't heard that. Aljo didn't love Andrew Feldman's Hey Arnold edit. No, was it Aljo? No, Arnold didn't like it, right? I think it was Arnold. Jordan, Ariel, we saw the pic of you sweaty and nervous after the Bills game, but during the game, do you put your phone away and focus or talk only to your kids or specific Bills fans? So I'll tell you this. Mark Henry, famed coach, and his son Pino are hardcore Bills fans, and we have a Bills group chat. I also will talk to a couple other people. I may have some, celebrity fans, but I don't like to. I have some high school friends, my friend Phil Dirksen, Jason Tackman. Not much in our group chat during the Bills games because I'm assuming everyone's just locked in. There were a couple of texts, but for the most part, I'm not like scrolling through Twitter and things like that. I try to keep it pretty quiet.
It's very tense though. The texts are tense.
Oh, PT and I text a lot. PT and I text a lot, right?
Yeah, Bills games, you. Every other game, Jordan. Jordan is my NFL guy. Especially when we used to. Obviously, he's on vacation again this week. But we used to organize the show on Thursday nights. But
you're just as disappointed as I am, by the way.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite things to do, and permanently on vacation. Woke Jordan. What can you say?
Wow, this is amazing. This is incredible. We have some super chats, by the way. I want to give a shout out to the super chat crew. Oh, there's a lot. This is from Lazy Bed. Thanks for breaking the fourth wall, Young Woodbridge. Who's Young Woodbridge?
That's what.
That was. I accidentally called Wayne Bridge that. Wow, that was up to date. That was quick.
Do we have our first guest or not yet?
Framing him up.
Almost.
Can't wait to stop talking to us. Look at this.
No, I just noticed the time. This first hour and a half has flown by. Since there's no show on Sunday, when do we have shows on Sunday? Maybe the post show? Anyway, how about bringing back a favorite of the channel to create Frank and Luciana?
That would be a great show. I'd watch the shit out of that.
Oh my God. Also, GFL draft watch along on Friday? No.
GFL having a mare. Let's be honest. Having a fucking mare.
Top 3 countries to travel for all of you. I don't know if we'll get to all of that, Jake, but we could get to it later.
United States of America.
USA, Canada, and Ireland. I mean, what more?
Thank you.
What more? There's a lot of super chats here, so let me get to the rest of them back end of the program. For now, we put a pin. 29, not bad, not bad. Like I said, old school, love it. Let's get to our first guest of the day. He is headlining Knucklemania 5. Yes, 5 this Saturday. They're expecting a sellout. Wells Fargo Center, Philadelphia. What a weekend for Philadelphia sports. You got the Eagles against the Commanders on Sunday. You got Knucklemania. You got BKFC making its debut at the Wells Fargo. They're saying 18,000 or so fans expected on Saturday. Live on DAZN. The main event is a juicy one. It's Eddie Alvarez, the Underground King, the pride of Philadelphia, going up against the hard-hitting, undefeated under the BKFC banner, the great Jeremy Stevens, 2-0 in BKFC. He'll be going up against Eddie Alvarez, and he is kind enough to be joining us right here and now. There he is. Hey, Jeremy, how are you?
Fantastic. How's it going, Ariel?
It's going great. This is big time stuff. Massive main event for you against Eddie Alvarez in Philly. Could I just ask, how cold is it in Philly right now? And I know you're a West Coast. I know you're originally from Iowa, West Coast guy. Is the body used to this type of weather?
Yeah, I left my feelings back home with the wife and kids, brother.
Okay.
We're here for purpose. You know, I don't really get into my feelings, man. I'm embracing this type of weather, and feels like home.
Okay, I love it. What was your reaction when you got this offer to fight a legend like Eddie Alvarez in his backyard, BKFC's debut there? What was your reaction?
I actually pushed for this fight. You know, when I said that, hey, you're really living in my dream, I actually pushed for this fight. They were wanting something different. You know, I was really advocating for myself to go through with this fight. You know, to come here into hostile territory out here in Philadelphia, it's just kind of like a dream come true. Definitely inspired me to come out here and do something that most people really wouldn't.
When you say that he was living in your dream, what do you mean by that?
Like I'm the one who made this happen. You know, I've been fighting my ass off. You know, I wanted a good fight, a big fight, a big name, and to go out there and prove myself. You know, we were supposed to fight sometime around like December. That never happened, and they advocated to come out here in Philly. So I feel like I'm the one who actually pushed for this fight. You know, I made it happen. You know, I took a pay cut fighting the last opponent to prove to myself. You know, I wanted some big fights and big scraps, and it was a good opportunity. I'm glad I did it, and here we are in a main event in a big fight, one of the biggest yet to date for BKFC.
So this is going to be your third fight under the BKFC banner. So far, liking it more than you had anticipated? What are your thoughts on the experience coming from MMA?
Yeah, to be honest, you know, I kind of looked down on it. I was like, you know what? You know, I really like this MMA stuff. Like, I'd rather just stick with that. And it was not until I actually got in there and got the opportunity and felt, you know, I've never felt so alive. I never felt so much more primal than BKFC. You know, I've been in some street fights as a kid. That's how I grew up. In Iowa, you know, we're really well known for getting in some street fights. So to kind of come back to it full circle with having the experience of MMA, I've been getting into the boxing over the past few years, which has kind of been a resurgence for my career to learn boxing. I'm actually falling in love with the boxing process, sparring pro boxers and really good boxers that are challenging me and forcing me to level up. And to be in this bare knuckle game, it's definitely primal. It's a whole new different feeling of adrenaline and primal that I haven't felt, and I truly genuinely love it. I feel like bare knuckle was, you know, built for me.
Wow. And so when you say that you're training with guys and things like that, is it to the point where you're like, I don't want to do MMA ever again? You like this so much? Because I think you're a part of GFL as well, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, so you were going to try to do both.
Yeah, I'm a prize fighter at the end of the day, Ariel. You know, I put food on the table with these hands, you know, since I've been 16 years old, 18, you know, I had like some little jobs here and there. And then once I got into professional fighting, the clothes on my back, the cleats on my daughters, you know, to the house that I have, and is everything is through fighting, you know, through prize fighting. I love the BKFC. It's a whole different way of being, you know, like not everybody's built for that. I feel like it's a true fighter sport. And there's some opportunity out there in MMA as well. You know, I think putting some space between the MMA has been a good thing, but I've been really falling in love, like I said, with the boxing process, becoming one of the best, working on becoming one of the best boxers and bare knuckle fighters has been my goal. And it's right up with my purpose, my intentions. And I love it. You know, God's really blessed me with heavy hands. And I love learning the boxing. You know, it's rejuvenated my my whole process.
So you guys have had some interesting face-offs. They took you guys to the Rocky steps and all that stuff, but the one at the press conference I thought was supremely interesting. We're looking at the photos here. These are great, iconic photos. The one at the press conference, and they had the sound up. We could hear you guys talking to each other. And Eddie said to you, here it is. Eddie's saying to you, you've never been a champion, you'll never beat a champion. And it got pretty spicy there. What was your takeaway from this?
Just riling them up, getting the reactions out of it. You know, champion's not a belt. It's a mindset, and it's in the heart. You know, I've beaten former champions, this and that. You know, words are words. But when we get in there and get in there, he's going to find out what type of champion I truly am. And, you know, the eyes, Chico, they never lie. They never lie, bro.
What did you see when you looked into his eyes?
I just see a guy who's just unprepared, you know, hasn't been training. You know, he got his face caved in the last time, you know, when he quit on the stool. You know, there's a difference between a man who's hungry and a man who's starving. I'm the guy who's starving. You know, I wanted this opportunity, and I get it in a main event here in his hometown. I know people aren't really here for me. I get a chance to be the heel. I embrace this. My whole life I've been counted out, underdog. You know, life with UFC, PFL, like I feel like everything has really been built for this moment. It's God's timing. You have to trust it in. I really feel like this is my time and this is my sport, and I'm gonna take everything from him right here in his hometown. Ruthless.
I love it. A bit of a silly question because I know the next one is always the biggest one, but considering the venue, considering the crowd, considering who he is, considering you're the guy that, let's be honest, 95% of that arena on Saturday is probably not going to be rooting for you, and you could go in there and ruin all their plans. Does this feel like the biggest moment of your career?
Yes, I do, Ariel. Yeah, it's always the next one, but this is the biggest one. Here I am at this point in my career, this day and age. I'm not showing any signs of slowing down, continuing to get better. People talk about my losses, but I put myself back together 1,000 times and continue to win, continue to go out there and have pure dominant performances and look good doing it. You don't see any slow in my step, and you don't see me slowing down. So constantly evolving, constantly trying to put myself out there for challenges. And, I welcome this type of shit. I've been counted out and doubted my whole life. When I went to new schools and I always had to wrestle off or compete for a position on the baseball field and this and that, I was always rooted against because I was always going to a different school. I didn't have that many friends. I always believed in being my own cheerleader, my own positive self-talk. All I needed was just my faith in God and just the ones that are around me and in my life, they know what I'm really capable of. But regardless of all that, like I love being put in these moments. I love being doubted. I love being counted out. I love being like, oh, who the fuck's that guy? This and that. I use it as fuel. I definitely use it as jet fuel and no pressure is on me. I'm coming in here to be hated. I fucking love it. You ever watch the Vince McMahon story about being the heel? You get paid more doing that type of shit. Remember Bisbink back in the day? I remember seeing him in like LA and everyone's like, boo, boo. I happen to look over. He's just fingering the whole crowd. And, he's one of the higher paid guys. And he went out there and he did his thing. So I enjoy this type of moment.
It's interesting because we saw that mentality on display at the press conference. And I saw a clip with Eddie afterwards saying he was taken aback by the way you were acting at the press conference. He thought you'd come in respectful and all that stuff. And he said his quote was that you threw him for a loop because of the things you were saying about Philly, about him. And so it sounds like, this has been the mindset from the beginning. You are going to try to piss him off. You are going to try to get under his skin. Do you feel like you have been successful in doing that?
I'm not trying to do anything. I stated a lot of facts. There's Philly, they're always blowing it. They lost to KC. We got Andy Reid now. It's just a history with them. I didn't say anything that wasn't really out of line. I'm not making up bullshit. It's a lot of facts going on. So if it riles up some feelings, read the book, The Four Agreements. Don't take it personal.
By the way, are you a Chiefs fan?
Yeah. I'm from Iowa. We don't have a team, bro. We're such a small place down there in Iowa. So I always went down as a young man. Always went to Chiefs games back when Dante Hall was, running them back, Priest Holmes in the building. And, now we got Andy Reid and we're about to do a three-peat.
Nah, Jerry, you're talking to a lifelong Bills fan right here. You know that, right? Had I known this, I don't know if I would have had you on this Wednesday. I had no idea. This is crazy. You can't talk that shit. Come on, you guys have won enough.
The Bills, they're all right. I got a good friend, Deion Dawkins. He's a homeboy of mine. And
that's your friend?
Really cool dude.
The Snowman?
Snowman, yes, sir.
How do you know him?
I met him through a friend out in Vegas, through Zach Zito, and we met at a bachelor party down in Miami. One of the coolest guys that I've met, man. Just a super professional, super genuine, fun guy. He's competitive, and he is, as you see him on TV. He's just he's awesome, man. I can't say enough about that dude.
So don't you want him to win? You guys have won, and your boy, he's your friend. You don't have friends on the Chiefs.
If they go and win, man, hey, salute, props to them. I'm always supporting friends and teammates, but I got to go with the Chiefs. I've always been a big fan of the Chiefs since I was a young man. And, I actually, when Andy Reid was on the Eagles, he was just such a great coach growing up. You always heard just amazing things about him. And you don't really hear too many things like that. And just to see what he's done, he's coming over to the Kansas City and what he's continued to do. Just huge fan of Andy Reid.
All right. Well, we'll put that aside because I do like you, but I don't like your allegiances at the moment.
Hey, this is what I'm going to be doing all week, bro.
Yeah, you're pissing everyone off.
Breaking hearts.
That's right.
What I do. Call me HBK, Heartbreak Kid.
I love it. Are you a pro wrestling fan from back in the day?
Yeah, I grew up watching wrestling. My favorite. Can you guess them?
I guess it's HBK.
No. Give you one more guess.
Oh, man.
A wild, exciting, crazy, energetic dude.
Was it Brian Pillman?
Ultimate Warrior, big dog.
Ultimate Warrior. Okay, that's a good one. I hated the Ultimate Warrior. I thought the whole gimmick was just too much. It was a lot of yelling and screaming and face paint. It was too much for me. I was a Bret Hart guy.
Yeah. Yeah, Ultimate Warrior is wild. He couldn't wrestle for shit, but he'd come out explosive, just light up the stage, and he was out.
So this is good. I like this. You're playing the heel. You're getting people riled up. You're getting people upset. Part of the motivation, is it to retire Eddie Alvarez? Do you want to be the one to retire the Underground King, one of the all-time greats in the history of the sport of MMA?
I really don't give a fuck about him, bro. And I don't. That's not even none of my worries. I'm focused on me being the best, absolute, brutal, vicious, bare knuckle, violent fighter to date. I'm truly that guy. I don't focus on the opponent. I literally just focus what's in my controlled variables, and I just stay clear. Champion mindset, solid up here, bro. I'm only worried about me doing me, and if I go out there and do my absolute best and do what I was born to do, like you seen the highlight, brother.
Mm-hmm. Do you think he is looking past you? Do you think he looks down on you when he talks about you've never been a champion and the way he's speaking to you? Do you feel like he thinks that he is above you, that his career, his resume is above yours?
I don't care what he thinks, man. I'm doing me. I'm having fun. I ain't playing no part. This is truly just me. I'm worried about me going out there and just smashing the opponent, brother. I'm looking to inflict a lot of pain and do what I was born to do. I've broken two men inside the that squared circle. I broke Jimmy Rivera and I broke Bobby Taylor. A lot of people talk about the decision win, but he took a knee those last few seconds. He was enduring a lot of punishment. The opponent the last time he had his face caved in, eye orbital broken. So I'm worried about going in there, inflicting a lot of pain, bro, and bringing flashbacks of that type of memory. So I'm just worried about me doing me, and if I just stay focused on me, it's going to be a great night for me, brother.
You said you're no stranger to street fights back in the day. Can you give us a good street fight story from the Iowa days? Who tried to jump you, and then you took out like 10 guys as they all tried to give us an old school little heathen street fight story?
All right. One time I was at a spot called Big Dog Billiards, and this one guy, I was talking on the phone one night, and it was with a girl, and she's like, "Oh, so and so," and he used to go to my high school, is here, and he was like talking shit in the background, and he gets on the phone, he's kind of yapping his chops, saying this and that. And I was like, "Hey, bro, I don't talk shit. I'll see you when I see you." I seen this guy like a year later. I was at this Big Dog Billiards, and my buddies, they go walking off in the corner, and I was paying to get the balls to go shoot some pool. And I seen the guy, and I said, "Hey," and he's like, "Oh," he got all scared, right? And his boys were there, like they had like probably about 14 dudes with them, but he was walking with this other cat, and I was like, "Hey, what's up, motherfucker? Like, let's go outside." And my buddies, they had walked, out to the side to go over to the pool station where we were going to go. So I start walking out with these guys. Well, my friends happen to see me, and all these guys are like going out. So we get outside, and like I'm like kind of getting at it with this guy, and the owner comes out and goes, "Hey, man, you guys don't do that shit here. If you guys go around the corner, it's whatever. But if you guys start fighting, we're gonna call the cops." And my buddies like come flying out the door. They're like, "Hey, what's up? What's up?" So I'm like, "Hey, let's go around the corner. Let's go fight." So we go around the corner, and the kid, he didn't want nothing to do with me, but his buddy, that was there, he was getting like all excited. He's like, "All right, I'll fight you." So we get into a scrap, bro, and I knocked out his tooth.
Oh.
And the first couple exchanges, and he's like covering his mouth. He's like, oh. And I'm like, "Yeah," I'm pumped up at this point. I'm like, "Yeah, what's up, motherfucker?" Like, yeah. And his boy, another friend. Oh, by the way, that wasn't the guy that I was supposed to fight.
Oh.
He wanted nothing to do with me. So I ended up knocking his friend's tooth out, right? And so he's all hurt. He's like, like I'm good. So I'm like, I'm pumped at this point, like just kind of flexing, ego's kicking up. And his boy was like ripping off his shirt, like a completely different dude than the dude I'm supposed to fight. Like now this is another friend. So I'm like, "You want some too?" Like Debo, like, "You want some too, old man?" And dude, we get into an exchange, and then boom, knock out this motherfucker's tooth. And then like I'm just going nuts. And I only got like 4 homeboys with me, and it's me, so it's like 5, and there's like 15 dudes. But I'm with this one cat. He's a bulldog from Fresno. He's got a big Aztec. You know, he's a Mexican dude. He's got this Aztec like tattoo. He looks like a scary dude. And you know, he's like, hey man, if you guys jump in, I'm gonna pop the trunk and start popping fucking caps at all you guys.
Oh, no.
So everybody's like, all right, 1-on-1. So there I was, dude, and one night knocked out two teeth.
Damn.
I was like 18 at the time, and like all my buddies, they're a little bit older. They're all like up in their 21, 22, and they took me out to the bar, like, and had a great night. But just to finish the story, you know, when I knocked out these guys, like their tooth, they're all kind of quit. You know, I'm pumped up, and I looked over to the dude I was actually supposed to fight, and I'm like, you little fucking bitch, look at you, like your boys took an ass whooping for you, motherfucker. And I'm like, you guys are friends with this cat? This guy's a piece of shit. You know, and then we just took off, went and had a good night. But two teeth knocked out in one night, bro.
Damn.
18 years old. I probably got some. If you look real close, man, I got scars on my.
Oh yes.
On my knuckles from like knocking teeth in from when I was a kid, bro. I used to get in fights all the time.
Like how many?
I was in second grade.
Yo,
like,
those knuckles have seen some things and have hit some things too.
Yeah, and they don't swell up. Told you after the Jimmy Rivera fight, there's a thing where I'm like, no swelling. Hands, I mean, God given right here, bro.
Wow. How many street fights do you think you got into back in the day?
Man, I've probably been in well over 30 street fights, bro.
Wow. Were you ever arrested?
Yeah, I was arrested on fight night. Come on, act like you don't know.
Well,
this.
come on. I don't mean from that. I mean, I remember that story. That was the craziest story of all time in Minnesota. I mean, like from the street fights.
Yeah, I did get arrested one time for a street fight. You know, I was in a bar and I was 18 and got into it with these guys, and yeah, I definitely went to jail. They actually started the fight. It was funny. We were just looking up for some friends. Me and a buddy of mine. We're going to look for somebody to get out of there. Some dude's like over there with a couple buddies, like he's arguing with his girlfriend. We kind of just happened to hear a tussle, and then he's like, "What the fuck you guys looking at?" And then like he was yelling at his girlfriend, and we're like, "Hey, dude, we're just looking for somebody." And he comes up and he kind of like starts pushing me, putting his hand on my chest, and next thing you know, bro, I just start clocking him because, you know, at that point, you know, I'm like, dude, these guys are gonna try to fight us. And me and my homie, we wreck house. And the security grabbed us up. You know, I'm talking to this cop. You know, I'm like, hey man, these guys started it, this and that. Well, the guy comes down and he's covering his nose and he's bleeding, and he's like, it was him, it was him. And I'm like, that's the guy I got into a fight. And then the cop's like, hey man, I'm sorry, bro. And the cop was actually being really cool. I remember he's like, I gotta arrest you. And I'm like, bro, he started this shit. Like, you know, we just finished it. Like he was over there yelling at his girl. We had nothing to do with it. Like the guy was just upset that we happened to look over, and that was the first time I went to jail.
Damn. You know, it's crazy. I bet there's a lot of new fans now that don't even know the Fight Night story. That are probably Googling right now being like, what the hell? You know what I mean? Because so long ago. That was 2013, I think, or 2012. October.
2012.
Minnesota.
Yeah. And you know what, man? Dana White, dude. Props to him, dude. He's still a great friend, and you know, I'll never forget him really truly having my back, and yeah, that was a wild one, bro.
I was working for Fox back then. I was backstage, and I saw kind of like all the madness going on. And you know, he did an interview with us backstage, but I could just see the look on his face, like he was like a raging bull back there, just like determined to fix this.
Yeah, he tried 3 different ways, bro. He had money, he had a wire, and they were just screwing him around. You know, my bail was $100,000 cash surety, which means it had to be $100,000, not $10,000 for the bond. You know, he actually told me he was with a lawyer when Paris Hilton had dropped that bag of coke back in the day. He was with her lawyer at the time, and they're like, dude, I've never heard of this. Like, Iowa's being so weird, you know. And then I'm in the jail, like stretching out, like they're talking about how they're going to let me out. Your boss is going to get you out. And I'm just like, man, I'm going to light this fucking place up, dude. Like, they let me out of here, and it never happened, you know. I was just being super strict, and I think that's back when, you know, like, Dana was like, you know what, man, they really have it out for this kid. I don't understand it. And he kind of took my side on that, you know, and stuck with me. And, you know, thank God, bro, because that was a wild situation. And I didn't get out that night. I ended up having to get deported back to Iowa like 8 days later, and then I spent a couple days there, and into Iowa. I was like in jail for like 2 weeks before they even lowered my bond and this and that, bro. Had a huge hassle to deal with, and definitely a hard learning lesson in life.
Man, I didn't know about the deporter back. They drove you back from Minnesota?
Yeah, they drove me back. Yeah.
Wow. Holy shit. There you are. You're about to headline a UFC event.
I was like, hey man, can you guys let me use the phone so I could like set up my like bank account so my sister, someone can grab me some money, my wife, like get some money out of my bank to get me out of here. And they were being cool, let me use the phone. And then once I got there, it wasn't good. I saw the judge like right at the very beginning, and I was like, yeah, can I get my 100,000 cash surety? It seems kind of wild for just an assault charge, and they're like, nope, close the book. I go back into the cell, and then I'm on the TV watching it, and there was a guy who had faked his transcripts, who had gone to jail. He was like 23 years old, faked his like school transcripts. He was working at a school, had basically molested a little 16-year-old girl, and then he was they took him in, and he had a $10,000 bond, and they put him in protective custody. And that's when I was like sitting in here, and I'm like, bro, I'm here for an alleged assault, and I had $100,000 like cash surety bond on me. That's when I was like, man, fuck Iowa, fuck the system. Like, I'm fucked. I thought for sure I was like going to be in there to rot. So
damn,
it was a wild deal, man. And I'm so glad those days are over. It was a hard learning lesson, but it's one that I'll never forget, and something that I'll use of value to this day.
Did that get thrown out? Like, what was the conclusion of that?
Yeah, I got off of everything. I got a lawyer, Alfredo Parrish, my guy Matt Bowles in Iowa with Alfredo Parrish Law Firm. It's one of the best law firms in Iowa that you could get, and they got me off once all the facts came to. My name got dragged through the mud like I'm some fucking idiot just doing this. And look, I've been in some street fights, guys, but I grew up very well mannered. I never started fights. I went through a lot of schools. I got picked on a lot, and I made sure that people just, once they, hey man, don't fuck with me. And if they continue to mess with me, I always had it from my dad, like, hey, make sure no one, ever does that again. Tell the teacher, or, if like, hey, if people keep fucking with you, make sure they never put their hands on you or try to bully you again. And, that's how I grew up. So I never started fights, but, I could definitely finish one for sure.
By the way, while we're reminiscing, did you know January 12th, 10 days ago, marked the 20th anniversary of your first pro MMA fight? It was at Downtown Destruction 1. Do you remember who you fought on that night?
Yeah, Red Worthington knocked him out via uppercut in 33 seconds.
Damn. 33 seconds of your
my
debut.
Whole life changed right there, bro. Like that adrenaline that night. He should have beat me. Guy was vicious, on paper, but I got something that a lot of people don't really think about, which is a very strong mindset and blessed by heavy hands.
How much did you get paid for that fight?
I didn't. They were going to pay me 200, and that no one ever paid me.
Ah.
So
how'd you celebrate?
Back in them days, bro, like life learning lessons. And then, shortly after that, I'd like gone up to Minnesota and fought for some bullshit fucking promoters. All promoters are scumbags pretty much. So went up there, and the guy just gave me like $60 gas money. Didn't even offer me to pay me my full pay. So. And at that point, bro, I didn't care. I didn't have a family back then. I was just doing it for the fun and pussy. That was it.
Do you remember how you celebrated?
Yeah, driving home and apologizing to my buddy who drove me up that I was going to pay for the gas.
Oh, damn.
But like they were excited because I'd won the fight, and like everybody was just happy to just that that I had won and gone up there and did my thing.
The crazy thing is,
almost got beat up leaving there too, man. I guess it was like a hometown guy. I've done this a couple times. I went to Fort Dodge on like a day notice and fought up there in a small town and beat up their hometown hero. And I've had people chasing me out of their lot, and that same night I was warming up. I beat up this guy, go out there, knee him like it was like Marvin Eastman and Vitor Belfort. Guy's leaking. I end up guillotining him as he was trying to take me down, passed him out. Get up, I'm just celebrating, like, and it's a small town, bunch of white hillbilly type people, like, we're just trying to chase me down, and I'm like, man, I gotta get the fuck out of here. Well, the promoter comes back, and he's like, hey, man, this dude doesn't have a fight, and it was like some black guy that was warming up in the back, he was like, he was kind of close by me, I knew he had like another fight, and he's like, hey, do you want to fight this guy? And I only got paid $500 just to go up there on a short notice. And I was like, yeah, pay me a flat 1,000. And he's like, da da da. And I had Josh Neer at the time, and he goes, bro, he just fought. Like he'll do it. Like he'll do it. You pay me a flat 1,000. The guy kind of was like, all right, like I'll pay you. And he looks over to the guy, the kid, and he'd been like warming up and stuff. And he's like, hey, do you want to fight him? And he had just seen what I just did, dude. I mean, I left this dude split like bad, and he was just like, nah. So I was like, all right, man, let's like Josh Neer was in the UFC at the time. He was selling T-shirts. I'm like, go, dude, get your T-shirts. Like, let's get the fuck out of here, bro. We're not welcome here. Like, we got the bag. We got the $500 that time. They actually paid me, and we got out of there.
I love these stories. By the way, after that debut, January 12th, 2005, you fought 3 days later against Gary Percival at Jungle Madness 2, and then you fought 2 weeks after that against Chris Caleb at Downtown Destruction 2. Then you fought a month after that against Chris Mickle. Then you fought 17 days after that. Then you fought 2 weeks after that. It's crazy. In 2005, you had 6 fights between January and August.
Real motherfucking G, homie.
Yeah.
Now you know. Thanks. I appreciate you throwing the stats out there like that, bro. I don't feel like I get enough credit as is for what I've done. But, as a young man, a young mindset, it just goes to show that I wasn't doing it for the check. I was doing it to break people's necks. And I just loved it, bro. It was just, like I said at the time, hopefully the wife forgives me. I was just doing it for the money and pussy at the time. It was just a fun hobby, bro. I just loved it. I grew up in 5th grade, with my grandfather who got me into this. He used to watch the UFC tapes. And, once I'll actually tell you another story if we got time.
Sure.
I was 16 years old, and he's like, hey, I'm down at Toad Holler. Like, people are fighting down there. You can sign up. He's like, you should come down and watch it. I'm like, Grandpa, I'm 16. You got to be 18 to get in, 21 to drink. And he's like, oh, I know these guys. And sure enough, I went there the first week. I watched it. And then the second week I came back, I'd fought. And that's when people started like recognizing my name. I kept continuing to fight like week after week, and then people were like, hey, man, is your dad Kelly, Mike, or Jerry? And I'm like, yeah, my dad's Jerry. Man, I watched your dad like in your uncle's fight when they were growing up. Like, it's kind of a thing like that. You're doing this now and this and that. And I'd be like, hey, can you do me a favor? Just don't tell my dad or anybody that you see me down here, bro. Like, he doesn't like me fighting. So I would like, people would come up and recognize me and stuff. I'd just say, hey, man, don't tell my dad, dude. He doesn't like me fighting. And, and history was made.
Look at you. What a life. What a career. Here you are 20 years later, headlining a sold-out major arena against the hometown boy. Conor McGregor involved. How crazy is all of this, right? The who the F is that guy for the fight against Eddie. You're back there. Now he's a part of BKFC and you're fighting Eddie. What a weird world.
It's amazing, right? Like, this is what it's about, bro. Just the opportunity, and it's crazy how life turns around, and it's just a blessed opportunity, man. I'm super grateful for this, and I know people are gonna be there to like booing me, this and that, bro. But you guys are really in for a real treat, man. I train harder than anybody. You can put anybody against me, bro. No one prepares for bare knuckle. No one prepares for fights like me. To still be doing it at this age, 20 years, 2 decades. Look at the list I fought, bro. Champions, beaten champions, knocking the fuck out. Super highlight reel. You can put my highlight reel up against anybody, bro. I guarantee it's up there in the top 10 for sure. So here I am, still doing it, not showing any signs of slowing down, and living the dream, bro. And hopefully I get a chance to beat up my fucking boss too.
Is that? I was just going to ask you that. Is that the ultimate goal? Because I feel like he really wants to do it. He wants to try this, and there's a storyline there with you.
Yeah. It's that's the delusion, right? So I feel like if I just stay focused, keep this championship mindset, and things dialed in. Saturday night's the only thing that I'm worried about. I go in there and I do my job, and I handle fucking business, bro. I mean, who better, bro? Who better? Right? A lot of people are like, oh, who the fuck's this guy? But look, he got taken out by calf kicks. He's been knocked out. Like, I've continued to grow. Like, I've continued to put myself in there. I've continued to rise and do this. And, it's all leading to this moment. Life is good.
What's the prediction? How does it end on Saturday?
I'm going to break him, bro. I'm going to break him. I don't predict fights, bro. I just prepare my ass off. Everybody talks about how like, oh, I'm not afraid to die. Well, I've prepared and trained to fight my fucking ass off to live, and I'm going to be victorious. I'm certain of it.
Love it. This was a lot of fun. Thank you, Jeremy. A great trip down memory lane, if you will. Really great stuff. Really enjoyed it. And delighted for you and can't wait for Saturday. A bunch of the guys on our show are coming down to Philly to watch it, our first BKFC event. So it's going to be an incredible atmosphere. It sounds like it's going to be an amazing sold-out crowd, an amazing sports weekend in Philly as well. You're at the top of the marquee, so enjoy it all. Good luck to you on Saturday, and thanks for doing this.
Ariel, thank you, brother. I appreciate the opportunity to tell the story, man. It was a good one. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There he is, Little Heathen, Jeremy Stevens, 2-0. In BKFC, facing Eddie Alvarez 1-1 in BKFC, the hometown boy. There's been some sort of implication that this might be the last one for Eddie, but he hasn't quite said that. By the way, they're going to have a press conference tomorrow in Philly, 3 p.m. Eastern. And the word is Conor McGregor will be involved. And so that should be quite interesting. Also, Ben Rothwell on the card. He's very fun in the BKFC world. Taylor Starling against Beck Rawlings. Rowdy Beck. They've got some momentum, these boys. We had a tremendous chat with Dave Feldman in studio a couple of weeks ago. If you haven't seen it, highly, highly, highly recommend it. He's the founder of BKFC. And yeah, the crew's going down. Road trip down to Philly. Have we planned out the itinerary? Do we know what we're doing? Where are we eating? Where are we getting the cheesesteaks, not the cheesecake. I love a good cheesecake factory. Where are we getting the cheesesteaks from? What are we doing? Geno's, Pat's?
I've talked to some local Philadelphians, and they say D'Alessandro's. That was the most. I asked all of them for their top 3, and that seemed to be the common thread. All of them had D'Alessandro's on there. I think I'm going to go try 3 places. So if anyone has any recommendations, please tell us.
Why 3?
You got to test the waters, see how they are. Okay, Ishkabibbles. I've heard Geno's and Pat's are not the move.
No,
those are the tourist.
Everyone says tourist trap. Yeah.
Yeah. So Geno's and Pat's is out. D'Alessandro's. We need 2 more.
Angelo's is me, Ariel, Mark Raymundi last time got Angelo's.
I thought we got D'Alessandro's.
No, we got Angelo's.
Damn it! All right.
It was, I believe. I'm fairly certain. Mark and
yeah, right before SmackDown.
Right before SmackDown,
the Hall of Fame. Yeah, that was
Philly,
great.
Was incredible. Could not recommend. I feel like it's the hot one right now. It's kind of the one that everybody's on. Mike, our cam op from Monday, from the PA area, told us Steve's is a spot to check out.
Steve's.
So if people got thoughts on Steve's, let us know. I'm planning to go to Steve's because I've been to all the others.
I have thoughts.
Oh, okay.
Let's hear it.
A couple who used to be our next door neighbor, and we've remained friends with. When I told them that we were going to Philly for WrestleMania, they said, you have to go to Shay's Steaks. Now, they told me this great story. Her uncle is a judge in Philadelphia, but also has a deep passion for cheesesteaks and opened up this cheesesteaks shop. We went to this place, Shay's, S-H-A-Y, new kid on the block. I think at that point, April of last year, they were open for like 6 to 8 months. The best cheesesteak I've ever had in my life. No joke. Why are you laughing?
I'm looking at it right now.
Phenomenal.
1,451 Google reviews.
Yeah.
4.9 out of 5 stars.
Phenomenal.
4.9 is a number. Like you are posting something right there.
And to have 1,000 in that short a time is pretty impressive.
Okay,
phenomenal.
So the local Philadelphians told me D'Alessandro's. You say Shay's.
I say Shay's.
Now we'll let the people speak for what the third one.
Why not do? I would actually love, because I always hear people say Pat John's tourist, but I never actually hear anyone go there and say yay or nay.
Okay, so
can we add one of those?
One of the tourist traps as a third. I'm getting there
I think that's
early.
a good one, because there you're going tourist trap.
It's a waste.
You're going.
It's a waste.
Why? Let's see it. I think this is the best indicator.
I've been there 100 times.
Tourist trap, like the insider one, and then the new kid on the block.
Don't waste the time.
Okay, I don't mind that actually.
I think that's actually a fascinating
Which one is more touristy?
They're the same. It's all. No, don't do it. Don't waste the time. Go to the premium cuts.
Okay, but what's the third then? What's the third?
Maybe it could be Angelo's. Maybe it could be the Steve's.
Ishkabibbles.
Or Ishkabibbles. We need some people to weigh in.
Got to get a water ice while I'm down there too.
Water, yeah. This feels to me like the New York pizza thing, where it's like you'll ask 10 people and then you'll get 7 answers.
Everyone's got a random one thrown
Everyone's
in there
got their own. I will tell you this though. No disrespect. It's not Pat's and G.
Wow.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there early, so I'm gonna have time, man. I'm gonna enjoy the sights.
When are you going?
Philadelphia. I pull up at like 10:30 on Saturday morning. Rick and Frank will get there till like 4:45.
Wait a second. You're gonna have 3 cheesesteaks in the span of 24 hours?
You think I'm eating the entire cheesesteak? No, we just go and get a sampling at each.
I think we need to go Friday evening.
No, you don't get to make the plans, okay? You won't even leave the house. You don't get to make the plans. Who the fuck is we? Huh?
Who the fuck is we?
Are we getting a fight feast?
Yes.
Oh, we are?
Yeah.
Of all three?
Yeah.
By the way, the chat is on fire here. They're saying Angelo's, Della Rossi. I'm seeing another one here. Wait.
We're hunting. It's on fire, but we're hunting for.
Well, there's a lot of other bullshit there. Angelo's, D'Alessandro's, Della Rossi's, Steve's.
Okay, so Steve's and Angelo's both came up.
Stevie's getting another call.
Beelzebub says he went to a swingers club in Philly back in 2019.
Oh, that's
Good
great.
times.
Yeah, I could go.
Perfect. Noted.
Rocco's.
That's a different kind of.
Angelo's.
Rocco's.
There's 2 back-to-back for Angelo's.
All right, so is Angelo's the third.
Yeah.
Angelo's
Gino's needs a mention.
I'm fairly certain, Ariel, that the one we had last time was Angelo's, and that was pretty damn good.
Has Rick always had that stud in his ear? I feel like more attention should be paid to it.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
Go. By the way, go look at Shay's menu. They've got like Wagyu steak in there. They've got filet.
Say no more. I'm sold on Shay's.
Phenomenal.
I'm in for Shay's.
There's even a chicken one that my daughter got.
See, that's now we're out.
I'm just saying it was actually fantastic. My mouth is.
Shay's.
I'm actually considering coming just for the Shay's. I didn't know Shay's was on the table. I didn't know we were going to Shay's.
All right, we're going to Shay's. You're in. Come on down.
By the way, can I just ask GC?
I'll let BKFC know you're coming.
GC, when if you were listening, when Jeremy Stevens just casually mentions getting arrested on the night that he was headlining a UFC event, is there any part of you going like, what the fuck is he talking about?
Yeah.
This was a crazy story.
It was
UFC Fight Night in Minnesota. Did you look it up?
No, I haven't looked it up yet.
UFC Fight Night in Minnesota. Literally, we're there backstage and we're like, hey, Jeremy Stevens is supposed to headline. He's in jail. Could you imagine? Dana White's backstage like a raging bull, like figuring out, and then does an interview with me backstage saying we're going to get him out and he's going to fight. And we're like, he's going to leave jail and fight? It didn't happen.
I just wonder how you, if you're watching this, how you react if you're Arman Sarukian. 24 hours before, my back hurts. I actually can't fight because I pulled my back and can't walk.
Yeah.
Screw that guy, Dana White says. Jeremy Stevens, I'm in jail, boss. Dana White, coming to post your bail. Let's get him the fuck out of there.
It was wild.
Different times, wild times.
I got to be honest. I really forgot about that story so long ago.
Oh man,
I remember
it once a month.
I mean, Saturday it's going to be on fire. The heel role that he's taken up against the city of Philadelphia and Eddie Alvarez, 18,000 people in Wells Fargo, bare knuckle, will have been crescendoing coming off the Ben Rothwell fight. It was a big underdog, by the way. That's a heavyweight championship on the line. Into this one, it's going to be scenes.
Yeah, it's going to be nuts.
I truly can't wait. I mean, the reviews from people who have been to BKFC events, and we're going to go to Knucklemania 5 in Philadelphia. I can't wait, man.
These guys are on fire.
How about there's a difference between a man who's hungry and a man who's starving? I'm the guy who's starving.
That's a bar.
I wanted this opportunity.
No, he was
He's
great.
Starving.
Some of those stories, man, and it's like he's telling us 10% of the story.
Oh yeah, those are.
You know what I mean?
I don't want to get incriminated.
Yeah.
The freaking zoom in on the knuckles. Yeah. Golly, did you see them? They were like cut up.
He's ready. And I guarantee Eddie is too. It's going to be sick.
And Evan's making a great point.
Yeah.
DC learning so much today. Arrests at UFC events and 77-year-olds giving birth to hands.
That's right. There's a lot.
I mean, there's always more to learn.
There's
right. There's always more to learn.
I'm a little bit jealous. I'm not going to lie. I wanted to go, but it's not up to me this time. I'm the one who threw it out first.
What?
To go.
BKFC?
Yes.
No, dude. We had already booked the train tickets by
that is so crazy.
You were like, yeah, maybe you guys go to BKFC.
We'd been talking about it for a while.
From jump, you were like, maybe you guys go because you were never going to come.
Such a lie. I'm actually quite offended. I wanted to go. You know, if it doesn't involve a plane, I'm more than happy to go. I drove back and forth 4 times during WrestleMania weekend.
No, we're going to Shay's. You're coming. We're going to Shay's.
No, it's my kids.
No,
my wife is going to Toronto.
Oh, they can come. Look, you do a little stop in Philly, then you go.
Maybe we just come for Shay's. We just drive an hour and a half. I mean, it takes me almost an hour and a half to get here.
Yeah.
You could be featured on the Fight Feast.
Oh my God.
Wow, Helwani on Fight Feast?
I wouldn't make the cut.
That'd be
everyone's like,
be something.
Oh, Helwani's sucking the air out of the room. Oh, why is the boss here? Oh, why does it always have to be him? Oh, yeah.
I haven't seen those comments. Are you seeing that?
It had to be him.
Yeah, it just had to be him. Anyway, gents, you guys have a very big weekend ahead of you because you're going on this road trip. And when you go on a road trip and you're about to eat a lot of food, you need to work out before. You know, you need to be fit. And so, as we said, It's Averon Wednesdays around these parts. We love our Averon. We've been having these head-to-head battles, GC versus Rick.
Yeah.
It's,
We're still doing this.
Well,
listen, hey, don't be disrespectful.
It's been a little Rampage Chuck Liddell-esque, if you will. It's been one-way traffic, okay?
Hold on. Let me just correct the record. First time, the gentleman to my right cheated we agreed the same resistance he cheated. Second time, yeah, he got me. I'm not going to lie. He had 26. I had 21. It was rough. It was a drubbing. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling confident today.
Okay, so for those that don't know, we go head-to-head 1 minute.
1 minute.
On the bike.
Who can get
Whoever
more
can
output?
get the most output. That's right.
And the resistance, we're doing the thing where...
No, you can choose whatever you want.
Yeah.
We've established now. Any resistance you want.
And you feel confident. You feel confident that you can turn the tide.
It is what it is.
I feel confident.
No, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Rick on that one.
Look, I'm not gonna pretend. I'm down 2-0.
He's yoked.
I'm down 2-0. Connor's in great shape. I'm in shape.
You're in shape.
I'm in some shape. It's A shape. I'm in A shape, and I'm gonna give it my best. But listen, I don't make excuses. I'm confident that I'm gonna be able to get it done today, and if I can, I can't. But I'm gonna give it an effort, and I feel good. I feel ready. How about that? I feel ready.
I feel like
How about this? I'm starving. Connor's hungry. I'm fucking starving.
I feel like there's a lot of pressure on Connor because the first two races were, they weren't.
It was 26 and 21. Let's not act like the last one was
close.
It wasn't 50 to 20. It was 26 to 21.
There's
Relax.
no pressure. I've only gotten better. Rick has gotten worse. He was stuffing his face with Santa's cookies over the holidays. He's done nothing.
Wow.
I have been getting in pristine
Look, you even
shape,
look. You even look like a Tour de France. You got the zip
This
up.
is the warm up. I'll lose the warm up when it's time to go. But this.
Are you wearing like a full leotard thing?
No. I wouldn't do that against NYRik. This is
okay.
easy.
I'm not a. Wow, Jesus. I'm not gonna lie. There may be some truth to that. Is it possible? Could I say my back is hurt and potentially push this off to a?
He's trying to go eat some Dave's hot chicken.
That's a low blow.
I'm ready. What?
Too soon.
That's a low blow.
Too
it was
soon.
literally 3 days ago.
I'm ready. I'm not gonna look.
You
we
set
can
the
talk.
tone.
We
then.
can talk. We
You
can
set
talk.
the tone.
You know what?
then.
I'm going.
You set the
I'm going.
tone.
Okay,
Let's just
go.
do this. Let's just do this.
And I'll just say, as you head over there, a lot of pressure, I would say, on GC. Lest we forget, after your second race, we had UFC superstar, top-ranked welterweight Sean Brady say, "Yo, I'm not impressed, and I could smoke both of you." And I think you talked a little smack.
I called him out after the last one.
Yeah.
Whenever he's ready.
Nowhere to be found, of course. But we'll go round 3 here between the guys, and I think that GC has talked a big game. I think he has laid down the gauntlet.
I'm excited to see the number Rick puts up.
I like how we've kind of moved on as if I'm not even gonna be competitive in this.
Whatever he sets the number at is just the number I have to beat. He makes it easy for me.
All right,
true.
Here we go. No, we're logged in as Connor still.
Quite low.
I mean, the disrespect just continues. Like we're already logged in as Connor.
Wow.
They already know where this is
going.
What
resistance we starting at, Rick?
All right, so let me get into this for a second here.
Tank the Tank in the chat is setting the line at GC minus 700. Is that disrespectful, Rick?
Wow,
I'll be honest, it might be higher than that. I'm thinking, this is my logic. First time I had the resistance way too low. I was just pedaling in place. That was stupid. I messed up. Second time, I tried to match your high output and then taper down. And that, I gassed out too quick. I'm thinking the plan for this one is I'm going to keep it a nice 50-60 and see if I can just keep a good pace throughout. That's my plan for the moment.
Okay.
Tell us before you start.
By the way, do you remember, just so we know, do you remember what you got last time?
I got
21 last time.
You got 26.
Do you remember what you got the first time?
I don't know.
It was lower. It was like 14, 15, right?
Yeah, we both, no, I think Connor got 15. I got something like 11. The first one was a trial run. We didn't really do it right.
And GC, you got 26 the second time?
Yeah, 26.
Smoked him.
Smoke.
Guys, easy. I'm just about to ride.
He was giving up 20 seconds.
I'm starting. I'm starting here.
All right.
I feel like, by the way, this is you guys are.
Here we go. Now, Rick, we're counting on you here.
Yeah, we lost the screen, brother.
We lost the screen, so we're counting on you to give us an update. Where are you at right now? I forgot to start my timer.
I'm just starting. I've
no line, no
53 seconds left.
Oh, jeez. What do we got?
We've got 45 seconds left. I'm at 6.
He's at 6, 45 seconds left.
Post the number, brother. Post the number.
It's 1 minute. Look at him. He's keeping pace.
I'm trying to keep a steady pace this time.
Yes.
I love it. The camera's shaking. The camera's rocking.
He
They're putting the work in. What resistance are we at?
60. I might have to go down. I'm fading.
Oh my God, already.
The legs are feeling it. He's pulling an Umar out here.
He's like Von Miller picking up the ball. He's running out of gas. What are you at? What are you at?
No. Low.
You can't even talk.
No.
What are we at? 20 seconds?
I'm at like 20, not even, 18.
Oh my.
How much time's left?
Too much.
Wow, he's not even pedaling anymore. Golly, he's not even pedaling. This is an absolute disgrace.
That's
We're
it?
done.
19.4.
19.4. All right, let's put this one to bed.
Is that actually...
I'm about to go up 3-0.
Is that actually lower than the second time?
I had 21 last time.
Golly, what happened? What happened?
You know, we went out there, we gave it our best.
Look how much he's huffing and puffing.
It was
God.
It was tougher than we expected, you know. The opposition, they showed up, they were ready.
4 is crazy. 19.4 is nasty work. How did you go backwards?
Listen, Ariel, you're in the same studio as me. Anytime you want to hop on there.
You know what? I might be the final boss.
I would love that.
Now we got GZ. He's out there stretching.
Good luck. Good luck.
Oh,
good
that's
luck.
great. You know what?
Sportsmanship.
That's very kind of you. That's very professional. AveronActive.com/uncrown. Look at that bike, by the way. It's a beautiful screen. You could gamify your workouts. GC's showing up. It might. I don't know if it's an 8-pack or a 6-pack. It's a something.
No, it's neither. It's neither. We still got the winter coat on right now.
Listen,
been hibernating. We'll get it going in the summer. Rick, going a little low here. I need to make sure I'm nice and cozy on this thing. Let's see if I can mount this thing up. No, we're just gonna have to go with this.
Your thoughts on that performance? 19.4.
Laughable.
19.4
is what I'm trying to be.
Are you actually surprised that it was lower than the second time?
Yes, I'm actually shocked. He had a month to train for this, and this is what he brings out to me.
He's Eddie Alvarez showing up to this fight on Saturday, according to Jeremy Stevens.
All right, we ready?
Yes, we are ready. Let me give you a countdown, okay? Or you could give us a countdown because I want to be able to monitor this.
I know we lost the screen in there. Obviously, tech issues happen.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Time machine. I'm gonna go. There it is. Sure enough, NYRik score 19. All right.
60 seconds.
Here we go. I'm gonna start at 95, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're underway.
Okay, here we go. Wow. You're standing up to start.
Oh, we're out of the gates hot. We're putting this one to bed.
He's standing.
This rivalry is done after today.
This is unprecedented.
The rivalry is done.
Wow.
After today. Oh man, we're already at 6.2.
Oh my God. 45 seconds
30
left.
miles an hour. Come on.
I mean, we have never seen this type of approach, this type of game plan. To start standing up is an unprecedented move. It shows his dedication.
Listen to that controlled.
27 seconds left. We're already at 15.
Wow. It's going to be a 10-7 round.
He's breathing out his mouth and in his nose. He's just peak performance right now.
Oh my God,
This
look
is
at that.
too
head
easy.
Shining.
Too easy.
Another win for the bald.
There it is.
Beat it?
Easy.
With 10 seconds to spare. What are you at?
20.
We got to where we needed to be. You're not even going.
We got to where we needed to be.
Wow.
Another dub.
That is
another dub. Just too easy. It's just too easy.
I mean,
well done. Congratulations.
Look at that. 3-0. Jeez Louise.
What was the score?
He said 20-something. He didn't even care. This is like someone, in a 100-meter dash just blowing through the competition and literally just walking across the finish line.
Yeah, you know what? I don't appreciate, this could be an opportunity for some support. This could be an opportunity for okay, here we're going to get in the lab. You're talking all that smack from the sidelines. You could come train me since you're so skilled.
The point is
dunking on me.
I don't feel like you took the last month seriously.
Look, am I going to lie and say that there weren't a lot of Haribo deals at BJ's where I just killed like 15 pounds of gummy bears? I'm not going to lie and say that didn't happen. But am I going to make it as an excuse? I'm not. It was well done by GC.
I'm done with this old man.
You're finished?
3-0. What more is to be said?
It's over.
I'm done with him.
No.
It's been
I'll
over.
be back. I'll be back.
I got one name on my mind, baby.
Oh.
I said it last time. I'm going to say it again.
Oh.
I don't need to be racing against dads, racing against bums out here.
Jesus. What?
It's over between me and Rick.
Wow.
I need a name on my resume that people are going to respect. No one respects me beating New York
alpha.
Rick. I want a real athlete. The king of the PI. Still an easy ride for me.
Wow.
I'm the fastest two men on wheels, baby. You know what it is, though. Sean Brady.
Wow.
Whenever you're ready, baby. Whenever you're ready, I'm waiting right here. Short drive over from Philly. Come get this work right here, right now. You set the date.
Wow. Call out to Sean Brady, UFC welterweight contender, one of the best fighters on the planet. You say you whoop his ass. Easy work.
Kill him. Yeah, he's a pro fighter. He'd break me in half in the cage. I'm a pro peddler, baby.
Wow.
I'm the fastest man on two wheels whenever he's ready.
I can't lie. I'd be interested to see it because I'm shitting the bed right now.
Oh, I'd love to see it.
You think Brady, because there's a lot at stake for Brady, you think he would take the risk of losing to a pedestrian?
He's the king of the PI. I see him in there with the bikes, with the fans, the assault bikes. He's killing it with Joe Piper and everyone. Yada, yada, yada.
Wow.
When he wants to come for the king, I'm ready.
Them's fighting words. I love this.
All right, I'll move aside. I'm gonna move aside and let him do it.
Those fighting words.
Look, I love everything about it. I'm not sure if you are biting off a little more than you can chew. Sean Brady, one of the best athletes on the planet. But I love everything about it. I love the gusto. I love the machismo. I just wish you could say this to Sean Brady. I wish he could actually be here to defend himself. I wish you could say this to his face.
Call him up.
Let's have him on the next show.
Sean, what do you think?
Oh!
Yeah! Big shot!
Oh, there he is!
Big shot in the house!
Oh!
Yeah!
Sign the contract, Brady!
Kick his
Sign
ass,
the
Brady.
contract!
Listen, man, I got Eddie Alvarez's shirt on. Eddie's gonna dog Jeremy Saturday. I'm pulling up to New York next month, and I'm gonna dog you in your studio.
Let's go, Sean. Let's
I'm
go.
gonna get some revenge for Rick. I'm gonna get some revenge for
my guy.
all the average Joes out there, and I'm gonna have to put you to bed.
After I beat you, I'm gonna fly out to Vegas to the PI and break your own record there as well. I'm putting you in the dirt, and then I'm burying you, Sean.
Yo, listen, we're gonna see each other in two or 3 days at Wells Fargo. So
I'll
be ready, Sean. Remember, few will hunt, baby. Few will
I
hunt.
got a few questions.
Please.
What is that bike measuring?
So it's output, which is like it's a combination of you set a resistance and then you're pedaling against it. So higher resistance, and if you get a rotation in that, it's going to be higher output. Lower resistance.
That's not calories.
It's not
calories. Okay.
It's their own metric. If you're on low resistance and you get a rotation, it's less output than if it was on higher. So you got to the key to it is you got to find the right resistance. I was probably a little too low resistance at 50, 60.
Too low. It's all right.
He was in listen, I'm good money now because you got my back.
Yeah.
You're going to take this over. So I'm good now.
One more stipulation. I don't want this minute bullshit where it's just like, pump and dump. I want to go for 3 minutes. Let's make this a real competition. Let's see who really is the best man on the bike.
That's even better.
Oh,
perfect.
My longer stuff was better than my shorter stuff. So
listen, you can go 25 rounds in the octagon. Can you go 3 minutes on the bike with me though? That's the real question, Brady.
We're gonna find out next month in New York.
Oh my God!
We're gonna find out.
I can't wait. Your picture's gonna be posted up in my gym. Every time I hop on the bike, I'm gonna be looking at Brady.
We need to make.
I'm gonna take a picture of you and put it right in front of my bike. Every day I'm doing sprints. I'm thinking of GC.
No more desserts, no more sweets, no more alcohol. The month I'm locked in. This is a 4-week training camp.
I feel like we have to get a face-off in Philly. I feel like we need to get a face-off in Philly to make it official.
I'm cornering one of my teammates fighting Saturday, and I'm going to be there all night. So
oh shit, let's go. We'll actually be in the arena. This is incredible.
We'll be there.
I'll get your number from Ariel, and we'll set it up.
Oh my God.
But
yes.
I have 3 things for you guys.
Please.
So, because I heard you talking about the cheesesteaks.
Oh, please, yes.
Angelo's is the best cheesesteak in Philadelphia. If you've already had that, you've probably had the best cheesesteak. Cafe Carmela, and then Steve's. Steve's is a local to me. Those are the top 3, I think, in Philly.
Incredible.
Okay, so I've heard of Steve's. The second one, Cafe Carmela?
It's new.
New. Have you had Shays? Have you had Shays?
I haven't. I don't eat cheesesteaks very frequently, but I haven't heard of that, so I'm going to have to look into it.
Look into it. It's new.
You were saying good things, so I have to check it out.
The reviews are fantastic. I'm not a connoisseur like perhaps the other guys are, but I mean I was blown away by the quality. You know, I'm a bit of a bourgeois when it comes to my meat, Sean. You know, like I'm a little.
Was it chopped? Is it chopped or was it slabs?
Chopped. Do you like that? What do you think?
So there's two different kinds of steaks. There's Steve's is a slab of meat, and then Angelo's and Cafe Carmela, they're all chopped. So I consider them two different kinds of cheesesteaks too. So
what do you prefer?
I used to like slab a lot better. Chopped is kind of the way to go now.
Okay. Well, you know, I'm just so happy that, you know, Philly has something to be proud of because, I mean, Lord knows, I mean, the basketball team is shite. If you guys slip against the Commanders, I mean, you can't slip against the Commanders. All the pressure is on you.
Saturday, Wells Fargo, Eddie Alvarez getting it done.
Yeah.
Sunday at the Lincoln Financial, the Eagles are getting it done.
Could you imagine?
So,
Bills, Eagles? What do you think? Are you rooting for the Bills?
I hope we face you guys.
Why is that?
Because then me and you are going to have this little.
Oh, I thought you were saying. I thought you were implying we're the easier matchup.
I think you guys are probably the harder matchup, to be honest.
Yes.
But as of late, I think you guys are going to get it done. But
oh my God,
this is our year. This is our year.
You really think so?
It's happening. It's happening.
You just got one like 5 years ago.
It's been a while.
It's been a
2017. While. It's been a while. It's been a while. It's been a while.
Oh my god.
Good things are happening in Philly, though. Good things are. We need a UFC event in Philly. That's what we need.
I know. No real talk of it. What about this? By the way, what about what Eddie and BKFC are doing here? Dave Feldman and the crew. I think you just spoke to Dave, right? On your show.
Me and Joey Piper just had Dave on our show this morning.
How was it?
Amazing.
What a guy, right?
One of the best interviews. Like, we never had anybody on the show, but I fought for Dave back in the day. He had a promotion called XFE, and I did 2 of my amateur fights for him. And then Joey fought for him he fought Lorenzo Hunt for Dave at the 2300 Arena.
Oh yes. Okay, this was prior to all of this. I think his brother's in celebrity boxing as well, but he's got a crazy backstory.
Yeah.
So this is on the Brady Bags show.
Yup, Brady Bag Show. Yup.
And when is this coming out?
Later today.
Okay.
Later today, yeah. Because we heard him on, obviously, I've known Dave for years, but then he was on your show, and then obviously being back in Philly. I'm going to the press conference tomorrow. Obviously, Lloyd manages me and Eddie, so I'm going to go meet up with Lloyd, and I'm super excited. Like, I've never been to a bare knuckle, and I've honestly never been this excited to go to an event. Like, I'm waking up every day, like, getting more excited as the days go by to go on Saturday. So it's going to be my first time. I'm going to corner, and then I'm going to be in the stand. So I don't know what to expect, but I'm excited.
I mean, it sounds like maybe a sellout. They're going to beat the UFC's gate the last time they were there. Huge weekend in Philly for sports, right? With this on Saturday and the Eagles on Sunday. So love it. And I love that Eddie's getting this opportunity. We just had Jeremy Stevens on. He was talking mad shit.
I was listening.
Okay. He's talking mad shit.
He is. But Jeremy's like, he's a real fighter, and he can back it up. You know, he's definitely a dog, but I just think that everything's lining up for Eddie perfectly. I don't think it's going to be an easy fight. I think it's going to be a war, but the Underground King's going to get it done.
Your boy that's fighting on Saturday, what's his name?
His name's Ito Baba. He's Georgian. I can't say his last name, but his name is Ito Baba Luite. He's one of my main training partners for Gilbert Burns. He's 5-0 in MMA. He got this opportunity to do bare knuckle because he was in a weird. He fought on PFL's Challenger Series. He won 2 times and then was kind of in a weird spot with a contract with them. Contract is finally over, so he's getting this opportunity to do bare knuckle, and then he's going to get back to MMA in April. So, but yeah, like, I don't know if you've ever met like a real Georgian person and like someone from Georgia in person. This guy has the hardest hands I've ever felt in my life. Like, it's like I'll hold mitts for him and it hurts my hands. So I can't imagine what it's going to be like bare knuckle. It's going to be crazy.
When you're holding mitts for him, is he punching bare knuckle?
No. So he's done like my coach will hold. I'm talking about with gloves. It hurts, but he's been training with like hitting mitts with just like that's one thing I was asking Dave today about them explaining like how they wrap their wrist and wrap their thumbs. So that's what he was doing, wrapping his wrist, wrapping his thumbs. But he was hitting mitts. Obviously, you can't spar bare knuckle. He was still sparring with boxing gloves and small gloves. But yeah, like wrapping his hands, hitting mitts, hitting the bag with no gloves on. So yeah, it's I'm super excited to see what it's like in person.
Would you ever do this?
I'm sad you're not going to be there.
I know. Listen, sometimes you know about this.
Someone's got to pay the bills.
That's right. Your baby's coming any day now, right?
3 weeks.
Wow. What are the feelings? What are the emotions?
Just excited. Yeah. I'm just ready. I'm ready for her to get here. It feels like it went by so fast, but now these last couple of weeks are just taking forever. And my wife's she's ready. She's not over it. Like, she's very grateful, but she's ready for the baby to be here.
Is she like waddling and stuff now?
Yeah, and she's a nurse, so she's still working. Like, she's still working 312s. She's trying to. It's crazy. She's a nurse. You would think that they would get some of the best time afterwards. She only gets 3 months of leave, and it's all her own time. So I've heard of some girls getting 6 months off paid. She's working to get as much time as she can stacked up. So when the baby's here, she can take off for as long as possible. So yeah, it's crazy, but yeah, she's ready. She's ready for the little girl to be here.
Enjoy these last few days. I don't remember as much the last few days before the second and third. Last few days before the first, I remember them vividly. So enjoy everything that comes with that.
Yeah, I will.
Last time we spoke, by the way, you were pushing for that Leon fight. You didn't get it. What happened? What happened, Sean? What happened?
Didn't get it.
No.
We're pushing for Kamaru Usman now.
Okay,
so.
That's the push. That's where we're going.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I think makes the most sense. Like, if you look at the top 5, that's what makes the most sense. So just waiting to hear. I would like to be on that April 12th card in Miami, but for Kamaru to fight a legend like him and a former champion, I would wait a little bit longer. But yeah, I'm going to see Louis tomorrow and see if we hear anything.
How confident are you that he takes this fight? He seems to be a little bit choosy at this stage of his career.
Yeah, but if you look at the landscape of the division, I don't really think there's anybody else. There's all killers. So you're getting a tough fight wherever you're going inside that top 5, top 8. Everyone's really good. So I don't think there's any picking and choosing easy matchups. And yeah, unless he wants to wait for some fights to happen, but then that really wouldn't mean he wouldn't be fighting till the end of the year or something like that. So yeah, it just kind of depends on what he's trying to do.
I feel like it's Usman, it's Buckley, or it's Gary, your next opponent. It's got to be one of those three.
Yeah, and I'm fine with any one of them. So,
but ranking them, Usman first.
Usman, of course, because he's a former champion, and I respect guys like that, and I want to fight guys that I respect, and I want to have I had Gilbert, former title challenger, fought him, beat him. Now the next thing is fight a former champion, and that's what I'm really, really hoping for. So we'll see what happens.
Who do you like in that fight, by the way, Leon or Jack?
I like Jack.
Favorite. He's the betting favorite right now.
I like Jack. I think on the feet, Jack probably is one of the hardest punchers in the division. I don't think Leon's dynamic enough to take Jack down. We've seen how well-rounded Jack is on the ground. Even if you get him down, he creates really good scrambles and he gets back to his feet. So I think Leon's in for a tough night with Jack, to be completely honest with you.
Wow. That would be huge for the division. It feels, we were talking about this yesterday. It feels like there's a changing of the guard happening in the division. The Colbys of the world and all the kind of Wonder Boy and all you guys are coming to the forefront. And it feels like we've been waiting for this. It's kind of been a slow build, but now we're finally here.
Yeah, it's finally happening. Obviously, we have Bilal and Shavkat. There's a lot of big fights coming up, but a lot of the older guys are kind of holding up the divisions. But I feel like it happens in every division. I'm hoping to fight in April, so we'll see what happens.
Okay, April, by the way. When's the due date?
February 13th.
February 13th. Okay, 2 months later, because you don't get a lot of sleep in those early days.
the beginning, but my wife, like, I already told her this. I'm like, listen, she loves her job, or else I would tell her, like, listen, you could quit. You know, like we'll make it work. But she'll be home for at least 3 months, so I feel like that's actually a really good time for me to go and fight. You know, because I'll have that opportunity to have her home and have that extra time. And she was on board with Leon. Like, she wanted me. She was like, yo, if you get that, make it happen. So she was on board. She was like, I'll stay home and I'll take care of the baby. You just go take care of business. So Miami's a lot quicker flight than the UK. So that'll work out a lot better.
Well, you don't know your next assignment as far as fighting is concerned, but it sounds like you know your next assignment as far as bike racing is concerned. You know, so at least you got that. I mean,
one more thing I want to say to GC.
Yes. Please.
When I did the UFC PI 1 minute test, I got that one too. I was blacking out to win that. So I want this man to be prepared.
I'm ready to die on the bike. I'm ready to die on the bike, Sean.
Just know what you're getting. Know what you're getting. I hope you're clipping into that bike, because if you pass out, you don't fall off.
I'll be ready. I'm waiting, Sean. I'm waiting. Look at these tree trunks, baby. Look at these tree trunks.
Right there. I'm training for you.
Oh my God.
Let's go. Hang the picture right behind it.
Yeah, we need to get you an Averon bike so you can actually practice on the thing. That seems like the only fair thing to do.
Tell them to send it.
I know. I'm going to tell them.
Tell them to send it. I'll promote it. Send it out. And listen, if you somehow beat me.
Wait. Excuses?
Let's hear it.
I'm in my garage right now about to work out. I'll hang up your picture will go somewhere.
Wow, you're going to immortalize him on your wall.
Immortalized in the Brady gym if I get the dub.
But when I do win, you have to put a picture of me behind you in the studio.
I love it.
All right, bet. That's a deal.
All right.
I love this.
When I see you, I'm going to see you Saturday. We'll shake on it.
All right, we'll sign the contracts on Saturday. We'll make this thing concrete.
I love everything about what you guys just did. I do want to just say, I wonder if it was a rookie move on GC's part to push for 3 minutes. That's almost like asking to go 25 minutes with Marab.
I was ready to push for 5. My management team is the one to say to go for 3.
Wow, this is crazy.
I seen him give up with 10 seconds left on just a couple minutes ago. He's not making 3 minutes max effort.
And
he ain't making it.
And what is this PI race that you're talking about? What happened here? You went up against other UFC fighters?
So I broke one of the records a while ago for the VO2 max test at the PI. But then I was there for Jovi's last fight in June, and I did the 1 minute all out on the Echo bike, well, the assault bike, and I got I broke the record for that one too. So it's 1 minute. Like, they have the VO2 max on your face, and they just tell you to go as hard as you can. You're trying to hold a certain watt or RPM for that entire. It's 1 minute, and you just go as hard as you can. And I broke the record for it.
Wow! Did you know this, GC?
Yeah. That's why I want him on my resume. That's why I want the dub over Brady on my record.
That's like me trying to fight Kamaru. Like, I want Kamaru on my resume. He wants me on his resume.
I get it. You want his head on your mantle. You want to beat the guy.
Exactly.
I get it. I respect it. Okay, so we're going to talk behind the scenes. I'll get in touch with Lloyd. We'll draw up the contracts. Maybe even have a contract signing right here in the studio. And Sean Brady is going to grace us with his presence. What's that?
We can do it at Wells Fargo. All right, GC, bring the contracts. We'll draw them up.
I got you, bro.
This is incredible.
All right, brother.
Thank you so much, Sean. You're the man. Appreciate
all right,
it.
Boys. Have a good
one. See you soon.
Yeah.
The great Sean Brady. Oh my God. How did we pull that off? Sean Brady was there the whole time.
How did you pull it off is the real question.
Sean.
You knew.
Legend. Incredible guy. Love Sean. What a nice guy. And I really think he wants to beat your ass. I don't think he wants to beat your ass like this, but I think he's taking this personally.
I want him to smoke me on the bike.
You knew about all of that?
All of what?
The PI race stuff?
Yeah, of course, man.
So he's like an actual beast at this.
The fastest man on 2 wheels studies the tape.
Respect.
When's the breaking point? We're going to find out.
And why go to 3? You think that you can outwork him? Outlast him?
I'm a machine, baby. Cardio king.
You know what? In your defense, like, there's no huffing and puffing. If we go to Rick right now, there's probably still huffing and puffing, no?
The Georgian and me, man, where do you think Marab learned the cardio?
Yeah.
Listen, it's not huffing and puffing. It's just like, I'm just taking my time, you know? I'm just like easing back to life, you know? That's all. Listen, I don't have to worry about this anymore. My guy Sean got me. I'm going to be there squeezing the water bottle into his mouth while he's on the 3 minutes. This is good. Listen, it's no longer just me versus GC. Now it's me and Sean. It's a team effort.
I like it.
And so
he's coming to help you out.
Does,
I like it.
I'm helping him out.
Do Frank and Rick do a #1 contender right now?
No.
Who, me?
Shout out to Brady for
Shout out to
watching,
him for real.
participating.
Oh, he's the man.
GC's been calling him out. Brady's been calling GC out. I mean, it was only a matter of time.
No.
I'm just glad I could be there to facilitate, and now I can step out of the way, and our boy Sean can handle it.
We make the big fights happen around these
Okay,
parts.
but here's the thing. I got to be honest. I'm kind of rooting for my guy GC. I know.
Oh, what? After all that, you just said he's got your back.
He wants to say he lost to the champ.
He's my. I want to say, the best man beat me. Also, he's my guy. I mean, he's my co-host. Like, I love the guy to death. I just. How about this? I just say I want a good match. I just want a good match. Can I do the boring, lame thing and just say like I'm rooting for everybody? I just want the good match.
I have to say, and I appreciate you saying that. I really liked your chances in the 1 minute showdown.
And you're really gonna like him in the 3.
I think the 3 is ill-advised.
I need a date that I can just pin on my wall every time I start to get tired.
I'm worried about the 3 minutes.
So give me the date. February 21st. What's the date going to be? I need the date to live in my head.
It sounds like you don't believe in GC.
No. I'm just worried that
I don't need people to believe in me. I believe in myself. I got enough self-belief to carry me through this.
Yeah.
What's the line? What are we putting the line at?
Brady minus 200.
Okay, you know what? That's fair.
People will bet Brady up. That's fine. I'll take the disrespect.
I love this.
This is pretty great.
By the way, he brought up something interesting. Is there a clip-on function on that bike?
I don't think so.
To keep you put
your legs in.
Okay, all right. So there you go. You're good. You don't need it because that was a good point that he brought up.
You're really worried about him.
Oh yeah, I'm going to guess.
Well, as the president of Uncrowned Media, I don't want any.
No, we're good.
Incidents.
We don't have workers' comp. Come on.
No, we don't. We definitely don't. Well, ask HR. Who's HR again?
I am HR.
Oh, you are HR. That's right. I thought. Right.
He's made the decision.
This is great. This is great theater. Can we get someone? It could be a fan, Andrew Feldman. You're great with these. It could be anyone. We need a hype video. For this.
But not too early, right? We're gonna be in Philly. We'll get a face-off. We'll bring the contracts. Wait till we have more content.
Start working on it. We can
then
just
put together.
spots.
I need a date. I need a date.
No, there's nothing to work on yet. We need the. Don't worry. Leave it in our hands.
All right.
Executive producer.
Yeah, that's right.
Audio engineer. These other two are not coming.
Yeah, there's levels.
It's a big drop off. Exec producer. Producer.
What? You're not participating, Frank?
No, it's just the fact that he's saying that's a demotion. Like I wear this with.
No.
No. The drop off was from exec producer to producer.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's a way bigger drop off to
A2. So are you taking him up on any of those recommendations?
Yeah.
I feel like we got to go to Steve's now.
The way Steve's has been thrown around.
Yeah, that's
and what did he say is the best? Geno's?
Angelo's.
No,
the ones we were talking about.
All right, so I think we might do 4.
So is it going to be Angelo's, Steve's, Shay's?
Skip Angino's, don't do it.
Okay, no. What's the 4? He said
D'Alessandro's. I have like 12 people, a dozen people I know that live in Philly, and I hit all of them up. I said, give me your top 3.
Okay.
And in like 10 of the 12, all of them had D'Alessandro's in there.
All right, that's a solid 4. That's
the Mount Rushmore, the 4 horsemen of Philly cheesesteaks. We're gonna find out.
Okay, and now here's the thing. Have you mapped? I know we're kind of workshopping through this all now, but some of them are kind of.
I'm going to do that tonight.
All right.
I'm going to do that tonight. I'm going to start in the heart at the steps. See Rocky.
I want to make sure
Look
that you
at
have
Rocky.
enough time.
I'm going to bike to Rocky.
Yeah.
I'm going to bike up the steps.
And then eat a cheesesteak.
And then, and then we're going to rip cheesesteaks.
Frank, how do you feel about all of this cheesesteak eating on Saturday?
Many a times I have waited at a restaurant where Connor had to bow out from some digestive issue, so I'm kind of like
this is such false bullshit. I can already tell he's cheering for Sean Brady. This is coming from the Brady camp. It was the
really
first one. It was the first one. You want to know the story? I took a multivitamin on an empty stomach and I got real nauseous. You guys ever done that before? The zinc, everything?
No.
I got so nauseous. I was like, man.
Did it have
Frank,
magnesium in it?
Yeah, it had.
Don't take a multivitamin on the day that you go head to head with Sean.
Don't take a daily vitamin on an empty stomach. This was no gummy Flintstones baby BS. This was like the giant rock old man daily vitamin. I was like, took it on down. I was like, guys, I don't feel so good. They're like, what happened? I was like, I took a multivitamin on a completely. Actually, not just a multivitamin. I also like downed a venti iced coffee as well.
Oof.
It was
shrimp cocktail.
I mean, as long as you
I think I had this shrimp cocktail for breakfast.
Did you have fruit after? Did you have fruit for dessert?
I had fruit for dessert after.
Oh,
Yeah.
boy.
So one
Oh,
time.
boy.
I love
one
this.
time,
I'm so
Frank,
happy you brought this
I
up.
set the precedent the very first time.
I was talking to my my nutritionist, or is it diet? I don't know. My strength and conditioning
Nutritionist
coach?
sounds more
guru,
Yeah.
fitness guru.
Oh, guru's good.
One day I will reveal who this man or woman is, and I actually brought up the fact that I am often mocked at my workplace over my stance towards having fruit after meals. And wouldn't you know it, he or she, they, pronoun they, backed me up.
What was the, I like the exact words.
How much are you paying them again?
There was glycitrine mentioned and lycositrine and all these things. But he's like, of course, no one has fruit afterwards. Are you crazy? It's a death wish.
No
Had
one
fruit
has fruit
after dinner last night. Slept like a baby. Slept like a rock.
I've been told by
No
nutritionists
gas.
to eat cantaloupe.
gas. No.
Yeah, bloating.
No.
What
None
about
of this.
Did you at least think of the fact that it's sitting on top of the food?
No.
rotting?
What the fuck? Ice cream would do the same thing. After I finish dinner, I go to the sink, I wash the berries, and then I shove them in my face like a
Did he
caveman
or
over the
she have
sink.
anything to say about the science of its sitting, of the buoyancy of the fruit?
You know the layer of the rice, and then it sits and
I
it
start to
rots.
sprout a new
I said,
frost.
is it true that there's green stuff coming out after?
Yeah.
No joke. Ariel, ask them
100%.
what happens if you swallow a watermelon seed and just
Yeah.
pour it back.
And then
with
it
the
flows
seed.
out of your out of your mouth. I would like
grow
to
a
see
watermelon.
receipts if I'm being honest.
Up until the age of 11 or 12, I swear to God, my mom told me that if I bite my nails, a tree would grow out of my stomach. And I swear to God, I believed her. Now,
This
the
part of
crazy
you
thing
still
is,
believe this.
the nasty work is the fact that I still bite my nails as a 42-year-old man.
That is
So
crazy.
It didn't, yeah, no, it
But
is
how
crazy.
come some of these you have realized are not true, but then some of them you go, no, that's still a thing.
Well, because I still do it and there's no tree. I don't, there's no sign of the tree.
We've been meaning to
So
tell
I've
you,
just come to
actually.
the conclusion.
There's a tree
that there's
sprouting.
no
Do you
tree
also think
coming.
if you swallow gum, it'll stay in your stomach forever?
7 years. 7 years.
Oh, yeah, it gets stuck.
Oh,
It
just
gets
7 years.
Stuck to like the walls of
It
your
gets
stomach.
stuck to the fruit, and it just makes it rot quicker.
Let's get to some super chats. That was great stuff. Can we lock in a date, or is that on you guys?
No, not yet.
Well,
Look,
Doesn't he have a child?
gonna
hold
look
on.
at it like
Contracts
you
not
Contracts
going to be able to lock
Contracts
in.
still. Connor can't be the one drafting the contracts. I, as the intermediary, I will bring the sides together. We will have contracts. We will figure out when the date is.
Okay.
We will make this happen. And Sean Brady versus Connor Burks on the Aviron bike. The final showdown, if we're being honest. Like I haven't had much competition.
By the way, we're actually we have a poll right now, and it's legit 50-50.
Respect for
50-50 at the moment.
accomplishments.
GC Brady. Damn, can't wait.
I know what's coming.
Shout out to Jason Carney, gifted 5 Helwani Show memberships.
I can't wait until they're at Sean Brady's gym for countdown, and as they're panning by, there's gonna be a picture of fucking GC just
out
in
there, yeah.
Brady's gym.
My bald ass
Sean
is gonna be
versus
on the
Kamaru Usman countdown, and GC a cutout picture of GC's face is gonna be in Brady's gym.
Listen, I thought you were going to say that, you know, when they do the countdown, they kind of recap the last 6-7
that
months.
this is part of it.
Yeah. Sean Brady wasn't active since September or whenever it was, but he did have a showdown on the Ariel Helwani Show against George O'Connor. It was a bike showdown to end all showdowns. The world stopped, and in the end, he faltered.
GC gets the dub.
Yeah.
GC gets the dub. Wow. Change your tune a little bit.
Derek the Dad. No, I'm worried about the decision to go to 3 minutes. Meant to ask this on Monday, but where did GC get the Schwab Bills jersey that he was wearing? Was that his number?
Who?
Brendan Schaub.
Did he play for the Bills?
Yes.
I thought he just played for the Jaguars and the
He had a cup of coffee.
Eagles. He had a cup of coffee.
It wasn't 40. No way it was.
No, I don't think it was 40. I couldn't find a picture of Brendan Schaub in a Bills jersey.
Dave says, release the shadow boxing footage. Yes, there was a members only chat on Thursday.
I actually have the shadow boxing footage because I tapped in randomly and it just tunes in to just.
Don't say it, just in case any haters come out. Don't say it. Don't show it. Don't say anything more, because like I don't want people to truly be afraid. You know what I mean? Come on, you have to admit.
No.
The hands look lethal.
No.
It's the sound.
I actually
Really
we've picked up on the box balling, the bouncing the balls.
Yeah.
And like you're
You mean
obviously
Helwani boxing?
Yeah, you always go back to Helwani
Yeah.
boxing and everything.
I mean, I kind of.
I was watching your footage, man. I mean,
killed it.
You got the ball at the chest. It's
Yeah.
supposed to be at your waist.
No.
And you're doing little pats.
Yeah.
It's leaving
Quick.
6 inches.
Quick.
Nah, man, that's not real shit. Come on.
Timing, speed, precision, power. Come on.
Just patty caking with.
I feel like
Patty
GC's
caking.
picking athletic fights with everybody.
We were
now.
literally doing Helwani boxing when you were in your father's nutsack.
I will
we were
toast
literally
you
doing
in
it.
Helwani boxing.
In the,
Whenever, like, I will
gauntlet.
leave you in the dust.
New
in
gauntlet.
the
later.
darkness of the pandemic, we were bringing light to people's lives.
Brady, I'm speaking everything into existence. I'm giving myself the self-belief.
Light.
Whenever you're ready
Light.
to get just obliterated in the Helwani boxing, I am ready to roll. Ready to roll.
This is from Reza. What's up, boys? Israel and their neighbor have finally reached a ceasefire deal. Now, how about Ariel and Bilal? It's time to set aside the beef, heal old wounds, and hug it out. Look, I thought we established this long ago. I'm not the problem here. I never was the problem here. Did we not establish this already?
We definitely did.
I'm not the problem. I have tried to have him on. I have tried to bury the hatchet. He's the one who enjoys, in this regard, being the guy who's shoving it to the Jew reporter. He's shoving it to the Zionist. He's shoving it up his bum. Oh, he's proving him wrong. He's proving that he doesn't. No, you're not doing any of that. All you're proving is that you're in the wrong here because I've invited you. I've tried both privately and publicly. And for anyone saying, publicly doesn't count. Well, how else am I supposed to get to him? His manager doesn't talk to me. His manager's people don't talk to me. And all he does is talk bad about me and make up stories about me. I have invited him time and again. I have said there's an open invitation. So what more can I do? The deal is on the table. What more can I do? Is there anything more that I could do, Frank?
Absolutely not.
What more can I do? But hopefully by now you all realize, everyone out there realizes that I am not in the wrong, that he is using this fictitious story as some sort of, I don't know. What is it? Is it for clout? What is it? What is it? What is it? What is it?
Are you being rhetorical?
What is it, Frank? What is it?
I'm scared here. Oh.
Jonah, can a New York vandal do something to that disgusting chode of a water tower in the back? Suggestions, big red AH Force logo. Remember the name, Gout.
Thank you for reading that one out loud.
Oh, I mean, I don't know what
He's saying the water tower right behind you. Yeah, a little graffiti.
I think it's kind of cool.
That'd be kind of cool. A little forest logo graffitied on there. That'd be pretty cool.
Boston is title town. Sorry, Ariel. Nah, don't read this. Well, who chose this one? Two-part question from Chase. For Ariel, Rick, and Pizzi, you guys all witnessed Prime TJ. How do you think TJ versus Merab would play out? And then Pizzi, what are you hearing across the pond about Tom versus John? He's not here.
TJ versus Merab would be very fascinating to me.
Yeah, it would be.
Again, TJ's cardio not in question. Probably better hands, right? Great wrestler. I think in at his apex, TJ was probably like one of the more well-rounded bantamweights, and I could see him giving Merab some problems, and the cardio, as I said, like not a concern on his end. I wouldn't hate that fight, but obviously, like TJ is far from that. Multiple shoulder surgeries, the long layoff, like it's not even fathomable. In their primes, though, that would have been a hell of a scrap.
Would have been incredible. TJ's performance against Hanna-Barbera at UFC 173, one of the all-time great performances from a challenger in a title fight, especially one where a lot of people didn't think he had a chance. I do think in their primes, Merab's cardio, Merab's wrestling, Merab's everything wins out.
Man.
But I got to say,
I think we're forgetting
listen,
TJ's cardio.
we talk about like the three-headed monster. It should be four-headed. It should be Cruz. It should be Dillashaw. It should be Aljo. It should be Merab.
Well, I will say there's a pretty solid reason which it's not, which is TJ tested positive.
Yeah, 125.
Okay, but that
I know there's a black cloud hanging over, but it was at flyweight.
Yeah, no, it was for the Henry Cejudo fight. Look, to his credit, he has kind of like been very open about what was happening there. He was not. He said he needed it to make that weight. That was very transparent, and he admitted it. But I can understand why somebody would leave him off that list because of that. I mean, there's other fighters who have ingested things and been proven to be contaminated supplements, and people still don't even want to put them into these kind of all-time conversations. So I understand, but at 135, man, in his peak, TJ was a bad boy, and I think he's somebody who could go cardio for cardio with Merab, if I'm being honest. Like, he's there. Probably, all right, that's maybe too far. Merab's cardio is like the next level, but he's up there.
This is an interesting one from Not Mark. I got to be real. When this show started, I thought Pizzi was the lamest nepotism hire of all time, but I think he's great now, and the crack is awesome.
Hell yeah, Not Mark. Way to wake up, man.
Yeah. Also, how could he be a nepotism hire?
Pizzi's not your son?
Yeah. Whoa.
Touch Grass says, I love you guys. Rick G says, damn, only one more Return of the Mac walkout. That, of course, is referencing Anthony Smith, who was amazing yesterday on the program. Just great stuff, great insight. And yes, he did say that he is calling it quits after his next one. One more in April, maybe Miami. Should be on pay-per-view, I would think. If it's on the Apex, oh my God, if it's at the Apex, I riot. We all riot.
Don't even speak that into existence.
Yeah. No one should retire at the Apex. There was that period there in 2020, 2021. Like Daniel Cormier retired at the Apex. Anderson Silva retired at the Apex. Crazy. We also get this question from AZ Ray Videos. Is Anthony Smith the last Strikeforce fighter in the UFC? That's a great question, but I feel like there has to be another one. Maybe. Is it possible? There's got to be another one. I keep thinking Derek Brunson not in the UFC anymore. I guess it's possible. Greatest Strikeforce fighters. Gilbert, Ronda, Dan, Jacare, Nick Diaz, DC, Hendo, Luke Rockhold, Jake Shields, Punk Thompson. Yeah, it's possible. Going down the list here, Tapology has them ranked. Is he the last one left? OSP. I think he's done. OSP would be in there. Chandler fought for Strikeforce. Strikeforce prelims. He wasn't really known as a Strikeforce guy, but Chandler did fight for Strikeforce. There it is. So I guess he's not. How about that?
That's why you're the best in the biz.
Thanks, Frank. Appreciate it. Do we have... Lost my thing. Our next guest isn't here, right?
1 sec.
I mean, what does that mean?
Sorry, that was the wrong button.
Oh. I mean, is he there or not? Oh, okay. All right, cool. I mean, why'd you have to go off air for that?
I don't know, man. There's a lot of
weird
fingers in a lot of pies.
Oh, I understand that. I mean, listen, in your defense, there's a lot going on.
Yeah. I mean, Sean Brady just showing up out of nowhere,
No, that was amazing. That was unbelievable. In 30 minutes' time, we're going to be joined by Jack Della Maddalena in Perth. He'll be waking up at 5:30, probably waking up before that, to talk about the big showdown against Leon Edwards, March 22nd. We realized this morning, 30th UFC UK event. How about that? That's a huge deal. I hope they do it up. Bring back the old guys. Bring back Ian Freeman and bring back Dan Hardy and Tom Egan. And everyone else. Bring back, I know Egan's from Ireland. Michael Bisping. Matt Hamill. Rampage Jackson. Mirko Krokop. Gabriel Gonzaga. These guys headlined events in the UK. Anyway, so we'll talk to him about that in around 30 minutes' time. And in a matter of seconds, unless we have him, okay, in a matter of seconds, we are going to be joined, and we can be joined by him right now, by one of the most popular fighters in the UFC, former UFC middleweight contender. He's been in the news as of late, so very excited and always honored to be joined by the great Robert Whittaker. He's kind enough to be joining us from all the way in Sydney. Hello, Robert. How are you?
Good, thank you, mate. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning to you. What are we drinking on this fine morning?
I got a green smoothie here.
Yeah. Okay, that's not matcha, right?
Definitely not. And just some straight Joe.
Love it. Well, you're looking good. Always crystal clear internet over there. Love the setup. I made the joke about the matcha, of course, because of the clip with Izzy. Was that your first? We played it earlier. Is that your first time ever trying matcha?
Yeah, definitely. And you gotta take it from my perspective, right? Like. We're trying to break bread, hash everything out. I sit down on the couch, ask me if I want a coffee. The coffee comes, it's green. Okay? Like, I know poison when I see it.
Yes.
But no, it was cool. It was actually pretty nice.
Amazing. It was I have to say, I think it was a Sunday night here in America. I opened my phone and I see a photo of you two together in the gym, arms around each other. Look at that. I mean, Rob, this warmed my heart. And I think I speak on behalf of every MMA fan on the planet. You're two of the most lovable, likable guys. And you've had this rivalry and this feud, whatever you want to call it, these two great fights. To see you guys out there as pals, joking around, hanging, like training together, this was lovely. And so could I ask, how did this all come about? What are the embryonic stages of this?
Yeah, I guess. So I was sitting down with my team, with Jacob suffering an injury. He was out, and a few of my other teammates have retired or gone on different paths. We were just lacking in bodies. So I sat down with my coaches and whatnot, and we were kind of hashing out what the plan would be moving forward. And we were like, we could bring guys here, we could do this, we could do that. And then we started looking at, global, like where we could go to do like little stints or put some training together. And honestly, I'm fortunate enough that we have good friends or good relations with just about everybody. So we could have gone everywhere. The States was a potential, but then like a flash of lightning, we remembered City Kickboxing, New Zealand's 2.5 hours away. It makes perfect sense just to go there. They have the bodies. Izzy's there, Carlos is there, Hook is there. Like they have high level guys, and I think we could stand to benefit a lot from making that relationship and heading over. And let's be honest, like me and Izzy, we had our rivalry, we had our time, but there's a lot of young blood now in the division. There's a lot of guys coming up. The chances of us crossing paths again was super low to begin with, So yeah, that's kind of where our headspace was. My coach reached out to Eugene, said, "Hey, we're thinking about bringing some boys over. Let's chat. Let's see how we get along."
And just for the record, who was the one that came up with the initial idea? Was it you or your coach?
It was my coach.
And your initial reaction to it, like, did you need a minute to let it sink in, or were you on board right away?
Well, it was so left field for me because I guess I was so locked into my headspace, that headspace of being rivals, and just I didn't even think about it. It was like I was thinking of like places like LA, and I was thinking of training at Miami and different places, and I was looking at all the up in Asia as well, like where we could go to try and get some training in, and in some way I could take my family for the course of a month. But yeah, it wasn't until he goes, like he sits me down and he goes, "Mate, you know where we need to go." And I honestly, I couldn't work it out. Like I was just so blinded to that possibility that is like City Kickboxing. And then I was like, wow. Yeah, I was very receptive straight away. You know what I mean? Because it makes perfect sense. Like I stopped having any sort of emotions over our rivalry years ago.
Mm-hmm.
You put that behind you.
To the best of your knowledge, when your team reached out to him and reached out to Eugene City Kickbox, were they on board right away?
Yeah, they were super receptive.
Amazing.
Eugene was great to work with, and because I think everybody's on the same page. Like I said, there's a lot of blood in the division. There's a lot of other people in the world to fight. We're two guys, and they were super receptive. They had the very same mentality as I had as well, which is like if we eat together, we fight together, and that's how I don't muck around like that either. So when we reached out, they were very receptive to us. We went over; they're all very welcoming. Everybody there was very welcoming. My family was super stoked that I was over there, and I was I was gonna be doing some training there. So it was good for everybody.
Can I ask what those like initial moments were like when you first walked in? Like, are you feeling a little bit nervous? Like, okay, how's this going to go? How am I going to be received? What's that first interaction going to be like? What were you feeling at that time?
I guess apprehensive is the word. I wasn't nervous, but I didn't know how things were going to be. I didn't know if the first session we were going to line up, if they'd have a crew of 20 guys ready to spar me, ready to fight. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But it was nothing like that. I just slot in to their sessions, moving around, helping Izzy as much as I could in any way he wanted. I was moving with the other boys. We were just training, and it felt really natural and organic. Nothing was kind of forced. And Izzy himself, he was probably the most receptive of everybody there. I think, he was really open to the idea. I think I think we're just both in good places in our career right now.
I love it. I mean, this footage is so incredible. When you're out there kind of going through the motions, sparring him, whatever, are you having any moments where you're like, holy shit, look how far we've come. This is crazy. Any like, wow, I can't believe, like any sort of out-of-body experiences that you're now buddies and in the training room with a guy that you've gone to war with twice?
Yeah, definitely. I had that when I was walking into his house.
Yeah.
When I was walking into his house, and I sat on his couch. He was asking me if I wanted anything to eat. I was like, "Oh man, where am I right now? How did we get here?" Because it was surreal to finally sit there, especially like we had because Australia and New Zealand, like it's us versus everybody else. But when it gets down to it, we kind of like being rivals as well, But and that kind of rivalry just, I don't know, set the stage for a long leg between me and Izzy. So it was good to finally hash that out.
I bet back in like 2019 or so, the mere like sort of mention of this idea, you'd say over my dead body, right? Like you wouldn't even like entertain the idea of going there and hanging out with him and training with him, right? It was that personal at one time?
Mate, I wouldn't say it was personal, but I'm pretty sure in 2019, if I could have hit him with my car, I would have. I just like, not killed him, like a little bump, what I mean? Yeah. It was. There was no love lost there.
Wow.
Like not back then.
Incredible. So in total, how many training sessions?
Well, this was just a really short stint. We only went for 5 days. Just to, honestly, more importantly than the training was do we get along? Like, will this work? Are people like, can everybody bury the hatchet and can we get to this idea and get the training that we need to get done? And honestly, everyone was so receptive. We have heaps of skill sets that they can benefit from and vice versa. They have lots of bodies because they're a bigger MMA dedicated gym. So it was just, I think we both stand to gain a lot from this relationship. And I'm very super, super happy to have made the connection.
You're going to be going more often?
Potentially, yeah. So obviously I do my camps here at Gracie's Meat and Grange, and I got the team there, but I can work on skill sets here. I do look to head over to New Zealand and talk to Eugene and those guys and do stints. I'm not sure how we're going to structure that out yet. I'll speak to my coach and organize what the training here looks like, but definitely going back there to do some work with the bodies and Izzy and everybody else there.
And when you're there, are you being coached by Eugene, or is your coach coaching you while you're there?
It's both. It's, you know what I mean? It both. So the first leg, we were kind of just filling the air. I was just slotting into their sessions. I wasn't kind of doing any specific work for any specific agenda. But I'm sure moving forward, my coach and Eugene will sit down and they'll chat and they'll work out what's needed for any upcoming opponents that I'm going to be facing, and we'll work something out.
Okay. Well, by the way, what kind of like surprised you most about Izzy on a personal? Now that you got to hang out with him and be in the gym, be in his home, was there something about him that surprised you?
Maybe his jiu-jitsu. Like, I think it's much better than people give him credit for.
Interesting.
So wow. I'm looking forward to see how that translates into his next fight. Like I don't know how he's kept it on the down low so long, but
wow,
yeah, much better than everybody gives him credit for.
Okay, yeah, he's talked about wanting to get a sub in the UFC. So in the last few fights. So I like to hear that. Any chance of seeing you corner him on February 1st when he fights Imavov?
No, I think the relationship's moving too far for that right now. Let's slow it down a bit.
Oh my God, what a scene that would be.
Well, I know, right? It's no, he's got his team, I got mine, and we were still creating that relationship. Like we're friends now, so I'm looking forward to seeing where this goes.
Are we text friends now, or are we sending back messages, DMs, anything like that, memes?
I'm not much of a texting guy anyway.
Okay. All right.
I get tired. You've seen our text messages, Ariel.
Yeah, no, they're quick to the point, but you're quick. You're a quick replier.
We text back and forth maybe 3 or 4 times, and then we're like, okay, that's cool.
That's it. Yep, we're done. Yep. All right. I didn't know. I'm not Izzy. I didn't share the octagon with you, so I don't know if it's different.
That's how I am across the board.
All right, fair enough. Well, it's lovely. It's lovely to see you guys friends, and I would imagine now, and I think you've talked about this, but just want to make clear, like, if for some reason the stars align and they want you're not fighting him now, right? Is that it? We're done.
No, I don't fight people I eat with.
Yeah,
it's just how I am.
Okay.
Then there's, like I said, there's lots of people to fight. He doesn't have the belt right now. There's lots of people to fight. So much young blood right now coming up, and yeah, the division's so volatile, so fluid right now. It's yeah.
This might be a tough question to answer because he's now your best mate. But how do you feel about the fight against Imavov? How do you see it playing out for him?
Yeah, well, and like I said, I'm very biased with all my picks, predictions, and breakdowns as well.
Yeah.
But honestly, he's a hard dude to bet against. Period. His striking, his space control is just really next level. I thought he looked really good in that Dricus fight as well. Maybe one of the better versions of himself. You know, Dricus is a very hard guy to fight, and I think it shows. I think it shows more how good Dricus is rather than what Izzy did wrong. Yeah, I think Imavov's got a really hard fight on his hands just because every fight starts standing. Izzy's probably one of the better strikers out there in the world right now. And his space control, his length, and you know, his ability to counter and just make you pay for any sort of inch you take is a real threat.
Can't wait for that. Great to see you back. Great to see you here. Great to see you in great spirits. Last time we saw you, of course, was in October, and that was tough to watch, especially for all your fans. And you have such a loyal and diehard fan base. Could I ask how's the mouth doing? How are the teeth doing? How are you feeling overall?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. The healing process was much faster than I think everybody expected. Just because, like I said, I was sick of those teeth anyway. You know, so I just got rid of them, and then got some implants put in. And honestly, the healing process was like really quick. It was all seamless, and I was back in the gym like 4 weeks after.
Oh wow! And how many teeth total did you replace?
I don't know, maybe 6. I took out
on the bottom.
Yeah, the bottom row.
Right.
Bottom row.
Is it possible to even describe what that felt like?
Well, I've had it done a couple of times. You know, this wasn't the first fight that this has happened in. This is the first fight that it was done so bad. You know, but it wasn't the first time they've been moved in. But it doesn't hurt as much as, well, it does hurt, but it doesn't hurt as much as, it just feels weird because your teeth aren't where they should be. Like it's a weird feeling. It hurts more trying to get them set again after the fact. That's the worst feeling.
Wow. So the aftermath is worse than in the moment.
Yeah, definitely. But it's like it's also one of those things you can't really fight through. You can't, like, I would have choked on my teeth. You know what I mean? The mandible had moved into the middle of my mouth. Can't fight through that.
The amazing thing is, I remember the next day you posted something saying like, you know, I'm all good. I'm going to go on vacation. And what I always tell people about fighters is like, if something like that happened to me or someone else, like just a regular civilian, if something like that happened, whatever that thing was, we would say, yeah, I'm never doing that again. And there you are 12 hours later with a smile on your face, waiting to go back home, being like, yeah, I'll see you guys soon. I'll be right back in there. That to me is like one of the many reasons why you guys are just different than us. You possess different DNA. You're wired differently. There wasn't any part of you that was like, F this, I've done enough fights, I don't want to go through the rehab. I don't want to get hit there. Whatever. There wasn't any thought after that of being like, I'm done with this crap.
Yeah, no, that's just part of the sport. It's part of the business. You know, you get intimate with that relationship real quick. And let's be honest, like most of the time you're trying to hurt your opponent. I'd love it if he was the one injured. Right. But some days you're the hammer, some days you're the nail.
I got a lot of stick after that fight, Rob, because I was quite blunt. I don't usually make predictions, but I was so confident. I said that you were going to run through him, that it was going to be such an easy fight for you, that he would not stand a chance. There was something about your demeanor all week, and so I had your back, and I still have your back. I just want to let you know. Go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciated that a lot, and honestly, I felt amazing. I understand that it didn't head in the direction that I wanted it to, but I felt great. That's kind of the more disappointing thing than losing the fight, than hurting my teeth and all that. It was just that I didn't get to, and this was all due to his part. Like, great game plan, did what he did, right? But I didn't get the opportunity to show how far I had come, the distance I had traveled skill-wise from the fight prior. So, yeah, sorry about that, dude.
No, listen, it's all good. It's all like, I hate these people who are like, I bet on you, my parlay. That's absurd. I just felt like this was a bad matchup for him, and you seem to be in a tremendous space. You seem switched on, and so I'm just wondering what surprised you, if anything, about Khamzat? Was there something about being in there? We hear about his strength, we hear about his speed, the takedown. Was there something about it you're like, wow, this is better than I thought?
It was the takedown.
Yeah,
like the wall wrestling and everything else was just part of the parcel. I got caught with that face crank, but that was just part of the grappling, the wall grappling transition that happened. Okay, like he was sticky, but we had trained for sticky guys. Like he was really, really good at gut wrenching. The drag downs and just holding that position. We knew this. I trained for it. I got ragdolled there most of the camp. Okay, so I was comfortable there. Getting caught, the face crank, didn't expect that. Thought I'd have more time, did not. But it was the initial takedown, I guess, that surprised me the most, because the guy shot from like 2 meters away and was like, honestly, a foot off the ground maybe. And it was just, it's hard to defend. The only thing I can think of in hindsight, which is great, right, is more lateral movement so that he can't get a read and you can't go straight back up, because once you hit that fence, he reaches for the ankles and then just starts that wrestling chain, that wrestling transitions into the wall. But that initial takedown is hard to stop, like really, really hard to stop. I should have probably taken center a bit more. Not gone straight back. A lot of things. Hindsight's 20/20, right?
Right. We don't know who he'll be fighting next. It seems like he's going to fight for the belt against the winner of DDP versus Strickland. Do you think he has a great chance against either guy? Like, do you see any scenario of that fight, the winner, like being a tougher matchup for him, or do you think he rolls through either of them?
I think he beats both of them. I do. I think Dricus would be the harder opponent of Sean and him, just because if Dricus survives, Dricus is just good at surviving, at being there. And if we've seen anything with Chimaev, is that he gets tired committing so heavily to his shot and the grappling transitions early in the fight. So maybe that plays out differently if it gets dragged out later. I don't see him having a problem with Sean though, like at all.
Wow. Do you think DDP beats Sean next month again?
I do. I've seen those things where Sean's like, let's stand and fight like men.
Yeah.
Dude, Dricus is going to take him straight down. Like, that's a sport. That's what I'd do.
Right.
It's it's good. It's good. I'm excited to see it, but I don't. My biggest thing with that matchup was just, what can Sean do differently to change the outcome last time? So he was the champion, and he still got it. Granted, controversial, but he lost a decision fight as a champion, and now they're going back in the same sort of matchup pairing, but he's not the champion now. And what has he what can he do differently? Sean fights like Sean fights. You know, I don't think we're going to see him fight much differently than with the way we saw him fight last time. Granted, it's a very effective fight style, but I don't know. He just barely lost the last one, and he was champion. And now, I don't know. I think Dricus has gotten better, if anything.
Mm-hmm. Yep, definitely. I think a lot of people would say that, and gone a lot further than a lot of people probably thought. By the way, were you a little bit annoyed with DC for showing the photo of your mouth?
I was super annoyed.
Oh, wow. Why?
Dude, because it's such a scummy thing to do. It's like the doctor took a photo of my mouth, right?
Yeah.
And said, I'm just going to go show Dana so that he knows what's up on the level, Dana and Hunter. I was like, cool, do that. And he went, and then DC took a photo off the other guy's phone to post all over socials. It's like, is that not scummy?
You were pissed. I didn't know how he got it. I thought someone said. I thought you. I don't know. So, knowing the story, yeah, he probably shouldn't have done that. So you see that in the aftermath, and you're like, "What the fuck?" Like you didn't want that out there.
It's not that I don't care that much. Okay, but it's just it looked. I want to say it looked worse than it did.
Wow.
It was. Most people would say it kind of looked really bad, right? The thing is, though, because I was posting all over the place. I was getting like condolence messages. Like people thought I was dead, dude. I would have liked to control the reaction a little better, but it is what it is. You know, what do you want to do? You just roll with the punches.
What did your kids say when they saw you for the first time?
I can't remember. Maybe like, how's your teeth?
Yeah,
like
that sounds.
Let me see your teeth. Like, let me see your teeth. Yeah, they were cool. It's funny because like the whole month, even now, my youngest does it. But when we say grace, they all pray for my teeth to get better.
Oh wow, that is still even though you're fine now, right? Like you could spar no problem.
Yeah, I've been sparring and everything, and I don't have them anymore, so there's nothing. That's true. Nothing to get better, right?
That's right.
But it's so cute. I just leave it. I leave them to it.
I love that. I absolutely love that. I wonder how you feel about the fact that the UFC is going back to Australia next month. Their last trip was sandwiched in between your last two fights. It seems like the timing never seems to work out for you. Is this annoying? I think your last time fighting there was in 2019, right?
Yeah, the timing for fighting in Australia has been off for me. I don't know what it is. It's almost like they wait till I have a fight booked somewhere and they're like, okay, now we'll go. But it is what it is. You can. The only thing that I can conclude is that they don't like. There's a lot of people doing different jobs and none of them communicate.
You would think that you would be a big part of those plans, but it's such a machine. It's such a behemoth. You know, like they were in LA this past weekend, and the main event is a Russian against an Armenian, who then becomes a Brazilian, and a Georgian against a Russian in the co. You don't really need a local favorite, but I would love at least one more time has to happen, right? This has to be on the list of things you want to do, right?
No, definitely. I want to fight back at home for one, but one of my big ones is that I want to fight in Japan.
Oh wow!
I want to fight Japan. I don't think UFC's been going back to Japan for a while since.
It's been pre-COVID.
Yeah, since COVID, right?
Yeah.
I would love to fight in Japan. That's my dream. Before I wrap things up, I want to fight in Japan.
Okay, and you said back in November you were shooting for like a June return. Is that still the plan?
Yep. That's still the plan. I've been working a lot of new skill sets. I took a bit of time off during the Christmas break just to train lightly, to spend some time with the family. But I'm looking for a June return. I'm going to ease back into this and come in, hit the ground running sort of thing.
Anyone being discussed?
Nah, not yet. With the division the way it is, there's so much going on at the top of the chain that. The rankings might not look the same next month.
Right.
So let's just see what's going on and see what's up.
Do you have a preference?
No, I don't.
No one. I'm looking now. I'm trying to see. There's the winner of Izzy versus Imavov would make a lot of sense. No, I'm just kidding. That's a joke.
You know who I'd like to fight? I'd like to fight Chimaev again.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I want to rerun that. Like,
legit, you're being serious,
like
right?
I said, yeah. Because, like, you know what? I don't want to try and jump him before he gets his title. Dude deserves it, all right? He's been fighting a lot of guys in dominant fashion. But one day, I'd like to cross paths with him. You know, like I said, looking at that fight, hindsight, working out all these different ways to avoid the takedown, to do things differently. I think that, I don't know, maybe it's just the fighter in me, you know, the competitor in me. I want to try and get that back. So I'd love to run that against him one day as well.
I would love that as well. And I would feel just as confident going into that fight as I did in the first fight. Just want to let you know.
This is why you're my favorite, dude.
Oh, wow. Thank you, Rob. Can I just ask you before I let you go, did you happen to see your old foe, Darren Till, win in boxing this past weekend? Did you see that?
Yes. I watched a highlight breakdown, like a 9-minute highlight thing, which is practically the whole fight because it was 4 rounds, right?
Yeah.
I saw it just last night.
What'd you think?
Can I say he looks significantly better than the fight prior?
Okay.
Like, I don't know. He looks good. He made the guy who was fighting just look like a chump. Was this his debut in pro boxing now?
So technically, yes, he had some kind of fight in the United Arab Emirates over the summer. It lasted like a round and a half, and it was against some non-fighter, if you will. So this kind of feels like his debut. It was a whole brawl. I don't even think it lasted a round, to be honest. I think it lasted like 2 minutes. So this to me felt like the debut. He was supposed to fight Tommy Fury. Fury pulled out. Anthony Taylor, much smaller than him, so it was hard to get a real read. But I thought he looked pretty good. Not sure about the socks. I don't know if you saw the socks, the black socks.
Yeah, I did see. I did see the socks. I thought they were a funny fashion choice, but I don't know. Boxers sometimes dress funny. You know, he's a boxer now. So.
Is he a boxer now? Do you think he should stick with this?
Yeah, definitely. I think he's obviously having some success. He looks better going to that last fight. Like, looked like he had trained with it properly. I think he looked like he was holistically in a better place. And you know, that's all you kind of want for the guy, right? He's still got that left down the pipe, right check hook, right?
Yeah.
Like, guys still very dangerous. You can see that, but yeah, I just wish him all the success. You know, it's just good to see him on a positive spin.
Yes, couldn't agree more. One last question for you, and then we'll let you go. Australian boxing doing tremendous right now. George Kambosos has a big fight coming up. Sky Nicholson, the Olympian, and what about Jai Opetaia? Your pal. We saw you guys sparring. I think it was before the Khamzat fight. Best cruiserweight in the world. Hopefully, getting a unification bout. Would love to maybe see him fight Usyk at some point at heavyweight. Could you just tell me, like, what is it? He is a scary man. His knockout 2 weeks ago, vicious stuff. What is it like being in the ring with Jai?
Terrible for me, great for him.
Okay.
The guy is something special, like really, really special. He's going to go the whole way, and I can only. Like, I knew the outcome of his last fight before it happened. That sort of confidence. He's so switched on in the practice room. He's so switched on, and you can see how switched on he is in the fights themselves. He's the whole parcel. And mate, like I said, it wasn't a fun day of sparring for me.
It was amazing seeing you both in there, and he's a big boy too. I mean, he could fight at heavyweight probably. But just seeing you two, I don't know if the boxing fans appreciate just how like special it was. For me, I was like, wow, this is amazing seeing Rob in there with Jai, who I think is going to be a legend just as you are in your sport. So really cool to see two Australian fighters together from the two different worlds. Thank you so much, Rob. Really appreciate it. Always appreciate the early chats over there. Summertime in Australia, so enjoy the time, the nice weather. I saw, by the way, it was like 43 Celsius or something. Is that what's going on?
Yeah, it gets hot in summer here.
Damn.
You know, but I don't know. I feel like I've grown into it. I like it now. You know, I love the heat, the sweltering heat. I don't know. It makes me feel strong.
I just want to let you know, over here in New York, it's like a negative 11 Celsius at the moment.
Wow.
Yeah, so enjoy it. Enjoy it, my friend.
Fun.
Yeah. Those pictures, all of that was tremendous. Well done to both you and Izzy. Thanks for coming on as always, and glad to hear you're feeling better.
No, thank you very much for having me, mate.
Pleasure as always. There he is, the great Robert Whittaker, co-host of the MMA Arcade podcast. Highly recommend that one. As always a lovely, lovely time with him. And again, I hope we remember that scene with him and Izzy. Can someone not jot this down when we do the awards in about 11 months? That has to be a contender for feel-good story, feel-good moment of the year. My flag is okay, guys. I get excited.
I've had Izzy John. I did Izzy Drickus. Izzy Rob is definitely going to be in my contention.
That's right. The Izzy.
I love the Izzy like teaming up with guys.
Yes,
that would never happen. I love that. I love it.
All right. Love the fact that our next guest is doing this interview at I believe 5:34 a.m. Perth time. When I was talking to Tim, his manager, about this, I'm like, I don't want to ask him to wake up this early, and he assured me that he's up at this time. So let's ask the man himself. He's the man who will be headlining the 30th UFC event in the UK on March 22nd against the former champion Leon Edwards. He's Don Giacomo himself, Jack Della Maddalena. It's been a while. Is he there? There he is. Hello, Jack. How are you?
Good, thanks, Ariel. How are you going?
There's no way. Like, Tim told me he's up at this time. He has a new kid. I was like, Tim, come on. He assured me. Do you hate me right now? It's 5:30 over there.
Nah, I'm normally up. At 5:30 is normally my get-up time. Little Franco gets up 5:30 on the dot pretty much every morning.
Okay, so you're all good.
So, no, it's all good, yeah. Happy days, the sun's up. So
summertime over there. How hot is it over there in Perth?
It's hot in Perth. Yeah, 40s. It's been 40 degrees Celsius most days.
Incredible. Congratulations on the second addition to the family as far as children are concerned. I saw a great photo. I believe there was a little bit of projectile on your face from the young one.
Yeah. There we go. That was a solid shot. I think Franco got me with the same shot when he was about that age as well. So,
oh my gosh,
right in the mouth.
And this young man, your newest son, I love his name.
Daughter.
Excuse me.
Paloma.
Paloma Billy.
Yep.
Can you tell me the inspiration behind the name?
My wife really liked the name Paloma, and she was sort of sitting on it for a good few months during the pregnancy, and it's quite a nice name, I thought. I haven't heard it too. It's not a very common name.
Yes.
I think it's quite a like pretty common, and I have an Argentinian friend, and he said it's pretty common in Argentina, but nice name.
Beautiful name. Actually, a member of our team said that it was popular in the Spanish countries, if you will, the Hispanic countries. And so we were wondering if you had any ties to that, but apparently not. You just like the name.
Just like the name.
I love it. And so how old is she now?
She's 6 months. 6 months. Yeah, pretty much 6 months to the day, basically.
Okay. All right. So you're well into things now. You've got 2 kids and you're returning. By the time you return, it will be a little over a year since we last saw you, Jack. And so I want to get to the Leon fight in a moment. But what a past year for you, my friend. You had that amazing win over Gilbert Burns, and then a bunch of trials and tribulations. Can you walk us through what you've been dealing with up until this point?
Yeah, well, I just left the fight with a broken arm, so I was just sort of got back to Perth straight after the fight and had a surgery. As the surgeon said, that's probably the best way to go about it. And it was just meant to be a pretty easy surgery. It was just a snapped ulnar, put a plate in, but after the surgery became infected. Like the wound started like dehiscing after like 10 days. So it was just splitting and just oozing stuff.
Oof.
That was probably after the second surgery.
Okay.
Maybe after the third surgery, but after the 10 days originally, it just started splitting, and the whole scar, top to bottom, was just splitting and oozing, and it was just an infection. I think just unlucky infection is what.
How many surgeries total?
4 surgeries.
Damn.
4 surgeries. The last 2 were pretty much back-to-back surgeries, I think 2 days apart.
Okay.
But 4 surgeries all up.
And when it's opening up like that, how much pain are you in?
There wasn't actually too much pain associated with it outside the bone itself. Like it wasn't too painful. It just was nasty looking, kept splitting, and then like that other picture you showed, like the abscesses just kept popping up and then oozing stuff. And then, the doctor, the surgeon basically said that, the bone itself is infected. So that the infection's coming from the bone and then just coming up through the skin. So it's pretty nasty.
What's going on over here in this picture?
That was, I think, after the third surgery. I had to just, rather than them, so they cut it open for the third time, and then after that surgery, he removed the plate and they scraped bone and sort of cleaned it out. And then they just put a vacuum, rather than stitching it up, they just put a vacuum seal pack, which just sucked out some of the blood for 2 days. And then 2 days later, he went back in there, put a plate in there, and then sewed it up.
Dang. And so ultimately, what was the initial issue? Was it the plate wasn't put in the right way? Like, what happened?
They just said I think he basically said there's always a risk of infection in surgery, so it can happen. I did have a staph infection leading into the fight with Gilbert Burns, so I was on antibiotics. And he said sometimes if you have antibiotics, basically the bugs can get immune to the antibiotics, so then there's high chances of infection.
Oh wow!
If you just been on a course of antibiotics and then you have a surgery, there's higher risk because a lot of the bugs, basically just immune to those sort of antibiotics. I think something along those lines.
What point in the fight did you break your arm?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. Can't pinpoint it. I'm not sure.
Okay. How was that flight home? That's a long trip home with a broken arm.
Yeah, it was pretty sore, the flight. I had to have a couple of glasses of wine.
Yeah.
A couple of painkillers, and then I just sort of slept it off, But it was sore. It was definitely painful straight after the fight.
And it was here that you broke it?
Yeah, the ulnar, pretty much straight, the smaller bone in the forearm, basically.
Okay. And that's the arm right there. It looks great.
Yeah, it's feeling really good. It's pretty much back to 100% strength. So
okay, when did you get to 100%?
Yeah.
Like, how long did that take?
100% strength, probably. It took a while. I reckon probably October, November last year. I was sort of sitting pretty sure. I mean, October, November last year, I started picking up the training pretty rapidly, and then it probably wasn't until late December where I really started being able to spar a bit harder, take a couple of kicks. But
I'm sure when you have to go back under the knife multiple times, this is all your career is soaring. It's frustrating, right? But then in addition to all of that, the UFC is in Perth in August, and I'm sure you wanted to be on that card. How frustrating was this all to witness, and you can't take part in it as you're now becoming one of the biggest stars out of Australia?
Yeah, it's so frustrating, but it was because it was the plan obviously was to fight in March. I had word that the UFC was coming to Perth, so it was definitely the next step in the career. But I guess that's just the sport we're in. It can be a risky game, and you've just got to expect the worst. So although it was frustrating, I just took it on the chin, and just kept pushing.
And so then you probably thought, okay, there's rumors of a return in February. Maybe I'll be on that one. Was there any talk of you being on the Sydney card?
Yeah, I was really, then I was the next step is Sydney. And then, being able to start sparring in December. I was picking up sparring pretty well in December. So then I was thinking, definitely we'll fight in Sydney. But then, just couldn't get the fight. None of the guys in front of me wanted to really fly out to Sydney.
Was there anyone
fly for them
that it looked close? Was there any talks of someone that that it seemed like maybe you'd get that fight?
I mean, not really. None of the guys in front of me. The UFC never came to us, but me and Tim started floating the idea. I didn't mind the idea of fighting Carlos Prates.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought, why not? He's an up and comer. Gilbert gave me the opportunity. I've had a year off, so I was probably ready to step in and fight him. I like his style. But then the UFC, the first fight they came to me, they said, "Would you rather just fight? Do you want to fight Leon in London. I just thought, yeah, let's just take the fight. It's a big fight, former champion. Gives me an extra few weeks to assure that the arm's strong, and had to jump on it.
Okay, yeah, I was just going to ask then, what was your reaction? I would imagine maybe it softened the blow of not being on Sydney and Perth to get the headline 0-2 against former champion Leon Edwards in his backyard. That's a massive spot for you, right? So I would imagine you're feeling better about things.
Yeah, for sure. You know, it's a big spot. I like London. My coach is from London. Leon, former champion, headlining a card like it's a big one for me. I'm excited, you know. And it's a perfect fight to set up a good year. If I can take out the former champion in impressive fashion, then I think it lines up.
I remember
big fight.
I remember when Tim Simpson, manager to the Stars, was in our studio right after he announced the launch of his own agency, the Chosen Advisory Group, and he said, we're a boutique agency, and we like to have just, you know, one athlete in every division. There is one division, though, where we have two, and it's welterweight, it's Leon and Jack. And so now here he is with two of his guys, and I know he loves both of you very much, fighting each other. Any truth to the rumor that Tim tried to deter you guys from fighting so he wouldn't be caught in between?
No truth to it. I think it's the first fight that Tim was offered. I think he's all in the back of his mind. He's always thought it could happen, you know. Two top welterweights. He was obviously hoping Leon would be the champion for a few years, and hopefully I was coming up into that championship contention, I guess, while he was champion. But yeah, so he's always thought it was going to happen. But no, I think it was the first fight that came across. I think he sort of knew they could hit him with that one, and yeah, I think he was ready for it. But I think it just makes sense. It makes sense for Leon. It makes sense for me. So
yeah.
And I think it's a good fight. Two strikers.
Oh, it's a fantastic
fight. Big
card. Fantastic fight. I don't know if you look at these things, but you're the favorite. You're the betting favorite going into the fight. Did you know this?
No, I didn't. But you know what? I don't really take too much from that. I guess that the betting, they just look at the last performances, you know, and a lot of people think Leon didn't really show up in the last performance. So I guess that's where that's from.
Were you surprised by that result against Bilal?
Not necessarily. Leon sort of tends to stand back a bit, and Bilal is always going to be the sort of guy that's going to push a solid pace. So I think, I wasn't super surprised, but
okay. So you were actually thinking Bilal was going to win?
Oh, maybe no. I didn't really have a pick, to be honest. I personally, I thought Leon would be the more crisp striker than Bilal and maybe be able to land some good strikes, but no, it didn't happen. But I wasn't surprised. I was just sort of, I honestly don't really know what to expect in fights, I guess. Anyone can win, you know.
Have they told you that if you beat Leon in March that you would be next, that you would get the winner of Shavkat versus Bilal?
No, they haven't said that. I think I think their plan is to make this sort of like a title contention fight, but I guess they never lock anything in because I think it's very much performance based as well.
Yeah,
in my opinion, I think if I go in there and have a close split decision win over Leon, and then someone else has a big performance, they might put them in front of me.
Has that like crossed your mind? Like, let me go in there, do something great, and I become number one contender? Do you think it's a possibility for you?
I think so, yeah. I think I want to go in there and prove a point, you know, prove a point that I could do to Leon what Bilal couldn't do. Okay. And then secure the shot.
Yeah, man, it's going to be hostile there. You like that? You like being the guy that everyone's rooting against? You're a pretty mild-mannered guy, so yeah. I'm wondering how you're going to feel about being, like, booed vociferously.
No, it doesn't bother me, you know. I fought and my opponents got booed, so you know what? It's just something that you've got to be, it is what it is. It doesn't bother me at all.
Can I ask Shavkat Bilal, who do you like in that one?
It's an interesting fight. I'm not sure. I think I think Shavkat will get him. I think just maybe too maybe too aggressive, too much of a solid finishing ability. But then even in his last fight, he didn't really show that side of his fighting style. So I'm not sure. I think maybe the wrestling will be, it might stay on the feet. I think the wrestling might counteract each other. And then I think Bilal might get him, to be honest. I think Bilal might just be able to, he has an awkward style and he might just be able to, I think Bilal actually might beat him.
I think,
and that's just based on Shavkat's last performance.
I was just
going to say
it's
hard because Gary is a tall striker, so it's a different sort of matchup. But I think Bilal does have a good chance to beat Shavkat.
My read on the situation is a lot of people going into the Gary fight thought Shavkat was going to roll through Gary and then roll through Bilal. Oh my God, he's going to get to Bilal and he's the boogeyman. And then after that performance with Ian taking him the distance and hanging in, that a lot of people have now switched over to Bilal, that they feel like Shavkat isn't as tough. And I don't know if that feels kind of disrespectful towards Ian because maybe they didn't feel like he could hang with someone like Shavkat, but I've noticed a lot of people now picking Bilal against Shavkat when they weren't doing so a couple months ago.
Yeah, definitely. I think everyone just sort of, it's the last performance is sort of what you've done for me recently. Business, everyone just looks at the last performance. But I could see how both. It's an interesting fight. I'm interested to see how it goes, plays out.
Just curious, seeing all these guys fight over the last few months, and Brady's moving up, and Buckley's moving up, and Ian's doing his thing, and Shavkat. Were you worried that you were going to be forgotten about? Like, are you itching to get back in there to remind everyone who JDM is?
I'm itching to get back in there for sure. For sure, yeah, and I think it's good for the division. It's really opening up. There's a lot of moving parts of the division now. I think all in all, it's just it's better for the division. But I really want to get back in there, show everyone that I am the man in this division, and I plan to put on a good performance and secure the title shot.
Before I let you go and go back to being a dad, just curious, were there any talks of Usman and Covington? We saw your name linked to their names. Was there any talk of that before the Leon fight got secured?
A little, there was talks. I thought for a little bit there, I thought Usman was the man. I thought I was going to fight Usman. I'd said, I don't think it was I can't remember if the UFC actually said. I think it was talks. I don't think it was ever anything serious. But I did say, I'm good to fight Usman in Sydney. I thought that would have been good. But then that fell through. And then the real only fight offer I got was the Leon fight.
Okay. It worked out.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Worked out.
And by the way, congrats. Black belt. And on the same day, your brother got his brown belt.
Yeah.
What a time.
It was pretty cool.
That's amazing. Cool. Look at you with the hand being held up over there, the arm. You're in some kind of split. Is what's holding your arm up there? Is it another belt?
I think it's just like an exercise band.
Amazing. And you got the black belt because of the performance against Gilbert.
Yeah.
Love it.
I think the coach had the black belt ready to go, and he was just waiting to see if I could pull it together, and just waiting for a good performance, I think.
I love it. Well, welcome back. Good luck in training. It's actually 2 months from today, March 22nd at the O2 in London. What a fight. Massive, massive opportunity for you. So good luck. Thanks for doing this once again so early. Congratulations on the new baby, on the black belt, on everything going on in your life, and very much looking forward to your return to the UFC in just 2 months' time. There's the lineup right there.
Thanks, Ariel.
So thank you so much, Jack. Really appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you. Hope you're well. Cheers for the time.
All right, there he is, Jack Della Maddalena, the man who will be going in there on March 22nd at the O2 Arena, trying to take down the now former champion in his first fight back. Leon's first fight since July, I think it was 27th, when he fought Bilal Muhammad at the Co-op Live. We mentioned Jack Della waking up early. I mean, that's the time that Leon fought, 5:30. Why did my voice crack just there? That was weird.
Yeah, it was bullshit.
It was bullshit. But Tom Aspinall, he looked good. Patty looked good.
No, I let me be clear. I'm not saying that this like Bilal Muhammad had to fight at the same time and did his job.
Yes.
It's not an excuse for Leon Edwards for the loss. Nobody should have been fighting at the time. That's the bullshit. Nobody should have been fighting at the time. Fans shouldn't have been in an arena at that time to have to stay up to watch that. That's the bullshit.
Oh my God, yes.
Yeah.
Not the performance was the performance.
Correct.
That Bilal looked amazing at that time. It's not an excuse. It's just nobody should have had to fight then, and nobody should have been forced to watch it at that time. Bullshit.
Yeah, those tickets are not cheap, and whatever they were, how much you paid them, like to stay up till 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. in an arena. I don't even know. I know in a lot of cities in England the tube shuts down, but I guess it was so early that it probably, because like some of the events have to end by a certain time because they shut down the subway system. But I guess if this is like happening at 5:36, it's probably starting back up, right? I think it shuts down from like 1 to 5 or something like that. That's how early it was in the morning. Can't wait for that fight, though. That is a great one. Looking forward to seeing how Leon responds, how he bounces back, and what an opportunity for Jack Della, who I know GC loves.
Yeah, man. Just a ho-hum guy.
He's just chill. He's just chill.
Just chilling, man. He's
just waking up at 5:30. Yeah, I'm up at this time.
He was up.
Black belt, brother, brown belt.
Yeah, no problem. Yep.
Pretty cool. Yeah, it is cool.
Yep. 7-0 in the UFC. 5 by way of stoppage, 4 in the first round. Y'all must have forgot. By the way, he's won either a performance or fight of the night in 5 of his 7 fights.
I think they're going to put on a banger in
Makes
London.
sense.
I hope I'm there for it.
And it was exactly, by the way, 3 years ago today that he made his UFC debut.
Wow.
Remember it fondly.
3 years ago.
Who did he fight?
It was the boxer Pete Rodriguez.
Fair play.
Now listen, man, I'm a JDM fan.
UFC
Me and
270.
JDM could put back some VB long necks. We'd have a good time.
What is that?
Australian beer.
Should have asked him.
We don't drink Foster's.
Australian for beer.
It is
Foster's?
Australian for beer.
But it's not an Australian beer. Or Australians look down on it.
Australians look down on it.
Yeah.
Maybe a Cooper's Pale Ale? A little CPA?
Yeah, hell yeah. Not while you're in training camp, though.
Exactly.
Yeah, no Yinglings,
Yeah, Yingling's Philly beer.
No, we're cutting that out.
No, I know. I'm locked
No
in.
Philly.
I'm dialed.
Is that a Philly beer?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a Pennsylvania one. Yeah, a couple Yangies on Saturday.
Big time.
Yeah,
maybe. No, come on.
Locked in.
Yeah,
dialed.
Locked in.
Dialed.
I'm
We have a
still
date yet?
unclear as to whose side Rick is on.
Listen, I'm riding with
He
my
wants
rider.
me to have
The
a good
dude
performance.
just talked mad smack about you, and then you go team up with him.
What am I supposed to do?
This other guy's coming in. He's coming in to defend your
was
honor.
it talking
The
smack,
performance?
or was it acknowledging the truth of the matter?
The performance
He's still
spoke for
talking
itself. I'm kind of accepted. Like, what am I supposed to say? Is he wrong? I mean, I'm kind of, in
we
the
need to
spot.
talk to Avron about getting Sean a bike.
Yeah, for sure.
I want a bike too.
But it
I want to
needs-
train.
The home screen has to be a picture of me.
Yes.
He can't change it.
But then that would mean ours has to also be a picture of Sean. That you're not.
That'd
allowed
be
to
cool.
change it as well.
I can't wait for the footage of me on the assault.
I can't wait to see his mug behind you over there. Right next to the dose
Wow.
box.
So you're
That's your
saying it's
prediction.
a loss already?
That's your prediction.
Yeah.
No. I'm saying if it happens. I'm saying
Nah,
listen.
you're trying to do this on me.
Nah.
You have.
I'm
you have
neutral.
drawn lines.
I'm Switzerland.
I'm rooting for a good match.
By the way, 100% Frank is
Switzerland.
Wait, by the way,
Frank's going to tell us what PT thinks.
who was the one, by the way, back in the day?
Different things.
Who was the one who picked against Casey?
You know what? I didn't know Casey.
That was also
at the
Frank.
time.
Yeah, that was right.
Yeah, that was also
That
Frank.
was also Frank. Yeah.
There's
I did nothing
I'm
wrong.
feeling a trend starting to develop here. With Frank and teammates. It's
weird.
concerning. It's concerning, quite frankly.
Just
once
go,
I could stay in front of the mic, but
wow, that's a low blow. I just got this from On Air Jordan, Netflix co-CEO, president, and director Ted Sarandos yesterday in the Netflix fourth quarter 2024 earnings call. This, of course, from the great Jedi Goodman, who's one of the all-time best follows. Quote, well, I'm not going to comment on anything specifically like the UFC, but WWE is off to a great start. Our first week, we drew about 5 million views, which is about 2 times the audience that Monday Night Raw was getting in linear television. Pretty consistent with how we modeled it, how we hoped to build the audience for the league. So I guess he was asked. Let me read the full quote. Again, overly repetitive. And so we want to be able to bring value to the sport like we have today with WWE, certainly, but like we have with the NFL too, where we were basically able to bring a big audience, young audience, more global audience than linear television. But that has to be reflected in the deal as well. So I guess he was asked about doing deals with other sports leagues. This is going to be one of the top stories to watch all year long. How involved in live sports does Netflix get? They've got the Christmas NFL game. They've got WWE, the Jake Paul fight. You'd have to think they'll look at another fight of that kind. And what else? The hot dog eating. I had not seen how the hot dog eating contest did. Did anyone see that anywhere? Like, how did that do, the Kobayashi one? I was locked in. But I never saw any reports on that. I don't think they make everything public. Or maybe they do. Rick, did you see anything on that?
I think I did at the time, so let me look it up. Let's see.
The Kobayashi.
But yes,
Joey Chestnut.
You have to imagine they'll be in the mix for anything big coming out.
Yes. Do we have that PFL clip that I sent you?
Yes, we do.
I was sent this clip before we go of, I guess it's some kind of promo for the Usman Nurmagomedov versus Paul Hughes fight, and I was told that it's by the same team that did the Matchroom Bloodline promo.
Your favorite.
Yes. And it was sent to me. I have not seen it. Now, can we play it? Is there any music or anything? Are we going to get demonetized?
We don't know.
Oh, did you guys not watch it?
Out.
Well, I don't want to find out. I'd rather not find out.
Oh, all right. So then,
no, but is there music?
Let's call it a day.
Well, you tell me. Is there music? Have you not watched it?
I can preview it real quick.
Did anyone watch it?
No, we did not.
Oh man, a lot going on back here.
I mean, it's a quick 1 minute.
You want us to kick our feet up for 60 seconds and watch this thing?
Yes. Oh, interesting. I just got this from my Whoop. You spent 49 minutes in the high stress zone today, the majority of which came from outside of sleep and strain activities. Oh my God.
Yeah, it always says that last part.
See what this show's doing.
49 minutes is nothing.
I'm dying.
49 minutes is nothing.
High stress,
That
49
studio,
minutes.
brother, I've had days back here where it's like 2 hours and 49 minutes.
Oh my God, I'm dying back here. It's just crazy.
How many hours are you doing?
Of what?
Sleep.
Oh, it's a big problem.
What did we get last night?
I think 6.5.
You know, this promo has only got some classical music in it. I think we're good.
You think so?
Yeah.
All right, thanks,
Be
Frank.
willing to die on this hill.
I appreciate that. Okay, so here it is. I'm told that I'm going to love it. I'm told I'm going to absolutely love it. It's for the much anticipated Ireland versus Dagestan 2 fight. Paul Hughes versus Usman Nurmagomedov, or is it Usman versus Paul? Who knows? By the way, on the Crack on Friday, deep dive into this fight, courtesy of Pizzi and the crew. For now, though, let's watch this amazing promo together and let's see just how good it is.
This is between me and him. This is just sport. I can beat him everywhere.
Look, he's just never fought me. He doesn't get drawn into fights, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to draw a fight out of him. There's a new king here.
Paul Hughes is not like a high-level fighter. He won AG Maki with a split decision. For my opinion, there was a draw.
He was teed up to fight AJ for a long time. Nobody has put a beating on him like I did. I almost knocked him out multiple times. That's got to be clipped anyway.
When I will finish him, everybody gonna forgive this guy.
I need to be willing to go to the depths of hell to beat this man.
It's gonna be dark room for him, and this dark room where I'm living inside this.
I am not mistaken as to the challenge that I have ahead of me. I'm willing to go through hell to get to heaven.
I'm gonna destroy them.
Oh, God. There's such certainty when he says that. That was great. It wasn't Bloodline. I mean,
that was a great line from Usman. Though.
That was amazing, but it wasn't Bloodline. Bloodline was like a whole thing with kids. And
yeah, they're working with a different thing. That wasn't the level of production of that.
It was amazing. It was amazing.
For how they cut that together, that was
It was amazing,
sick.
especially something cut on Fight Week. It was amazing. Two things I didn't like. Number one, it wasn't Bloodline. But number two, he's wearing a Bellator shirt. I mean, we need to, unless it's like a vintagey kind of like, Yeah, you're wearing an Atlanta Thrashers t-shirt like I'm wearing a Montreal Expos hat. Bellator's dead. Can we move on?
Wasn't the thing that the Bellator championship is still on the line? Isn't that the thing? Isn't that the conceit?
Yeah, is the XFL championship on the line when the UFL title game is being played? No.
If they played them, then I suppose it would be.
No, the XFL is dead just like Bellator is dead.
Yeah, but they never transferred that title to the NFL. If the NFL played an XFL team that was a champion,
no, the XFL and the USFL merged. It's the exact same thing.
I don't know about this.
Yeah, you're arguing with me. It's the same thing. Now it's a new league. It's called the UFL, just like it's called the PFL.
Yeah, the Bellator title's on the line. You gotta have there's some lineage.
What is it? What lineage? There's no lineage.
What do you mean? There's a lineage to the Bellator title.
Yo, when the UFC bought WEC and merged them together, Dominic Cruz became the UFC champ, right? Jose Aldo became the UFC champ. When they brought Strikeforce over, Ronda Rousey became the UFC champ. Same thing.
Yeah, they didn't do that.
Yeah, it's a mistake. My point is, 3 days away, fix the mistake in the next 3 days.
I'm skeptical.
Now, speaking of potential mistakes, the GFL draft is happening this Friday. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Wow.
I'm kidding.
Hot.
It was a joke. It was a joke.
Everyone stop chatting shit.
I want to let you know that the GFL draft is happening this Friday. Virtual draft, January 24th, 8 p.m. Eastern. This is from a press release I just got. Fans worldwide can tune in and watch on GFL's official platforms, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Plus, the show will also air on DAZN and payperview.com, the Triller TV app, and Rumble. The list of eligible athletes can be viewed at mmagfl.com/athletes. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of them here. It will be broadcast live from Van Wagner Studios in Phoenix. The GFL draft will feature founder and commissioner Darren Owen with insights from renowned MMA analysts and personalities. Robin Black, Caroline Pierce, Alex Wenling, Mike Goldberg, and Brendan Schaub. All revealing selections for 6 inaugural teams: Dubai, London, Los Angeles, Miami, New York, Sao Paulo. There will also be insights from team managers and coaches. Of course, Dubai, manager Kane, and coach Javier. What's the difference between manager and coach? London, manager Luke Barnard and coach Carl Prince. LA, manager Vanderlei Silva, coach Rafael Cordero. Miami, manager Thiago Alves and coach Conan Silveira. New York, coach Ray Longo, manager TBD. GC, want to throw your name into the hat?
I'm down. I'm down to be...
What does the manager do?
Advisor.
Yeah, consultant.
Mascot. Do we have a mascot for the New York team yet?
No, hasn't been announced. Sao Paulo, by the way, manager Lioto and coach Andre Pederneiras. The GFL enters Friday selection with over 420 athletes from 67 countries competing for 120 coveted roster spots, featuring a mix of MMA legends and rising stars such as Tyron Woodley, Paige Van Zandt, Anthony Pettis, Yoel Romero, Mauricio Shogun Hua, Alimile McFarlane, Junior Dos Santos, Aspen Ladd, and Marlon Moraes.
Wait, so the pool of fighters is 420 people, did you say?
420 available.
And only 120 are going to get drafted?
So what happens to the 300?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's interesting, right? So, like, if you signed up and you didn't get picked, what happens to you? The devil's in the details.
So, could you foresee them doing cards where the 300 that didn't get drafted are fighting each other as like the prelims, and then the main card is the league teams or whatever? I don't like that, to be totally honest.
Why?
But
I don't know.
Unless
you're going to do the league thing, commit to the league thing, right?
Unless I'm mistaken, weren't they paid already to just be part of this? Isn't that how that worked initially?
You think they're paid just to be in the pool?
Yeah.
And then what? What if you don't get picked?
Then you only have the compensation for you're a free agent. You only have the compensation that was.
Can you imagine someone's like, you know what? I don't want to be in the Paige Van Zandt business, and she doesn't get picked?
Never know.
She'll get picked.
Laramie Tunsil-esque.
Right.
She will be picked.
Who's Laramie Tunsil-esque?
The guy that draft night he fell the 10th.
Oh, right.
The gas man.
Yes. Wow. Okay, so high intrigue. You think they're going to have like a shot of the green room and let's say, you know, there's Vanderlei sitting there with his family and not getting picked, and they're like, oh, we're down to the 25th pick, and he's not getting picked. You know, like that whole
Isn't
scene.
Vanderlei coaching?
Yeah, you know, I just threw out a name. Not really sure who's a coach, who's a fighter at this point.
It clearly says in the press release, but
No, I think he's like Bill Russell.
Hybrid?
I think he's a player coach.
Player coach?
He's Bill Russell circa 1967.
Listen, I got nothing to worry about with Ray Longo steering the ship for old NYC. I feel good about our chances.
I like that.
We need to sign a manager in the next 2 days.
Are we going to fight at MSG?
By the way, this is the problem. Like, you can't go into a draft without a coach or GM. The manager is the GM.
Yeah.
So if the Bills are going to, I mean, they're not in the, you know, they're not picking high these days. But you get the point. If they don't have a general manager, who's making the call? Who's picking the fighters? I'm worried about the New York team.
I'm sneaky hoping we grabbed Demirs Magulov in the middle rounds. That was big when they announced he was coming out. You laugh. I'm being serious.
Who are you?
I want to know who's going to go 1-1.
I need to talk to Shaheen. We need to do a mock draft. And Uncrown needs to do a mock draft.
Yeah,
Everyone does
sure.
mock drafts, right?
Yeah,
for draft?
no. You can do the mock draft, no doubt. I think that'd be great.
Uncrown.com, mock draft?
Yeah, if someone wants to do that, I think that'd be good.
Do you think before each pick they'll have a thing that goes do 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 do?
No, because that's trademarked by ESPN.
Okay, but who's going to be the Woj or Shams like spoiling the picks?
Oh, I want to be that guy. Can I be that guy?
There's a lane.
But I want to be coy with it, like Woj was.
Yeah. Targeting. Lasered in on.
The New York Liberty.
Lizards. Yes.
Liberty.
Yeah. That one's taken.
No,
the New York Lizards are
Lizards.
I'm trying, the New York Rats. I don't know what are
Rats.
Apples.
The New York Big Apples are
the New York Empire
are warming up to the idea of Demir.
The New York Empire have their finger in the pie that is Demirs Magulov.
Oh my God, I can't wait. All right, 8:00. Get locked in. What a time to be alive. By the way, on Friday, just want to let you know, Friday morning, Naoya Inoue fighting ESPN Plus. I don't know what time the walkouts are.
The monster?
You know it, Frank. Yi-Jun Kim. He was supposed to fight against Sam Goodman, and he had to withdraw twice. Well, first he had to withdraw, and then they rescheduled it to the end of January, and then he had to withdraw again, cut, and in enters Yi-Jun Kim. I think, is he like a minus 5,000?
Yeah, minus 5,000.
Is that legit?
Yes. Yeah, it's legit. I mean, it's a squash match, essentially. He's going to kill him.
The monster. One of Frank's favorites.
Man. Yeah, I mean, he'll have him out in short order.
What are we looking at tomorrow? Boys in the Back, 1 p.m. Eastern, live right here.
Yeah. Going to talk about our trip to Philly. We're gonna plan out our cheesesteak route. We're going to talk Knucklemania. No need to even say BKFC. Knucklemania 5.
Yeah.
PFL, Paul Hughes. Big underdog against Usman Nurmagomedov. Pound for pound ranking. In honor of Philadelphia, cheesesteaks.
Ooh.
Top 5 sandwiches.
Nice.
Oh, just pure. Is this why you guys were talking about is a hot dog a sandwich earlier?
I don't think
That's
that was
just
part of that.
general
I don't think that was
banter
part of that
amongst us.
conversation.
Okay,
but-
thank God. I was like, is this what we're doing now? Oh, is there 2 holes in a straw or 1? I mean, what are we?
That's actually a good question.
Yeah.
Is
Good
it
question.
2 holes in a straw or 1?
So
Now,
is it just
is breakfast cereal a salad?
No, it's breakfast cereal is soup.
yes?
He messes this up every time.
No, because it's a grain and there's the dressing, which is the milk. We went over this.
Okay, and when we get the picks, which I think is a great. So it's just top 5 sandwiches.
Top 5 sandwiches.
Yeah.
Can we get on Frank? Top 5 sandwiches.
Top 5 sandwiches.
Is that it?
Signed, sealed, delivered. Everyone has heard.
Everyone's on the same
That's what we're
page.
So you're
doing.
picking up that he blew it. You're
Oh,
trying to make sure
100%.
that
No, they
1,000,000%.
switched me. It's not
Senior
this.
executive producer Ariel Helwani was upset
No, he
with
said
that. last
president
week?
earlier. He's
president.
President.
I mean, founder, owner. I mean, everything.
You're the
Alpha,
everything.
Omega.
Alpha,
His
Omega,
lower
Beta,
third needs to
Sigma.
say
The kids say
everything.
Sigma these days.
Say Sigma.
Sigma Master. Let me just. My skin was crawling last week, so could we just not have this situation again?
I was a bit uncomfortable as well.
Yes.
I still haven't recovered from that.
All right. Well, let's see if we can get it right. Love you, Frank.
It's tough. Top 5 sandwiches. What's your favorite sandwich?
All time? I do love a good peanut butter and jelly, like a soft,
Nice.
soft bread.
Goat.
Soft bread. Strawberry jelly. We've talked about this. Can go crunchy or smooth. Can I tell you, can I just say, can I end on this? in my darkest hour, when I was at Syracuse University, 2021 to 2024, my go-to depressing meal, especially in the later portions of my time there. Like at the beginning, my first year, all I ate for an entire year was Alphagettis or Blue Diamond almonds in my room while watching UFC or pro wrestling. That was pretty much it. Because I was down on the Knicks. I was down on the Bills. The Expos were dying. It was a tough time. Back end of my time there, I would go to Subway and I would get an item that wasn't even on the menu. Could you believe it? It was the veggie patty. Have you ever had the veggie patty at Subway?
Didn't even know it existed.
God, not on the menu.
What is it?
Not on the menu. 12-inch, 2 patties cut in the middle, and you walk up there, it's nowhere to be found. But if you know, you know. You ask for the veggie patty, and it's like a patty that's kind of in a rectangular shape, and it was fantastic.
What's it made of?
Can I ask you something?
It's like a veggie burger.
I don't think this is a if you know, you know.
Has anybody other than you ever gotten this? Dude, have you heard from anybody else that they have received this? Because my fear is that they were playing a joke on you and gave you this, and nobody else.
Bro, there's no joke.
You got
my real
Alex
fear
over at Vox. That was what he got every time, and he went.
Who? Seriously?
Weekly. Yeah.
Yo,
my real
Veggie Delight is what they
fear
called it.
was that Helwani was like the guy at the local Subway was trying out his own veggie patty.
By the way,
That's what I'm saying.
it's not Veggie Delight. Veggie Delight is if there was cheese and all this.
Yes,
this is a veggie patty. You go in there, and I just typed it in. Subway's veggie patty is a vegetarian patty made from vegetables, whole grains, and spices. It's a good option for vegetarians and people who eat meat. Also, it says only die-hard in the know customers order this because it's not on the menu.
Wow,
this is not an
Wikipedia.
If you know, you know.
No, it's like I googled it.
I mean, it is kind of a like nobody knows. I didn't know.
If you like nasty food, then you know.
It's like watering right here. I'm getting that feeling.
Over the veggie patty from Subway?
I used to get it.
This place is the McDonald's of sub sandwiches.
With two cookies. I would get
All
it.
right, what kind of cookies?
I would usually go with the white chocolate one.
All right.
And then traditional.
Okay.
And
Not
then,
bad.
And I would walk to my apartment saying to myself, Mama gonna work it out. Mama gonna work it out. And I would eat my
It sounds like a hell of a time.
Nasty ass sandwich. And you just bop into yourself.
I was depressed to the max, okay? Like there was literally a black cloud hanging over my head as I'm walking. I remember vividly walking with my bag and my cookies, settling in, and I would watch for that last year. I was really into Champions League. I wasn't so into Premier League, but I was into Champions League. So I had like my little stuff on the wall and everything. I would watch soccer in the afternoon. I would watch wrestling at night. I would watch UFC pay-per-views. They were on Friday nights back then, and I was just counting down the days until I could be freed. It was a dark time. And I used to do a show just like this one, Saturday mornings, and I would talk to my fake producer named Lester C. Dearson. We would have arguments. He did not exist, but I would speak to him. No one was listening except for my mom and sister on werw.syr.edu. And look at me now.
Would you do a voice for Lester?
No, I would argue with him, but he wouldn't answer back because I would say he was behind a wall. He was behind the glass. He was producing the show. He was my producer. Didn't exist. But I felt like I needed someone to play off of. I'm like, Lester, man, you know, he doesn't agree with me. You know, Tito Ortiz is pound for pound #1. This is what we were debating.
Is Lester here with us right now?
He is always with me, forever in my heart. But I wanted to say, you know, and look at me now. Look how rich I am. Look at all the people I have in front of me. Look at the people that are working with me on my team. Not.
I was like, because directly in front of you, there's no one there.
There's no fake people anymore. There's no imaginary friends. We are here. We made it. We made it, guys.
What if we're all just figments of your imagination?
Look at us. Look at us. Look at the time we're having. How lucky are we?
I, for one, appreciate it. Thank you, Ariel.
Yeah. Despite like letting me down, not letting me down, at least there's people to let me down or not let me down. It's like the great Bob Marley once said, Frank.
He's getting all sentimental and he drops the music.
It's fine. I'm good. It's like the great Bob Marley once said when a reporter asked him, he said, you know, are you a rich man? And he said, what does rich mean? What does rich mean? Well, that's a good question. Do you have a lot of money in the bank? Do you have a lot of possessions? And what did Bob say? Frank, what did Bob say?
No.
He said, possessions make you rich? I don't have that kind of riches. My richness is life. My richness is this team.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ariel.
I mean, it was literally the same show. It was a 3-hour show. I would sit there talking to the likes of Bruce Buffer, Dan Severn, Bobby the Brain Heenan, Dave Meltzer, all kinds of people. Tommy Dreamer. I would write them emails on their website. And then I would go on onewrestling.com or Sherdog or the UG, and I would say, this guy, exclusive interview on my show, come check it out. No one was listening. But it was exciting because they gave me a block of time, and I was able to do whatever I want. And then, of course, I've told the story, met this girl that I used to sit next to in psychology class, who I had my eye on, actually met her. She liked me. She gives me her phone number. She tells me, well, what are you doing tomorrow? I said, I'm interviewing the Iron Sheik on my wrestling show. Never called me back. But look at us now. Look at us now.
End with, and I married her.
Nope. Look at us now. Robert Whittaker, Jack Della, Jeremy Stevens. Thanks to you. Thanks to them. Back on Thursday. Same time, place. Peace. I'm out of here.